Chapter 1194. High up in the sky. Zhang Jin was in despair. His current cultivation was indeed much stronger than before. However, with so many combat emperors surrounding him, he did not even have the chance to escape, let alone fight. Qin Feiyang, go and die. The burly man rushed in front of Zhang Jin and threw a punch at Zhang Jin's lower abdomen. Bastard, with just you? Zhang Jin was so angry that he laughed. A black eagle rushed out from behind him. Its body was dozens of meters long and it was ferocious. It was his fighting soul. Chirp. The black eagle screeched and its sharp claws grabbed the burly man's head and crushed it on the spot. Isn't his fighting soul the purple gold dragon soul, sword soul, and fire lotus? Why is it the black eagle? Does he have a fourth fighting soul? The black-robed man and the rest were bewildered. Don't care how many fighting souls he has. Let's kill him first. The middle-aged woman shouted. Clang. The black-robed man and the rest also activated their fighting souls. There were beast souls and weapon souls. Kill! The black-robed man and the rest roared in unison. Immediately, all the fighting souls charged towards Zhang Jin. The black eagle in front of Zhang Jin was instantly crushed. Looking at the group of fighting souls, Zhang Jin was disheartened and he roared, Qin Feiyang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Before he finished his words, the black-robed man and the rest of the fighting souls drowned Zhang Jin. I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Qin Feiyang sneered. Facing the attack of so many fighting souls, even he did not have the confidence to survive, let alone Zhang Jin. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yan Wei. Let's go. Yan Wei nodded and opened a space portal. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Following that, an old man in white appeared in the void above. It was the Grand Tutor. Behind him was a large group of enforcers. The Grand Tutor looked at the black-robed man and the rest and asked expressionlessly, Where is Qin Feiyang? Over there. The group of people pointed to the sky, their hearts filled with excitement. They worked together to kill Qin Feiyang. Although they couldn't be conferred the title of Marquis, they would definitely receive a generous reward. After all, there were so many people. If they were all conferred the title of Marquis, wouldn't the imperial capital be in chaos? The imperial preceptor raised his head and saw a badly mutilated corpse falling from the sky. Originally, he was quite happy, but when he saw Zhang Jin's corpse, his face sank. The man in black smiled obsequiously and said, Lord Imperial Tutor, what are you going to reward us with? The others did not want to be outdone and began to claim credit. Reward? The state preceptor was instantly enraged. He roared, Look carefully. Is he Qin Feiyang? The black-clothed man and the others were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at Zhang Jin's corpse. One's appearance can change, but the power of one's bloodline will never change. Qin Feiyang's blood is purple gold dragon blood, but the blood on this person's body, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is it just ordinary blood? The imperial preceptor shouted in anger. Purple gold dragon blood. The eyes of the black-clothed man and the others trembled. It was only at this moment that the people in the city below came to a sudden realization. That's right. Qin Feiyang's blood is purple gold dragon blood, and his blood is purple gold. And this person's blood is normal, which means that he is not Qin Feiyang. Then who is the real Qin Feiyang? It's the two people just now. Find them quickly. They must still be here. The people roared again and looked around. At the same time, in the crowd, Qin Feiyang coldly glanced at the imperial preceptor, then turned around and entered the portal with Yan Wei without looking back. They are here. Just as they entered the portal, someone next to them discovered them and immediately shouted. Everyone looked over, including the imperial preceptor and the law enforcers. As soon as he saw that Qin Feiyang had entered the portal, the black-clothed man immediately shouted, One of them must be Qin Feiyang, stop them quickly. Hearing this, the people around immediately activated their battle chi and blasted it toward the portal. The imperial preceptor and the law enforcers also moved and rushed toward the portal like lightning. Pumph! Yan Wei's cold snort sounded in the portal. Immediately after, a burst of Emperor's aura roared out, and the battle chi that surged from all directions instantly dissipated. Old bastard, I'm sorry, you're a step too late again. Remember to come earlier next time. Qin Feiyang's voice filled with ridicule sounded from the teleportation gate. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei's figures disappeared in the portal. All of this happened in an instant, even though it seemed slow. The Imperial Preceptor rushed over and smashed the portal with a palm. But after waiting for a long time, he did not see Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei appear, and his face gradually darkened. Lord, don't worry. Although we haven't caught him yet, at least we've confirmed that he's in the Imperial capital. As long as he's in the Imperial capital, he won't be able to escape. A law enforcer said respectfully. Won't be able to escape, the Imperial Preceptor muttered to himself, and his face became more and more ferocious. Suddenly, he slapped the law enforcer's face and said angrily, "Since you're so capable, why is he still at large? Lord, please spare my life." The law enforcer immediately knelt on the ground. The Imperial Preceptor glanced at him coldly, then looked at the other law enforcers and said, "Do you all think so too?" Everyone lowered their heads and was incomparably nervous. I'll repeat it again. Don't underestimate Qin Feiyang anymore. He's no longer the 14th prince of the past. The current him is strong enough to crush all of you into pieces. So, it's best not to be arrogant and think that you can easily catch him, understand? The Imperial Preceptor roared. The group of law enforcers trembled and said respectfully, "We'll remember." A bunch of idiots. The Imperial Preceptor snorted, flicked his sleeves, and rose into the air, disappearing from everyone's sight. At this moment, the group of law enforcers heaved a sigh of relief. We didn't even notice such an important piece of information like the purple gold dragon blood. How careless! Yes, at that time, we were blinded by desire and made a big fool of ourselves. It's okay to make a fool of ourselves, but I'm afraid that the Imperial Preceptor will vent his anger on us. Then, we'll be in big trouble. The man in black and the group of law enforcers looked at each other, feeling bitter in their hearts. Black Dragon Pool. Above the small wooden building, Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei appeared out of thin air. When they looked down, the two of them were stunned on the spot. They had not left for long, but now, the mountain peak had changed greatly. Originally, this mountain peak, except for the small wooden building, was overgrown with shrubs, rocks, and weeds. But now, these were all gone. Instead, there was a fragrant garden. Those rocks were also used reasonably, piled up into rockery, standing on the mountain peak in picturesque disorder, which was quite ornamental. In short, now, this mountain peak had become a private back garden. At this moment, Lu Hong was still busy, sweating profusely. There was also a large pile of unplanted wildflowers next to her. Lu Hong, this child is really good to you. She knows that you can't live here for a long time, but she still does her best to take care of it. Yen Wei said with a smile. In terms of age, he was indeed qualified to call Lu Hong a child. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll remember all the good she has done for me." Not only do you have to remember, but you also have to take action. Yen Wei said with a smile, with a rather ambiguous expression. When did you become so gossipy? Qin Feiyang looked at him with dissatisfaction. I'm not gossiping, I'm asking you to cherish it. In this world, there are very few good women, let alone this kind of woman who is so devoted to you and is so considerate. Don't wait until you lose it to feel heartache. Yen Wei said with a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yen Wei thought to himself, I'm giving you advice as someone who has been through this. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. At this time, Lu Hong looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, What are you whispering about? Nothing. Yen Wei waved his hand and smiled. Then he patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder meaningfully, flew to Lu Hong's side, and said, Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Hong glanced around, pointed to the pile of unplanted wildflowers and said, Help me classify those flowers. Yen Wei immediately squatted on the ground and busied himself. Lu Hong asked, Is it settled? Yen Wei nodded and said with a smile, It's settled. I even saw the Imperial Preceptor. He's probably mad now. It's best if he dies of anger, Lu Hong said. Yan Wei was slightly stunned, and then he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Looking at the two of them talking and laughing, Qin Feiyang also smiled from the bottom of his heart. Swish. He went to the castle. Seeing that Lu Xingchen was still in a coma, he frowned slightly, turned to Fatso and asked, "Has he ever woken up?" Fatso shook his head. How serious a blow did he suffer at Elder Qin's place that he could be in a coma for so long? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Do you really think that he can make me unconscious?" But before his voice died away, a familiar voice sounded. Lu Xingchen opened his eyes, got up, and looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. Mu Qing immediately ran to Lu Xingchen's side. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing sneered and said, "Isn't it obvious? His Highness is pretending." Pretending? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. Why don't you think about who is standing in front of you now?" Mu Qing said, her eyes full of sarcasm. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and said, "I told you not to talk to Brother Qin with such an attitude." Hearing this, Mu Qing looked a little unhappy, but she didn't dare to disobey and kept silent. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing, looked at Lu Xingchen, frowned, and asked, "What's going on?" Viper and the others also woke up from their cultivation and looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, pointed to his head, and said, "Now the soul in this sea of consciousness, which is Lu Xingchen's soul, has merged with my divine sense. With the strength of my divine sense, how could a mere Elder Qin knock me out?" Divine sense? Qin Feiyang's body shook violently. He actually neglected such an important point. Mu Tianyang could seize Ren Duxing's body and use his divine sense to fight with the Imperial Preceptor and revive the divine artifact. Lu Xingchen could also do it. In other words, Lu Xingchen was now fully capable of killing him. Chapter 1195. Fatso and the others couldn't help but become vigilant. This was because Lu Xingchen's divine sense could kill all of them as easily as blowing off dust. "Don't be nervous. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang motioned for Fatso and the others to continue cultivating. Then he left the castle with Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing. Although Lu Xingchen said that he had no malicious intentions, leaving Lu Xingchen in the castle was still a threat. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear with Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing, Yan Wei and Lu Hong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At the same time, Lu Xingchen glanced at the top of the mountain and said with a smile, "It's arranged very well." "What's going on?" Lu Hong and Mu Qing walked to Qin Feiyang's side and asked in a low voice. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Go about your business." The two looked at each other and the suspicion in their hearts grew stronger. But they didn't ask any more and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang glanced at the top of the mountain and suddenly saw a carved stone tea table and several stone stools beside the small wooden building. Obviously, this must have been specially prepared by Lu Hong for him. "Let's go over and sit," Qin Feiyang said faintly. He turned and walked to the tea table and sat opposite Lu Xingchen. Mu Qing stood respectfully behind Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen and said faintly, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Lu Xingchen said, "Cooperation." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, "I did all this to let you see my sincerity." "Good faith?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Not bad. That day here, you saw through my identity. I deliberately allowed myself to be captured. Because I knew that you would come to save me sooner or later. I was the one who told you Ren Duxing's whereabouts on purpose. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you actually managed to kill Dong Qing and the 4 Saint Beasts." Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then do you hate me very much now?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled. "To be honest, I do hate you a little. After all, the 4 great sacred beasts have followed me for so many years. They are loyal and devoted. But compared to your value, I choose to forget this hatred." "My value?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "That's right. I can foresee that in the future, your achievements will not be inferior to Qin Batian. Therefore, if we cooperate, we will definitely achieve great things. Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. There are so many people in the great Qin Empire. Why do you have to cooperate with me? It's very simple. You have obtained Qin Batian's legacy. Of course, the biggest reason is that I admire you. Thinking back to when you were young, you were a blazing sun in the imperial capital with a boundless future. But suddenly, there was a drastic change and you became a homeless, pitiful worm. If it were someone else, they would have long given up on themselves. But you didn't. Step by step, you have relied on your own efforts and perseverance to get to where you are today. Therefore, I admire you. Lu Xingchen said. But you have to know that our ambitions are different. What I want to do is to protect the empire of the Great Qin Empire. But you want to overturn the empire of the Great Qin Empire. Do you think it is possible for two people like them to cooperate? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Why is there no possibility of cooperation? Although as a descendant of the Qin clan, protecting the Great Qin Empire is your duty, you have to see the reality clearly. Is it worth your protection? Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, public is public, private is private. I don't want to mix them up. Mu Qing snorted coldly. My lord, I told you long ago that he is stubborn, but you didn't believe me. Now you see. Shut up. Lu Xingchen glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I can take a step back. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen said, let's work together to get rid of some obstacles, such as the state preceptor and the current emperor. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, Renduxing told me that Zhuge Mingyang and the first prince are brothers. Is this true? Lu Xingchen said, I can only tell you this if you agree to cooperate with me. You're using this to blackmail me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile, do you want to know? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, then he nodded and said, okay, we'll cooperate. But our cooperation is only to get rid of those obstacles. Isn't that a win-win situation? Lu Xingchen smiled. Qin Feiyang said, tell me now. I know the truth. But at this time, Mu Qing said, you're not trustworthy. If you say you want to cooperate now, you might go back on your words later. So, you have to write it down. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, looked up at him, and said lightly, are you qualified to speak here? You, Mu Qing glared at him. Enough! Lu Xingchen shouted impatiently. Mu Qing shrank his neck and immediately fell silent, but his face was full of displeasure. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, I believe in your character. Then cut the crap. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen said, the first prince and Zhuge Mingyang are indeed brothers. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. Don't get excited. Sit down and listen to me. Lu Xingchen smiled. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench and tried to control his emotions. He silently looked at Lu Xingchen. Why would Zhuge Mingyang assist the first prince? This question not only puzzles you, but also me. So, after you went to the Forgotten Continent, I investigated for a long time. During that time, I used a spatial divine item to follow and monitor him every day. It can be said that everything about him was under my control. Then one day, I followed Zhuge Mingyang into the Zhuge family and heard him mention the first prince to his father. Only then did I know that there was such a big secret hidden. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang's mind buzzed. He didn't expect it to be true. He didn't suspect Lu Xingchen. Because he understood the current Lu Xingchen. There was no need to lie to him, and he disdained to lie to him. With great difficulty, Qin Feiyang calmed down and said in a deep voice, So, Zhuge Mingyang is also the son of the current emperor? Lu Xingchen waved his hand. What? Qin Feiyang stood up again, his face full of shock. Lu Xingchen's answer, although it seemed ordinary, hid a great mystery. Because if Zhuge Mingyang wasn't the emperor's son, then the first prince wasn't the emperor's son. In other words, this first prince was the son of Zhuge Wuhou. Lu Xingchen said, "That's right, as you thought, the first prince is the son of Zhuge Wuhou." Boom. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, his body and mind trembled, and he said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then the current empress has an adulterous relationship with Zhuge Wuhou." Lu Xingchen laughed. "Isn't this obvious?" Not far away, Yan Wei and Lu Hong were also dumbfounded. There was actually such a thing? Mu Qing was also shocked. Obviously, she only knew about it now. This is retribution. Ha! Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed. After learning about this matter, not only did he not have the slightest bit of sympathy for the emperor, but he was also very happy. Lu Xingchen frowned. "After such a thing happened, shouldn't you feel sorry for your father?" "Feel sorry for him? Then who will feel sorry for me? He brought this upon himself, serves him right." Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingchen sighed secretly. Indeed, Qin Feiyang could not be blamed for being heartless, but the emperor was too ruthless to him back then. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench and said, "Then is this little prince also the son of Zhuge Wuhou? I'm still investigating this matter, but I estimate." Lu Xingchen said this and did not continue, because Qin Feiyang already understood. If nothing unexpected happened, this little prince was definitely the son of Zhuge Wuhou and the empress. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and asked, "Then does all of this have anything to do with the imperial preceptor?" "It's also under investigation. But what is certain is that this imperial preceptor does have ulterior motives." Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then the first step of our cooperation is to eliminate him." "It's not that simple. He has a divine artifact in his hands, unless I condense a complete divine soul. And after the battle with Ren Duxing, he will definitely not leave the imperial capital easily in the future. And if we make a move in the imperial capital, the situation will be very unfavorable for us." Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Xingchen's concerns were not without reason. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and asked suspiciously, "What's going on with your divine sense? Why do you have to seize two bodies at the same time? And now you and Ren Duxing, are you Mu Tianyang or you?" "I will tell you about this in the future. As for me and Ren Duxing, you can think of it this way: I am still Lu Xingchen, and Ren Duxing is still Ren Duxing." Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "What's the difference between this and not answering?" he asked. "Then what are you going to do next?" Lu Xingchen said with a smile, "Of course, I will go back to the Divine Hall and continue to investigate the little prince and the state preceptor." "You dare to go back to the Divine Hall? Aren't you afraid that old Qin will harm you?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingchen said, "That's why I still need you to negotiate with him." Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and said, "When I have time, I will talk to him." Lu Xingchen said, "One more thing, I will take Mu Qing away later." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't think I said I would let him go." Lu Xingchen laughed and said to Mu Qing without looking back, "Why don't you apologize to Brother Qin?" "You want me to apologize to him?" Mu Qing looked at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. Lu Xingchen said, "Don't make me say it a second time." Mu Qing's hands were tightly clenched together. He only had hatred for Qin Feiyang in his heart, so asking him to apologize was more painful than killing him. Seeing that Mu Qing did not move, Lu Xingchen said indifferently, "I can abandon the four sacred beasts, Dong Qin, Zhang Jin, I can also abandon you." Mu Qing's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and bowed to Qin Feiyang, "I'm sorry." "Not sincere," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Then what do you think is sincere enough?" Mu Qing raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. His eyes seemed to say, "Quit while you are ahead, don't go too far." Chapter 1196. Kneel down and apologize. Mu Qing's eyes suddenly spat out a thick flame of anger. Apologizing was already his limit. How dare he ask him to kneel down? This was too much. "Don't be so shameless." With a roar, his aura erupted and he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. "You're the one who's being shameless." Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and grabbed Mu Qing's fist. His eyes were full of coldness. At the same time, Yan Wei and Lu Hong also immediately put down what they were doing and rushed to Qin Feiyang's side, looking at Mu Qing coldly. "Let go of me!" Mu Qing shouted angrily and tried to break free. But Qin Feiyang's strength was so great that he couldn't move at all. Moreover, as Qin Feiyang's strength continued to increase, his fist began to break and blood gushed out. The severe pain made his face contort, and Qin Feiyang's cold eyes made him feel even more desperate. Suddenly, with a crisp crack, Mu Qing couldn't help but howl miserably. His fist was crushed into pieces, but Qin Feiyang still didn't let go. "I beg you, can you let go of me?" Mu Qing was scared and begged bitterly. Qin Feiyang smiled sarcastically and let go of his hand and returned to the stone bench. Lu Hong also took out a handkerchief and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the handkerchief and wiped the blood off his hand. He looked up at Mu Qing and said lightly, "If it weren't for Lu Xingchen, you would be lying on the ground as a corpse now." Mu Qing's eyes trembled. "Cut the crap and show me your sincerity. Otherwise, even if Lu Xingchen saves you today, I will do everything I can to kill you," Qin Feiyang said. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. After knowing each other for so many years, how could he not understand Qin Feiyang's character? If he said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, Qin Feiyang's methods were well known to the world. Towards his enemies, there was no mercy in his eyes, only unscrupulous means. Once she was targeted by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he had been hiding at home or by Lu Xingchen's side, Qin Feiyang would have found an opportunity to kill him. Fear drowned him. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "Your Mu Jia's descendant is nothing more than this." Lu Xingchen frowned. He glanced at Mu Qing and then looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled faintly and said, "Compared to you, he is indeed much worse. I don't like to hear flattery. I only hope that when I'm in danger in the future, you won't hide behind my back and stab me in the back," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, "I really can't guarantee this, but during the period of our cooperation, I will definitely not do that." "I hope so. Take him away," Qin Feiyang said. He could not really trust Lu Xingchen without reservation. Because he still remembered Uncle Yuan's words, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. "Goodbye." Lu Xingchen stood up, cupped his hands, smiled, and opened the portal. Mu Qing quivered and came back to her senses. She hurriedly transmitted her voice, "My lord, there's still the gate of time and space. Do you think he will return the gate of time and space to you?" Lu Xingchen glanced at Mu Qing and entered the portal without looking back. Mu Qing glanced at Qin Feiyang and hurriedly followed. When the portal dissipated, Yan Wei sighed and said, "This person is really unfathomable. He can still keep calm after humiliating Mu Qing like this. Just this temperament alone is enough to scare people." Lu Hong nodded. "I deliberately humiliated Mu Qing. I just wanted to see Lu Xingchen's attitude. But the result disappointed me greatly. I can't figure out what he is thinking at all." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. The current Lu Xingchen was far from the Lu Xingchen of the past. This was a strong opponent. He had to treat him seriously. He took out the image crystal. Buzz. So, Old Man Qin's figure appeared. Qin Feiyang said, "There's something I want to tell you." Old Man Qin's expression was solemn as he said, "It just so happens that this old man has something to tell you as well." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and said, "You go first." Elder Qin said, "You go first." Qin Feiyang said, "Lu Xingchen has returned to the temple. Don't trouble him." "You let him go?" Elder Qin raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Qin was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I still need him to help me investigate some things. And currently, he and I are in a cooperative relationship." Elder Qin was furious and shouted, "Didn't you promise me that you won't betray the great Qin Empire?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't overreact, okay? I'm just cooperating with him for a short time. We're both taking what we need." "Really?" Elder Qin looked at him doubtfully. Qin Feiyang said, I swear in the name of my ancestors. That's good. Elder Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Tianyang was already difficult to deal with. If Qin Feiyang was added, then the great Qin Empire was really in danger. What do you want to say to me? Qin Feiyang asked. Elder Qin said, before we parted in the pagoda, didn't I tell you not to mess around in the imperial capital? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then why did you run to the first district and alarm the imperial preceptor? Elder Qin said angrily. So it's because of this. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, at that time, I was chasing after one of Mu Tianyang's lackeys. Elder Qin was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, the person who was beaten to death by everyone in the first district. Then you could have informed me. With me taking action, there wouldn't have been such a big commotion. Elder Qin was annoyed. Qin Feiyang said, he was just a one-star combat emperor. I could have killed him without anyone knowing. Then why did you make such a big commotion? Elder Qin was puzzled. Blood for blood. It would be too easy for him to kill him directly. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. So you have a personal grudge with him. But don't mess around like this next time. Elder Qin said helplessly. At that time, when he received the news that Qin Feiyang had appeared in the first district, he was greatly frightened. Because no one knew better than him how terrifying the imperial capital was. There won't be a next time. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Okay, I will be going to the spirit state tomorrow morning. Take care of yourself. Elder Qin reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded. Elder Qin was about to turn off the image crystal when Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and quickly said, wait. What's wrong? Elder Qin was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know where my grandfather's home is? Elder Qin's pupils shrank. Why are you asking this? Qin Feiyang sighed. So many years have passed. I don't know how he is doing. I want to visit him. Although he had seen his grandfather when he was young, he had no impression of him now. Elder Qin shook his head. Actually, I don't know where your grandfather's home is. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was there a mistake? In any case, old Qin had stayed in the imperial palace for so many years. How could he not even know where the Lu clan was? The Lu family was his grandfather's family. Old man Qin said, this old man really didn't lie to you about this matter. The Lu family is a hidden family and has always been very low-key. The disciples of the family have never walked outside. Other than your parents, I don't think anyone knows where they are. Is it that mysterious? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is there anything else? Elder Qin asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Old man Qin's illusionary figure immediately disappeared. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. All these years, he had been ignoring the Lu family. Who would have thought that after asking around, they were so mysterious? Lu Hong said, why don't we go ask Auntie? Forget it. If Mother was willing to tell me, she would have told me. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Lu Hong asked, then what's your next plan? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. Wait for the miracle of the forgotten continent to open. But before that, there is one thing to do. What is it? Lu Hong was suspicious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, looked at Yen Wei and said, go to the imperial city now. No matter what, you have to sneak into the inner court and gain the trust of the imperial tutor. Also, don't let anyone know about this, including Lu Xingchen and Elder Qin. Understood. Yen Wei nodded. Lu Hong looked at Yen Wei, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, isn't this a bit too risky? Qin Feiyang's intention was obvious. He wanted Yen Wei to hide beside the imperial tutor so that he could know the whereabouts of the imperial tutor. But the imperial tutor was not a fool. If he found out something, wouldn't Yen Wei be doomed? It's fine. I'm still confident about this. Yen Wei smiled confidently, then thought for a while, and said, even if my identity is exposed, I'll leave first. But you can't be careless. Lu Hong said. Don't worry. Yen Wei smiled and opened a teleportation gate. He turned around and walked in. Lu Hong looked at Yen Wei's back, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I still don't think it's right. The imperial tutor is not Fu Anshan. With old Yan's scheming and methods, how can he beat him? I can only say that you underestimate old Yan. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. If he did not have confidence in old Yan, would he let Yan Wei go? Definitely not. Lu Hong pursed her lips and turned around to continue busying herself. Qin Feiyang turned and walked to the edge of the cliff. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, in an extremely distant place in the Grand Qin Empire, there was a vast mountain range with overlapping peaks that rose and fell continuously. In the mountains, the vegetation was lush and ferocious beasts were everywhere. At the foot of one of the giant peaks, there was a village. The village covered an area of about half a mile, and there were thousands of families gathered. Those houses were all built with very ordinary wood. Around the village there were large tracts of rice fields, vegetable gardens, pastures, and so on. The atmosphere in the village was also very harmonious. The old people gathered together in twos and threes, basking in the sun, drinking tea and chatting. The children were playing around in the mud, their laughter lingering in the air. The young and strong people were busy in the rice fields and pastures. Everyone's face was filled with a simple smile. In short, Chapter 1197. Near the village. In front of a river, an old man dressed in sackcloth sat by the river, fishing quietly. His body was bent, and he had no aura. He was like an ordinary old man, without any sense of danger. Beside the old man sat a dark-skinned young man. The young man had a dignified appearance, about 1.8 meters tall. His upper body was exposed, and he only wore a pair of large pants made of animal skin. He was also fishing with a fishing rod, but his face was full of impatience. Seeing the motionless float on the river, the young man couldn't help but say angrily, "Second grandpa, I can accompany you fishing, but can't we find a place with fish? Look, it's been a few hours, but the float hasn't moved at all. How can we fish?" The sackcloth old man smiled. "Young man, don't be impatient. Fishing is about..." Before the old man could finish, the young man waved his hand impatiently and said, all right. Don't talk to me about your great principles. I don't understand. Just tell me directly. How long do you want me to sit with you?" The old man said, "I'm cultivating your patience, understand?" The young man pouted, "My patience is about to reach its limit." The old man smiled helplessly and asked, "Then do you know why I kept you in the village all these years and didn't let you go out to explore?" But the young man didn't understand. "It's because you can't stay calm. People who can't stay calm often get into big trouble." The old man said, "Stop bullshitting. It's clearly because you're too bored and kept me in the village to accompany you. Second grandpa, such a promising young man with a bright future was delayed by you. Don't you feel guilty?" The young man said unhappily. The old man's face couldn't help but darken. "Don't be unhappy. Last time, you said yourself that you wanted me to take that artifact to the Forgotten Continent to find Qin Feiyang and help him take care of him. But how long has it been? I'm still here fishing with you. Don't I feel bad?" The young man was like a resentful woman, complaining non-stop. "I said to let you go to the Forgotten Continent, but I didn't say to let you go immediately. You're the one who's impatient," the old man said indifferently. The young man snorted and said, "Then you'd better not let me go for the rest of my life. At least I'll be free. You really don't know what to do." The old man shook his head weakly. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a burly man cut through the sky and flew towards the village. This person was also topless. His muscles were well developed, and his skin was very dark, as if it was smeared with charcoal. The big man landed beside the old man and the young man. The young man immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Uncle Black, you're not being nice. Why didn't you call me along when you went to have fun?" The burly man's face was dark to begin with. Upon hearing the young man's words, his face darkened even more. "Can't you stop talking?" The old man gave him a knock on the head. He looked up at the burly man and smiled. "You're back." The burly man nodded. The old man asked, "Any news?" "Feiyang is back." The burly man said. The young man was slightly taken aback. He stood up and said, "Why is he here again? Could it be that he can't survive in the forgotten continent anymore?" The burly man rolled his eyes at him and looked at the old man. Not long ago, in order to kill someone named Zhang Jin, he even caused a big scene in the first district. It's indeed his style. The old man shook his head and laughed. He asked curiously, why did he want to kill Zhang Jin? This Zhang Jin is Mu Tianyang's lackey. The biggest reason is that the people of Iron Ox Town died because of Zhang Jin. In addition, he also killed many law enforcers of the inner court in the demonic Dragon Mountain in He Province. The burly man laughed. That's right. The old man nodded and was very pleased. The young man frowned and said, "Uncle Black, how do you know so much? You're not happy that I said you're too young. Back then, when Qin Feiyang left the capital, your second grandpa asked me to go to the Butterfly Valley in the spiritual state to keep an eye on him. As soon as he came back, I knew about it and have been secretly watching him." The burly man said, "Second grandpa, you're too much. You asked Uncle Black to go but not me." The young man immediately looked at the old man with dissatisfaction. It was worth mentioning that neither the young man nor the old man were surprised when they heard about Mu Tianyang. The old man rolled his eyes at the young man and looked at the burly man. "Where is he now?" "Black Dragon Swamp." The burly man said. After a moment of thought, he added, "But he mentioned Grandpa." "What did he say?" The old man was suspicious. The burly man said, "He asked Elder Qin where we live and said that he wanted to visit Grandpa." The old man sighed deeply and turned to look at the young man. "Didn't you want to go out and have fun? Now that the opportunity is here, go and find him." "Really?" The young man immediately threw away the fishing rod and asked excitedly. The old man nodded. The young man stretched out his hand in front of the burly man and said, "Then give me the divine artifact. I know it must be in your hands. Otherwise, you'll go to the spiritual state." The burly man looked at the old man. The old man chuckled. "Don't even think about the divine artifact." The young man's expression froze and he said angrily, "Second grandpa, you can't be like this. Didn't you agree?" The old man said, "That was before Feiyang came back. Now that he's back, do you still need the divine artifact?" "I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I won't go." The young man crossed his arms and turned his head to the side, extremely unhappy. "You're still throwing a tantrum? If you don't want to go, then don't go. No one is forcing you. Xiaohei, go and call Lu Jijin here." The old man looked at the burly man and said. The burly man nodded. The young man hurriedly grabbed the burly man and looked at the old man. "Why are you calling my brother here? Didn't you say that you won't go? Then I'll definitely let someone else go. Your brother is stronger than you, smarter than you, and calmer than you. In short, he's better than you in every aspect. With him helping Feiyang, I'll have less to worry about." The old man said. The young man pursed his lips and said, "Anyway, I don't agree. He's in seclusion now. You guys are not allowed to disturb him." "Then what should we do? Someone has to go. After all, Feiyang is our family. We can't just stand by and watch, right? Sigh, my head hurts." The old man rubbed his forehead with a frustrated expression. The young man rolled his eyes and said, "All right, stop acting. I'll go, okay?" Hee. The old man immediately beamed with joy. Hypocrite. The young man secretly despised him. The old man's expression turned solemn as he looked at the young man and said, "Before you go, I have to solemnly remind you not to be willful. The outside world is different from here. It's full of danger. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life." "That's more fun." The young man's lips curled into a cynical smile. The old man's face darkened immediately. The young man hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Oh, I'll remember it. I promise I won't act recklessly." "That's more like it." The old man smiled and continued, "Also, don't let Feiyang know your identity for now." The young man nodded and asked, "Anything else?" The old man waved his hand and said, "No, get lost. You're annoying." Don't speak too soon. Don't miss me so much that you'll cry." The young man smiled slyly and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon rapidly. Rascal! The old man scolded with a smile and looked at the back view of the young man with doting eyes. The burly man shook his head and smiled. He looked at the old man and said, "Is it appropriate to let Jing go? Jing is indeed more suitable than him. However, he's at a critical juncture of his seclusion and can't be disturbed. As for Jing, he's actually not bad. It's just that he's a little mischievous. Take it as a chance for him to train." The old man smiled. The burly man nodded. Black Dragon Pool. Everything was normal. Bang. However, all of a sudden, a young man with a bare upper body descended above the Black Dragon Pool and broke the tranquility. At the peak of the mountain, Lu Hong was busy tending to the garden. When she sensed the aura of the young man, she was shocked and looked up. Immediately, she frowned. Who was this person? Why hadn't she seen him before? The young man soon noticed Lu Hong on the mountain peak. His eyes flashed and he took a step forward. He landed opposite Lu Hong and asked curiously, "Little beauty, what are you doing here in the wilderness? Aren't you afraid of bumping into bad guys?" "Are you the bad guy you're talking about?" Lu Hong looked at him warily. That was because she realized that she could not see through his cultivation. "I'm so handsome. How could it be me?" The young man touched his chin with a smug look. Then he glanced at the mountain peak and said, "Don't tell me you're still planning to settle down here? What does it have to do with you? Who exactly are you?" Lu Hong furrowed her brows. This person did not seem to have any ill intentions. Why did he come to the Black Dragon Pool then? Did he barge in unintentionally? Or was it intentional? The young man chuckled. "Of course it has to do with me because this is my territory. Shouldn't you tell me in advance that you're going to settle down here and see if I'll allow it? Are you looking for trouble?" Lu Hong raised her brows. "Do you still think you're in the right? Now, I order you to tear down that small wooden house immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The young man's nose was pointed to the sky and he was overbearing. Boom. However, before he could finish his words, a terrifying saint's aura emerged and rushed toward the young man with overwhelming force. The young man suddenly raised his head and looked to the left of the cliff. He saw a young man in white standing there. His eyes were as cold as a blade. It was Qin Feiyang, attacking without a word. What a bad temper. The young man grumbled. Boom. A surge of Saint's aura, which was not inferior to Qin Feiyang's, rushed out of his body and collided with Qin Feiyang's Saint's aura. An 8-star battle saint. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank and he quickly dispersed his Saint's aura. It was not because he was afraid of this young man, but because if he fought with this young man here, everything that Lu Hong had set up would be destroyed in an instant. However, the young man did not stop. His Saint's aura surged and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face turned cold. He waved his hand and forcibly dispersed that surge of Saint's aura. Not bad. The young man was surprised and his eyes flickered. Chapter 1198. The young man was stunned. Someone actually dared to tell him to get lost? Interesting. He smiled playfully and flew into the sky with a monstrous aura. He hooked his finger at Qin Feiyang provocatively. However, Qin Feiyang ignored him. He glanced at him indifferently and retracted his gaze. Damn, I'm being ignored? The young man was annoyed. With a wave of his hand, his battle aura emerged and turned into a raging wave that roared toward the peak of the mountain. However, his target was not Qin Feiyang but Lu Hong. I've seen many people who are afraid of death but not many who are courting death, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, like a divine rainbow, he rushed to the front of the battle aura and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the battle aura was dispersed by his punch. However, he also retreated a few feet and his arm was numb. Despite this, the young man was still shocked. One had to know. His cultivation level was 1 level higher than Qin Feiyang's. However, Qin Feiyang was able to scatter his battle chi with a single punch with only his body of flesh and blood. Furthermore, he was not injured at all. Was this guy's body made of iron? No matter who you are, don't think of leaving today. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He activated the phantom steps. In an instant, he appeared in front of the young man and threw another punch. The young man was shocked. He quickly raised his arm and threw a punch. Bang! The two fists collided with a loud bang. A destructive airwave spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. At the same time, both of them retreated a few feet and their arms were sore. The young man swung his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Not only was his body strong, but his strength was also extremely terrifying. This was the effect of eating the divine meat. Now, Qin Feiyang's body was much tougher and stronger than before. If the young man was a 7-star battle saint like Qin Feiyang, that punch would be enough to kill him. The young man shouted, "Show me your strength." That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, the energy in his body surging. He felt unprecedentedly strong. The young man snorted coldly and charged forward without backing down. Rumble! Bang! Bang! The two of them madly collided in the void. Streams of destructive auras surged in all directions like surging tides. But, although the situation was intense, Lu Hong didn't give it a second glance. She buried her head and continued to take care of the garden. Because she had full confidence in Qin Feiyang. Although the young man's background was unknown and his cultivation was higher than Qin Feiyang's, she believed that as long as Qin Feiyang wanted to, he could kill this person at any time. He's so strong. In terms of physical strength and strength, I'm no match for him at all. As the battle reached its climax, the young man became more and more alarmed. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. As for his two arms, the skin and flesh were already lacerated. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. Although he was also injured, he was much better than the young man. He was like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus that didn't know fatigue and pain. The more he fought, the braver and fiercer he became. The young man was almost unable to withstand it. Rumble! Suddenly, taking advantage of the young man's confusion, Qin Feiyang seized the opportunity and slapped the young man's chest. The young man's blood splattered 3 feet. Like a meteorite, he smashed into a giant mountain in the distance. Rumble! That giant mountain collapsed on the spot, dust and smoke rising in all directions. Ha, Qin Feiyang, I've underestimated you in the past. If you think you can defeat me like this, you're gravely mistaken. Accompanied by wild laughter, the young man rushed out of the dust and smoke. His aura was like a rainbow. Above his head, there was a black moon floating in the air. The black moon was only the size of a palm, but it exuded a shocking aura. Come and try this move of mine. The young man grinned. The black moon trembled violently and suddenly swept toward Qin Feiyang with monstrous power. A perfect battle technique? Qin Feiyang muttered. Clang. 40 sword shadows appeared out of thin air. Are you kidding me? So many of them at once? Shouldn't you follow the routine and do it bit by bit? The young man, who was still proud of himself a moment ago, was so scared that his face turned pale. Who has the mood to play tricks with you? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 40 sword shadows roared out in unison. Accompanied by a loud bang, the black moon instantly shattered. More than half of the sword shadows also collapsed, leaving only 6 sword shadows. However, these 6 sword shadows were enough to make the young man despair. This was because every sword shadow was equivalent to a perfect battle art. You can't play like this. The young man took to his heels and ran away in terror. However, the aura of the 6 sword shadows firmly locked onto him. No matter where he ran, the sword shadows would follow. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with murderous intent. Although he had never seen this person before, only Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing knew that he was cultivating in the Black Dragon Pool. Therefore, he concluded that this person must be Lu Xingchen's lackey. He could not kill Lu Xingchen now. However, he would never show mercy to Lu Xingchen's lackeys, especially to this kind of arrogant person who came to cause trouble on his own accord. The young man suddenly laughed. Qin Feiyang frowned. How could he still laugh? The young man said without turning his head, a friendly reminder. Be careful of your surroundings. My surroundings? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Immediately, His pupils suddenly shrank. For black moons suddenly appeared in the void around him without any warning, as if they had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, these black moons were exactly the same in size and aura as the black moon that was shattered by the sword shadows. Boom! As soon as the 4 black moons appeared, they blasted Qin Feiyang's body. The terrifying lethality caused him fatal injuries in an instant. Not only was his body badly mutilated, but one of his arms was also shattered. Dragon blood poured down like a waterfall, soaking the sky. How is this possible? Hearing the commotion, Lu Hong looked up suspiciously and her face was full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang was injured? Clang. At the same time, the young man waved his hand and several more black moons appeared, crushing the 6 sword shadows. Then, he crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. How did you do it? Qin Feiyang took a healing pill and looked at the young man gloomily. My battle technique is called Phantom Moon. The black moon you saw at the beginning was just an illusion. The real black moon is hidden in the void. Moreover, Phantom Moon is similar to your Gui Yuan sword technique. The number of black moons summoned will increase according to the cultivation level. Now, I can summon 40 black moons. After the young man finished speaking, his body shook. Boom! At that moment, black moons the size of a palm constantly swept out from behind the young man and floated above his head. Every black moon exuded an astonishing ferocious aura. Qin Feiyang glanced at the black moons and his face turned solemn. He did not expect this person to have mastered such a terrifying battle technique. Watch carefully. The real Phantom Moon will begin now. The young man grinned and waved his hand. The black moons floating above his head disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight in an instant. Even their auras disappeared. I don't believe that they will really disappear. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes wide and scanned the void, not letting go of any place. However, he could not see anything in the void. They really disappeared. Boom! Immediately after, a strong sense of crisis swept over him. Behind him, 2 black moons appeared out of thin air and blasted his back like lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward. Before he could react, 2 more black moons appeared in front of him and blasted his chest. Left, right, below, above. Black moons continued to appear and blasted his body. They were like ghosts hiding in the void. It was impossible to capture their traces and it was impossible to guard against them. The intense pain made Qin Feiyang's face contort. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. However, he was helpless. How is it? Is my illusionary moon worthy of your attention? The young man was even more proud. Qin Feiyang could not even take care of himself. How would he have the mood to care about him? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Boom! A monstrous battle intent roared out from his body. His eyes and long hair suddenly turned blood red. Battle formula. Once the battle formula was activated, the intense pain immediately disappeared. Because the battle formula could make him forget pain. Moreover, it could make him have an extremely strong defense. It could also reduce half of the lethality, which was equivalent to ignoring these injuries. In short, once the battle formula was activated, he would be immortal among those of the same level. Unless the other party also mastered the divine art. Although the young man's cultivation was higher than him by a small level, don't forget that his body had also fused with the fire of life. Therefore, these black moons could no longer cause any actual damage to him. Qin Feiyang allowed those black moons to continuously bombard his body. He raised his head to look at the young man and said indifferently, "It's only as Amazing." The young man looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. That gaze was as if he was looking at a monster. Now it's my turn. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A mighty dragon aura immediately surged out. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're going to use the divine dragon technique. Let me tell you that's shameless. The young man's eyes widened and hurriedly exclaimed. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. The purple gold dragon aura rolled out. A divine seal the size of a palm suddenly appeared between his hands, and a terrifying divine power instantly swept through the sky. Divine Dragon Seal. It's really the divine dragon formula. The young man panicked and hurriedly waved his hand. This is a misunderstanding, listen to my explanation. Go to hell and explain to the king of hell. Qin Feiyong smiled coldly and suddenly waved his hands. The divine dragon seal broke through the air and instantly expanded to hundreds of feet. It was like a towering mountain, crashing toward the young man. This is going to be big. The young man was secretly annoyed. If he had known that this guy's temper was so bad, he would not have provoked him even if he was beaten to death. There's no other way, I can only use my true ability. Seeing that Qin Feiyong had no intention of stopping, the young man gritted his teeth, placed his hands in front of his chest, and quickly formed a seal. Waves of flaming battle chi surged wildly. Boom! The next moment, between his hands, a palm-sized square seal was condensed. As soon as the square seal appeared, a shocking divine might surged out in all directions like a tide. Divine might. It's actually a divine art. Chapter 1199. The square seal that the young man condensed was extremely similar to the divine dragon seal. The only difference was that the divine dragon seal was purplish gold in color with a purplish gold divine dragon at the bottom. The square seal was scarlet in color and was shrouded in flames with a fire phoenix at the bottom. First stance of the fire phoenix art, fire phoenix seal. The young man hollered. The square seal expanded with the wind as well and instantly grew to a few thousand feet, charging towards the divine dragon seal with rumbling divine might. Boom! The two divine seals collided. An apocalyptic aura swept through the skies. The wind howled and the voids distorted. At the same time, snap, accompanied by a deafening sound, the fire phoenix seal shattered. The young man's body shuddered and blood gushed out of his mouth. Although the divine dragon seal showed signs of shattering as well, its divine might was still present and it continued to charge towards the young man. It was clear that, although the fire phoenix seal was also a divine technique, it was still inferior to the divine dragon seal. Indeed, the fire phoenix art can't compare to the divine dragon art. However, I can't admit defeat just like that. Second stance, Phoenix Cry. The young man's gaze darkened and with a roar, his battle chi rumbled. Screech. In an instant, a fire phoenix streaked through the skies. The fire phoenix spread its wings and roared into the skies, sending an invisible sound wave towards the divine dragon seal. This, Qin Feiyong was stunned. The second stance of the young man, Phoenix Cry, was identical to the second stance of the divine dragon art as well. How could there be such similar divine techniques in this world? Was it a coincidence? Snap. Against the impact of the sound wave, the divine dragon's seal finally shattered, turning into a rain of light that scattered through the skies. Hee, Qin Feiyong, how about we make a bet? If you win, I'll be your follower. If I win, you'll be my follower. The young man provoked. Qin Feiyong did not reply. With a wave of his hand, purplish gold dragon chi surged and a purplish gold divine dragon appeared with a mighty dragon might. The divine dragon coiled in the skies and let out a loud dragon roar that reverberated through the skies. Immediately, a sound wave roared out and collided with the sound wave emitted by the fire phoenix. The young man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body staggered backward. The fiery phoenix above his head shattered on the spot. I'm not interested in you, but I am very interested in your deity incantation. Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed. The sound waves roared, instantly drowning the young man. Ah! The young man immediately howled miserably. It was as if countless sharp blades were cutting into his body, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Looks like I still underestimated the divine dragon technique. The young man panicked and shouted, "Stop! I surrender!" Qin Feiyong turned a deaf ear and asked, "Who are you? What are you here for?" The young man said, "I'm here to become sworn brothers with you." Become sworn brothers? Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, "Even now, you still dare to fool me. You really don't know the difference between life and death." The young man said anxiously, "I'm not messing with you. I'm really here to become sworn brothers with you. Put away these sound waves and listen to my explanation." Qin Feiyong was indifferent. If you don't stop, I'm going to die. If I die, it will only be your loss. The young man was burning with anxiety and annoyance at the same time. Why did he come here to play with fire? Qin Feiyang stared at the young man and suddenly waved his hand. The sound waves that trapped the young man instantly dissipated into nothingness. The young man hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The healing pill that the young man took out actually had 6 pill veins. Swish. He took a step in front of the young man and stretched out his hand. Seeing this, the young man's expression changed. Like a frightened rabbit, he retreated dozens of feet away and waved his hand. It's really a misunderstanding. I came with good intentions. I really didn't see your good intentions. Qin Feiyang's gaze was aggressive. The young man sighed helplessly and said, "Let me put it this way. I'm here to cooperate with you." You really are one of Lu Xingqian's people. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. One of Lu Xingqian's people? The young man was stunned and puzzled. What do I have to do with him? Let me tell you, I don't like him at all. Qin Feiyang was surprised. How could he be so arrogant? He said, "Do you know who Lu Xingqian is?" "Of course I do. Isn't he just Mu Tianyang's doppelganger?" The young man said. Qin Feiyang frowned. He even knew this. What was the background of this person? Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Zheng. I'm from a mysterious force. Lu Zheng said with a smile. Surnamed Lu? Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "Which mysterious force?" "It's not convenient to say. In short, the force behind me is very strong. Even you can't afford to offend it. So in the future, you'd better be polite to me." Lu Zheng said proudly. Surnamed Lu? Is he from Grandpa's family? Qin Feiyang muttered. Lu Zheng walked up to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "What do you think of my proposal?" "What proposal?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Zheng said with a smile, "Become sworn brothers. I'm definitely older than you. In the future, you'll be my brother." "Get lost." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Lu Zheng said with a smile, "Don't be so unreasonable. We're all young people. Let go." "You can go," Qin Feiyang said and turned to land on the top of the mountain. At first, he suspected that Lu Zheng might be from Grandpa's family. But this person obviously didn't want to talk about his identity, so he couldn't be sure. "Oh, don't be like this." Lu Zheng shamelessly followed and said, "Look, we're both people with divine arts, and we're all monstrous talents. You won't lose out if we become sworn brothers, right?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said without looking back, "You can be more narcissistic." Is this narcissism? It's obviously the truth. As Lu Zheng said, he rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "If you really don't want to become sworn brothers, then let's be friends." Not interested. Qin Feiyang went to the edge of the cliff, sat cross-legged on the ground, and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. This person's background was unknown, and his strength was unfathomable. His behavior was also strange. It was best to stay away from him. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was stubborn, Lu Zheng was annoyed. If it weren't for his second grandpa's repeated instructions, he wouldn't have bothered to show his warm face to the cold. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and ran to Lu Hong's side. He smiled and said, "Miss, do you need any help?" Lu Hong answered coldly, then lowered her head and got busy. "You have personality. I like it." Lu Zheng rubbed his chin and looked at Lu Hong's back, his eyes full of playfulness. "Miss, do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, do you think I can do it? I'm a very honest person. Usually I blush when I see women. So, you definitely have a sense of security when we're together." Lu Zheng pestered her shamelessly. "Aren't you annoying?" Lu Hong raised her eyebrows. "Look, after being with Qin Feiyang for so long, even your personality has become as cold as his. This is not good. Women are born gentle and cute. That's what makes them likable." Lu Zheng chuckled. "Shameless, hooligan." Lu Hong glared at him, then turned and walked to the other side. Lu Zheng hurriedly followed with a solicitous look. Seeing that Lu Zheng was harassing Lu Hong again, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Leave immediately." "What? You even want to interfere with my pursuit of love? Moreover, Lu Hong isn't your servant girl. What right do you have to care so much?" Lu Zheng raised his head and looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What do you want to do?" Lu Hong glared at him angrily. Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Isn't it obvious? I fell in love with you at first sight, so I want to stay and pursue you until you agree." Lu Hong's pretty face couldn't help but blush, but the look in her eyes became fiercer. "Don't worry, I'm definitely not saying that I like you to get close to Qin Feiyang. I really like you. Listen, my heart is pounding." As Lu Zheng spoke, he really put his chest in front of Lu Hong. Lu Hong was about to go crazy. Qin Feiyang said, "Ignore him." Lu Hong took a deep breath, nodded to Qin Feiyang, and continued to busy herself. Lu Zheng continued to pester her. Qin Feiyang also looked at Lu Zheng silently. He wanted to see what this person wanted to do. Lu Zheng didn't leave. He kept circling Lu Hong. It seemed that he really liked Lu Hong. But Lu Hong always looked at him coldly. She only felt annoyed. Time passed like this, day by day. Half a month later, boom, a powerful saintly aura suddenly erupted on the mountain peak. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng sat opposite each other at the coffee table beside the small wooden house. When they heard movement, they immediately turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They saw that Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already stepped into the 8-star battle saint realm. Lu Zheng retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Hong. He asked, "When did he break through to the 7-star battle saint realm?" Lu Hong glanced at him indifferently and said, "Half a month ago." "Half a month ago? Isn't that when I came here?" "Damn, breaking through a small realm in half a month, what kind of monster is this guy?" Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. "Don't speak ill of him," Lu Hong said angrily. He, it seems that you care about him a lot. But he doesn't seem to be interested in you. You should consider me. Look at me, in terms of talent, I'm not much worse than him. In terms of handsomeness, I can completely crush him. Why aren't you moved at all?" Lu Zheng looked at her with a puzzled expression. Lu Hong rolled her eyes. After spending half a month with him, she realized that other than being a little narcissistic and arrogant, this person did not have any ill intentions. So her attitude was not as cold as before. However, she did not dare to let her guard down. After all, one could not judge a book by its cover. At the same time, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, withdrew his saintly aura, and turned to look at Lu Zheng. "Hi." Lu Zheng waved his hand in greeting. Qin Feiyang ignored him directly. He had already gotten used to this person's shamelessness these days. He retracted his gaze and scanned the mountains below. There was a faint trace of excitement in his eyes. He had finally become an 8-star battle saint. He could take the 9-turn dragon blood pill now. As long as he took the 9-turn dragon blood pill, his cultivation would instantly break through a small realm and become a 9-star battle saint. He would only be one step away from becoming a battle emperor. Once his cultivation broke through to the battle emperor level, he would be able to do many things, such as the 6-word divine formula and the alchemy scripture. The return formula, battle formula, and kill formula each had a heaven-defying power. The 4th divine formula would definitely not be weak either. In other words, he would have another trump card in his hands at that time. Chapter 1200. Phew! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and suppressed his excitement. He entered the ancient castle, walked to the altar, and started refining pills. He had refined the 9 reincarnation dragon blood pill many times. Thus, he was able to refine 2 pills with ease. Wolf King opened his eyes and said helplessly, "Little Qin Zi, your cultivation speed is really enviable." Fatso, Viper, 2-winged Snow Eagle, and the others nodded in agreement. In terms of effort, they worked harder than Qin Feiyang. That was because they cultivated in seclusion in the ancient castle every day. However, the gap between them did not shrink. Instead, it grew bigger and bigger. Viper and Dan Wangkai felt it the most. Back in Qinghai, one of them was an 8-star battle saint while the other was a 9-star battle saint. At that time, Qin Feiyang's cultivation was only a 3-star battle saint. How long had it been? He had already broken through to an 8-star battle saint. After taking the 9 reincarnation dragon blood pill, it would not take long for him to catch up with them. Everyone felt a lot of pressure. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one and shook his head with a smile. There is motivation when there is pressure. The pangolin said, "This is not motivation, it's helplessness." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. When they were with this guy, they had to be prepared to be attacked at any time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He sat cross-legged on the ground and focused for a moment before taking a 9 reincarnation dragon blood pill. Fatso said, "Wait, you just left Lu Hong alone outside. Aren't you afraid that Lu Zheng will force himself on her? Do you think he will dare?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Who knows?" Fatso pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll tell you the truth. His liking of Lu Hong is just an excuse. His real goal is to get close to me." "Why would he do that? What's his goal?" Fatso frowned. "Who knows? But as long as it's not Lu Xingqian's people, it's fine." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he calmed down and focused on breaking through to the next realm. The energy of the 9 revolutions dragon blood pill was extremely majestic, and it continuously surged into his limbs and bones. He could clearly sense that both his physical body and his essence, qi, and spirit were improving bit by bit. An unknown amount of time passed. Boom! All of a sudden, his aura burst out uncontrollably. Moreover, it was rising at an astonishing speed. Fatso sneakily glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Wolf King, Viper, and the others. With a sinister smile, he said, "How about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Fatso said, "Let's bet on whether Boss can succeed in one try." "Sure. I bet all my money that he can do it in one go." Without another word, Wolf King took out the Qinkuan bag in his Qi Si and threw it on the ground. "I also believe that Qin Feiyang can succeed in one try." "Me too." Winged Snow Eagle, Black Dragon Snake, Ghost Snake Emperor, and Flood Dragon also placed their bets. Finally, they were all betting on Qin Feiyang to succeed in one try. Only Fatso had not placed his bet yet. He hesitated. Originally, he also wanted to bet on Qin Feiyang succeeding in one try, but now that everyone had placed their bets, wouldn't it be meaningless if he also placed his bet? Finally, he gritted his teeth, took out the Qinkuan bag, pressed it on the ground, and said, "Fat Lord bet that he will need to take at least 2 9 revolutions dragon blood pills to succeed." "Brat, just you wait and cry." That's right, with Qin Feiyang's potential, how could he need 2 9 revolutions dragon blood pills? Everyone laughed in schadenfreude. Does this 9 revolutions dragon blood pills success in one try have anything to do with his potential? Fatso coldly snorted. He didn't believe it. Everyone was paying close attention to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and he was about to reach the peak of the 8-star battle saint realm. The smile on Viper and the rest's faces became even wider. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely succeed in one try. This was because Viper and Dan Wangkai had both taken the 9 revolutions dragon blood pill before, so they knew how huge the energy of the 9 revolutions dragon blood pill was. Even if it had nothing to do with his potential, Qin Feiyang would definitely be able to break through. Boom! Finally, Qin Feiyang's aura had reached the peak of the 8-star battle saint realm. He was about to break through the shackles and become a 9-star battle saint, but suddenly his aura began to weaken. What's going on? Wolf King, Viper, and the rest widened their eyes in shock. Needless to say, there must be insufficient energy. Fatso laughed out loud. This was really a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This shouldn't be. If I can break through in one try, why can't he? Dan Wangkai said with a long face. You have neglected a very serious problem. You have been a 9-star battle saint for a long time, so the probability of success in one try is much higher. Boss has just broken through to the 8-star battle saint realm and hasn't stabilized yet. How can he succeed in one try? Fatty smiled proudly, his face blossoming with joy. Dan Wangkai immediately collapsed to the ground. Just as Fatso was speaking, Qin Feiyang took the second 9 revolutions dragon blood pill, and majestic energy surged through his limbs and bones again. Boom! He broke through the shackles in one go and became a 9-star battle saint. I lost my entire fortune. Viper cried out in sorrow. As one of the Azure Sea's 10 heroes, he definitely had a lot of wealth, such as medicinal herbs, battle arts, and so on. The reason why he bet everything was because he never thought that he would lose. Wolf King and the rest of the beasts were also dejected. Ha! I've earned big! I've earned big! Fatso, on the other hand, laughed loudly and beamed with joy. Looking at him, everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. Brother Fatty! Suddenly, Dan Wankai came in front of Fatso and smiled obsequiously. Fatso quivered and quickly waved his hand to keep all the Chenkuan bags. Then he looked at Dan Wankai warily and asked, "What do you want?" Let's discuss it. There are many important things in my Chenkuan bag," Dan Wankai said pitifully. Fatso said, "What does it have to do with me? You are the one who wanted to bet." Yes, it's my fault. How about this? You return the Chenkuan bag to me. If you need anything in the future, I will help you unconditionally," Dan Wankai said. Fatso was stunned and asked, "Really unconditionally?" Dan Wankai nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Fatso lowered his head and muttered to himself, looking hesitant. Brother Fatty, Dan Wankai was extremely anxious. As the #1 alchemist in Qinghai, his wealth could be said to be more than the sum of Viper and the others. There were even sacred artifacts. Fatso said, "Call me Fat Lord." Hey, Fat Lord. In order to get back the Chenkuan bag, Dan Wankai was going all out. He would do whatever he was told. Seeing how sincere you are, Fat Lord will, Fatso was all smiles. Dan Wankai thought that Fatso had agreed, but Fatso's face suddenly changed and he laughed, "No way." Dan Wankai's face suddenly darkened. Fatso said proudly, "This was won by Fat Lord fair and square, why should I return it to you?" "Damn Fatso, you're a bastard," Dan Wankai roared, stomping his feet in anger. "How about it? I'm a bastard." Fatso didn't care at all, and was extremely proud. Looking at his arrogant appearance, everyone wanted to rush up and beat him up. At this time, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at Wolf King, Dan Wankai and the others speechlessly, and said, "You guys reap what you sow." Although he was breaking through, he could clearly see what everyone was doing. He could only say that compared to Fatso, these guys were still too young. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, extremely vexed. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to care. He got up and walked to the front of the pill furnace, opening it again to refine pills. This time, he was refining the small creation pill. Breaking through to the 9-star war saint naturally opened the door to potential. "Dan Wankai, come over and help me." After refining the pill, Qin Feiyang called out to Dan Wankai, then sat cross-legged on the ground and threw the small creation pill into his mouth. Dan Wankai glared at Fatso and walked behind Qin Feiyang. The Emperor's might roared out and firmly imprisoned Qin Feiyang. Fatso rolled up his sleeves and shouted at everyone, "Your chance to turn the tables has arrived, quickly place your bets and leave." Scram! Everyone immediately glared at him fiercely. They had lost everything, what else could they use to bet? Did they want their lives? Boring. Fatso pursed his lips. This time, Qin Feiyang succeeded on his first try. Viper sighed. Once he breaks through the War Saint realm, his cultivation speed will increase explosively again. I really hope he suddenly becomes a piece of trash. The white-eyed wolf muttered. What did you say? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the white-eyed wolf unkindly. Did brother say anything? Cough, cough. The white-eyed wolf coughed dryly and shouted at Fatso and the others. Who said that just now? Quickly stand out for brother. Do you not want to live anymore? Everyone rolled their eyes. Qin Feiyang could not help but roll his eyes at it. He got up and left the castle. At the peak of the mountain, seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Lu Jing casually glanced at him and did not pay much attention to him. He continued to pester Lu Hong. But suddenly his expression froze. Something seemed to be wrong? He looked at Qin Feiyang again. Immediately, he suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Hong also looked at Qin Feiyang, but there was only a smile on her face. There was no surprise or shock. Swish. Lu Jing took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He said in shock and anger, "What happened to your cultivation? Is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang looked at him calmly. "Nonsense. You just broke through to an 8-star battle saint. You went to the castle and became a 9-star battle saint. Is this not a problem?" Lu Jing shouted. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and walked past him toward Lu Hong. "Tell me, how did you do it?" Lu Jing chased after him, his eyes full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Zheng's clothes, and tore them into pieces. Lu Zheng was not the only one who did not expect this move. Lu Hong was also shocked. Qin Feiyang's gaze was fixed on Lu Zheng's chest. There was a dark gold potential imprint there. "What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm not interested in men. You'd better watch yourself." Lu Jing panicked. He quickly protected the potential mark and looked at Qin Feiyang warily. He obviously wanted to change the topic. Chapter 12:01. "Of course." Lu Jing nodded unnaturally. "Are you that capable? If you really relied on yourself to open these doors of potential, would you still be an 8-star battle saint?" Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly. In today's world, only his ancestor relied on his own abilities to open all the doors of potential. Since then, no one else had done it. Lu Jing claimed that he opened them himself. Wasn't he comparing himself to his ancestor? What a joke! His ancestor was shockingly talented. Who could compare to him after millions of years? Hearing this, Lu Jing looked rather embarrassed. "Tell me, where did you get the potential pill from? Also, is Lu Jing your real name?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous signal. He began to suspect Lu Zheng's identity. From the beginning, he had never believed this person. Although the Lu family was powerful, they had always been hidden from the world. Very few people knew about them. But it was not that no one knew. For example, Lu Xingchen, the state preceptor, and so on. They all knew of the Lu family's existence. Therefore, he could not rule out the possibility that this person in front of him was deliberately arranged by them to get close to him. Lu Jing might be a fake name. "I will never change my name. Lu Jing is me. If you don't believe me, I can swear on the name of my ancestors for 18 generations." Lu Jing made a solemn vow. He felt a headache coming on. Why was this guy so difficult to deal with? In the past, he had looked down on Qin Feiyang and felt that this little cousin of his was useless. But now that he had interacted with him, he realized that he was too difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "It doesn't matter to me if all 18 generations of your ancestors die. I just want to know how your doors of potential were opened." "Bastard, how dare you say such things? Be careful of being struck by lightning." Lu Zheng was instantly enraged. 18 generations of his ancestors. Wasn't that equivalent to 18 generations of Qin Feiyang's ancestors? This was too much. Qin Feiyang said, "What do I have to do with you? Why can't I tell you?" "I just can't tell you. You can make any kind of joke except for this. I'm telling you, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll fight you to the death." Lu Jing stared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang stared straight at Lu Zheng, his eyes flickering. Lu Zheng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at like that. A moment later, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and walked to Lu Hong's side without saying a word. He then sat down on the stone bench. Lu Hong took out a tea set and obediently squatted at the side to boil water and make tea. Lu Zheng walked up and sat across from Qin Feiyang. "I'll say it again. I have no ill intentions towards you." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded faintly. There was no change in his expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Hong finished making tea, poured a cup for Qin Feiyang, and then pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. The fragrance of the tea was strong, and he suddenly felt refreshed. "Where's mine?" Lu Jing looked at Lu Hong. "Pour it for yourself." Lu Hong said, "Alas, this is the difference. No matter what I do for you in your eyes, it can't compare to Qin Feiyang." Lu Jing shook his head and sighed. His eyes were full of disappointment and helplessness. Lu Hong rolled her eyes. She turned to Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, "Are you really going to keep him by your side?" Qin Feiyang pondered and didn't say anything. Lu Hong said secretly, "I know you must be thinking that this person is very likely to be from your grandfather's family. But people's hearts are unpredictable. What if he's not? If he's not, there's only one ending for him, death." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "How about this? Use your slave seal to control him. Then you can peek into his inner thoughts. As for his identity, it was only natural that the truth would be revealed." Lu Hong said, "If I had the confidence to control him, I would have done so long ago." Qin Feiyang said secretly, "What do you mean? Didn't you fight half a month ago? He's no match for you at all." Lu Hong was surprised. "You only saw the surface. In fact, his strength is far more than that." Qin Feiyang said secretly. "It can't be?" Lu Hong was surprised. "You're just a bystander. Naturally you don't know. But I saw it very clearly when I fought with him head-on. I remember that when I used the second style of the Dragon God's roar, although he looked very scared, there was no fear in his eyes. This is enough to show that he still has a certain level of confidence." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong said secretly, "According to what you said, aren't we keeping a disaster by our side? Whether it's a disaster or not is still unknown. But now, what puzzles me the most is that his Fire Phoenix technique and my Dragon God technique are almost the same. It gives me the feeling that it's a copy of the Dragon God technique." Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted together. Could these two divine arts be related? Lu Hong was also thinking. Because at that time, she also saw it. What shameful things are you whispering in secret? Could it be that they are discussing how to force a confession out of me? Lu Zheng looked at the two of them warily. "You guessed right," Lu Hong said. "Xiao Hong, it's been so many days. Haven't you seen my feelings? I don't ask you to like me. After all, liking someone, especially a stranger like me, is a process. I will slowly open your heart and let you accept me. But please don't help the evildoer now, okay? You're making me very sad, you know?" Lu Zheng was stunned and immediately cried out sadly. Snot and tears were running down his face. He was very sad. Lu Hong's face was dark and blue veins were popping out. It was a pity that this guy didn't become an actor. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked up at Lu Zheng and said, "Do you want to hear a story?" Lu Zheng was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What story?" "There was once a young man who was a proud son and even had a chance to inherit the throne. But all of a sudden, everything changed. Father didn't like him. Not only did he destroy his cultivation, but he also expelled him from the family and became an abandoned son." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Lu Zheng stretched out his hand and said, "Wait, isn't this talking about you?" Qin Feiyang ignored him and continued, "Those years, he was desperate and helpless. He didn't know how to live. He hated everyone in the world, especially his maternal grandfather's family." What the hell? What did his maternal grandfather's family do wrong? Why did he hate them so much? Lu Zheng frowned and looked very unhappy. The young man's maternal grandfather was a very powerful old man. There were also many powerful people in the family. But when the young man was in dire straits, not only did they not help him, they didn't even visit him. Tell me, if you met such a family member, wouldn't you hate him? You have to know that the young man was only 10 years old at that time. Can he bear this kind of pain? Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng calmly as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Lu Zheng was speechless. Although the young man didn't say it, he always hated them in his heart. And he was also a very strong-willed person. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he never thought of asking his maternal grandfather for help. Maybe in his heart, he had already cut off this family relationship. Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Nonsense." Lu Zheng suddenly stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang. He shouted, "How do you know that they didn't care about you or visit you? They just didn't show up. You are indeed a member of the Lu family." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Lu Zheng was stunned. His expression suddenly changed. He accidentally let it slip. He said in a low voice, "Are you setting a trap for me? You only realized it now. You're too slow." Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Zheng was extremely annoyed. He exclaimed in his heart, "Second grandpa, it's not my fault. This kid is too smart. It's impossible to guard against him." "Grandpa, is he okay?" Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng and asked. Lu Zheng sighed helplessly and nodded. "He's okay." "Do you really hate us?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I used to hate you, but not anymore." Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Actually, we did appear. It's just that you didn't see it." Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Zheng said, "When you were beheaded in public, second grandpa personally took Uncle He and me to the imperial city to save you. But in the end, we saw that someone came to save you, so we didn't do anything." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said, "Then how should I address you?" Lu Zheng said with a smile, "Call me cousin." Qin Feiyang looked at him unhappily. Lu Zheng said, "I'm not joking. I'm really your cousin." Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Okay, I believe you. But why do you have to hide your identity? This is second grandpa's order. He doesn't want to hide it from you. He wants to hide it from the people around you. For some reason, our Lu family can't attract the attention of the imperial palace. So second grandpa is worried that the people around you will leak the secret." Lu Zheng said. "So that's the case." Qin Feiyang mumbled and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Whether it's Lu Hong or the others, those who stay by my side are the people I trust the most." Lu Zheng said, "Then we're not wrong to be worried. After all, we don't know the people around you." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That was true," he said, "but I don't understand. Why are you afraid that the people of the imperial palace will know?" Lu Zheng said, "You have to ask second grandpa about this. I don't have the authority to tell you. Of course, second grandpa won't see you now." Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "The second grandpa you're talking about is my grandfather?" No. Second grandpa is your second grandfather. Your grandfather is the eldest. The clansmen call him great-grandpa." Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then where is grandfather now?" A cold light flashed in Lu Zheng's eyes. He said with a smile, "Do you still need to ask?" "He's definitely in the village." "The village?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Zheng said with a smile, "Our Lu family is a group of ordinary people. So we live like ordinary people." "You're ordinary people? You must be kidding." Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him. "Hong, if you're interested, I can take you there. But there's a rule in our village. Any foreign woman who enters the village must first marry a man in the village." "Why don't you marry me?" Lu Zheng said with a chuckle. "Get lost." Chapter 1202. Lu Zheng pointed to the sky and vowed, "Heaven and earth can bear witness to my love for you. Come on. Aren't you trying to get close to Qin Feiyang by trying to get close to me?" Lu Hong looked at him with disdain. Lu Zheng was stunned and laughed dryly. "You guys saw through me. We're not blind." Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him. Lu Zheng smiled embarrassedly. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal made a sound. "Be quiet." Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and took out the image crystal. The next moment, an illusory figure appeared. It was a burly man with a tall figure and a rough face. His cheeks and chin were full of stubble, looking a little sloppy. "Wait." The burly man said. Qin Feiyang asked, "How is it?" "The situation is not optimistic." Yen Wei shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. "What do you mean?" "To get close to the state preceptor, I have to enter the law enforcement hall first, but now I don't even have a way to enter the law enforcement hall. Because the law enforcement hall's recruitment conditions are too harsh, they directly recruit from the War God Temple." Yen Wei said. "War God Temple." Qin Feiyang was silent. He naturally knew about this place. Only those with extreme talent and at least a battle sage could enter the War God Temple. The most important thing was that the War God Temple never recruited from the outside. They were selected from the disciples of the temple. And Yen Wei couldn't become a disciple of the temple at all now. The first was cultivation. The second was age. It had already far exceeded the recruitment standards of the temple. I've already thought of many ways, even finding someone to get in through the back door didn't work, so I can only look for you to see if you have any ideas. Yen Wei was a little anxious. Don't worry, there will definitely be a way. Qin Feiyang comforted and lowered his head to ponder. What's going on? Lu Zheng glanced at Yen Wei and then looked at Lu Hong suspiciously. However, Lu Hong didn't even look at him. She lowered her head and pondered. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked up at Yen Wei and said, "Go find the imperial advisor and bring him here." What? Yen Wei was shocked. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Wasn't bringing the imperial tutor here equivalent to digging his own grave? Qin Feiyang said, "Do as I say. It's best if you come back in an hour. I need to make some arrangements first." All right. Yen Wei nodded, and the shadow disappeared. Lu Hong withdrew her gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a frown. What on earth do you want to do? If we rely on ordinary methods, I don't know how long it will take for Yen Wei to lurk beside the imperial advisor. So we have to use some extraordinary means. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said suspiciously, "You want to use yourself as bait to help Yen Wei?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Good idea. Lu Zheng gave him a thumbs up. You call this a good idea? Lu Hong said angrily. It is. Think about it. After Yen Wei reports to the imperial advisor will bring people to capture Qin Feiyang. At that time, he will definitely reward Yen Wei. Yen Wei can take advantage of the situation and propose to follow the imperial advisor. And when the imperial advisor sees that Yen Wei has made a contribution, he may agree at once. It can be said that there is no other way more direct and effective than this. Lu Zheng said. Lu Hong said, "Of course I know what you said, but this is too risky. I don't agree." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have other arrangements. Nothing will happen." What arrangements? Lu Hong frowned. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and poured his battle chi into it. Buzz. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in the void. It was Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen asked with a smile, "What can I do for you, Brother Qin?" Qin Feiyang said, "I need your help with something. Come to the Black Dragon Pool." Lu Xingchen said, "I know you don't come to me for no reason. Do you want to go now?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "I'll be right there." Lu Xingchen nodded and turned off the image crystal. Why does your relationship with Lu Xingchen seem a little unusual? Don't tell me you've really joined forces with him. As your cousin, I have to tell you seriously that you must never betray the great Qin Empire. Lu Zheng said solemnly. No matter how much of a bastard I am, I won't forget my roots. Right now, we're just taking advantage of each other. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said with a smile, that'd better be the case. Otherwise, it'll be ugly if we brothers kill each other. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, I don't think I've acknowledged you as my cousin yet, right? Whether you acknowledge me or not is destined. You can't run away even if you want to. Come on, call me big brother first. Let me feel it. Lu Zheng chuckled, his face full of lust. Qin Feiyang directly ignored him. Swish. Not long after, Lu Xingchen arrived. He glanced at Lu Zheng and asked in confusion, Who is he? Qin Feiyang said, A subordinate I just subdued. Lu Zheng's face darkened, and he said angrily through voice transmission, Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Cut the crap. Qin Feiyang glared at him, then looked at Lu Xingchen and said, The state preceptor will be here later. Help me do something. What? Lu Xingchen was stunned and said in surprise, What the hell? Why is he here? Qin Feiyang said, Don't ask. You just have to hide in the dark and save me before he kills me. That's not a big problem. But I'm thinking, are you planning something again? If you are, there's no need to hide it from me, right? Lu Xingchen frowned. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked back. Okay, I didn't ask. I'll go to the space divine item first. Lu Xingchen smiled helplessly. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him and asked, Where is Ren Duxing now? Lu Xingchen said with a smile, "Tell me what you're planning. I'll tell you where he is." "You can go to the space divine item now." Qin Feiyang bluntly asked him to leave. Lu Xingchen smiled and didn't linger any longer. In an instant he disappeared without a trace. Lu Zheng said through voice transmission, "Can he be trusted? If Lu Xingchen didn't help when the state preceptor attacked, wouldn't he be killed?" "Don't worry. He still needs me to do something for him. Although I don't know what it is, I won't leave him in the lurch. You go to the castle and stay there." Qin Feiyang said to himself. The castle? Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. He had been interested in this mysterious castle for a long time. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lu Zheng in. Then, he glanced at the top of the mountain and turned to Lu Hong. He said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. You've worked so hard to arrange everything these days. It might be ruined in a moment." "It's okay." Lu Hong shook her head. Qin Feiyang smiled and picked up his teacup. He chatted with Lu Hong while sipping his tea. Time passed quietly. When an hour was up, a terrifying divine power suddenly descended on the top of the mountain. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He exchanged glances with Lu Hong and pretended to be surprised. He looked up and saw a white-haired old man standing in the sky. Yan Wei was also beside him. "Why you here?" Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, his face full of horror. Boom! But the response was a terrifying divine power. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong were immediately imprisoned. Swoosh! The state preceptor took a step forward and landed in front of them. He sneered, "Let's see how you can escape this time." Yan Wei also landed behind the state preceptor. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng and sneered. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "How did you know we were here?" The state preceptor pointed at Yan Wei and smiled. "I have to thank him." Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and landed on Yan Wei. His eyes flashed coldly. Yan Wei sneered. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just doing my duty as a subject." Qin Feiyang said, "I don't remember seeing you before." "Yes, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you before. Yesterday, I was looking for herbs in the mountains and accidentally came here. I found you hiding here? You, Qin Feiyang, are full of evil. Everyone has the right to kill you. Naturally, I had to inform the state preceptor as soon as possible." Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang's eyes were hazy. He said, "Do you know what the consequences of offending me are?" Yan Wei said, "I don't know. I only know how to get rid of evil for the people and share the burden of the state preceptor." The state preceptor was full of smiles. He seemed to be very satisfied with Yan Wei's attitude. He glanced at the mountain peak and smiled at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. He said, "It seems that you plan to stay here for a long time." Qin Feiyang was silent. "Don't think about it. No one will come to save you now. When I kill you, your castle and Changshui will be mine." Haha, at that time, not to mention Mu Tenyang, even if all the strong people in the world come out, they won't be able to stop me. The state preceptor laughed wildly. His ambition was exposed. "What exactly do you want to do? Rebellion?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Rebellion? This is not a small crime, but it has nothing to do with you." After the state preceptor said that, his old eyes surged with killing intent. He landed in front of Qin Feiyang and slapped his palm towards Qin Feiyang's head. "Go to hell." He laughed sinisterly. He had already imagined the scene of Qin Feiyang's head bursting open. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, who were standing in front of him, suddenly disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? The state preceptor's eyes widened in anger. He quickly scanned the surrounding void. He could actually escape from the imprisonment of the divine might? "Little bastard!" Abruptly, he roared, his hair standing on end. His divine might rolled in all directions. The giant peak under his feet instantly shattered and turned into dust. Following closely, his divine sense flooded out in all directions. However, wherever his divine sense went, he did not catch Qin Feiyang's aura, nor did he find any traces of the castle. "This is impossible." His old face was filled with disbelief. How did this little bastard do it? Yen Wei's eyes flashed slightly, revealing a look of horror, and muttered, I actually let him escape. This time it's over, he definitely won't let me go. What should I do? I don't want to die yet. These words were obviously said deliberately for the state preceptor to hear. The state preceptor suddenly turned to look at him and shouted, Shut up for me. Chapter 1203. A mere Qin Feiyang was able to scare you to this extent. With just this bit of courage, are you worthy of following this nation preceptor? The imperial tutor snorted coldly. Before coming, Yen Wei had already made a request. Yen Wei panicked and hurriedly knelt on the ground, saying, I know I was wrong, I will definitely change. The imperial tutor glanced at him indifferently, then glanced at the void, opened a portal, and left with a belly full of anger. Yen Wei's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly got up and chased after him. At the same time, above a certain lake, a space divine object was hidden in the void and swept across. Inside the space divine object, Qin Feiyang, Lu Hong, and Lu Xingchen stood side by side. Previously, after saving Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong in the Black Dragon Swamp, Lu Xingchen immediately left in the space divine object. Although he was not afraid of the imperial tutor now, because of his identity, he did not want to meet the imperial tutor too early. Stop! Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand. The scene in the void in front of him immediately froze in the sky above a mountain. This meant that the space divine object had stopped. You owe me another favor. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, Speaking of favors, it seems that you also owe me a lot. Back then I spared Feng Wuxie, Wan Qiu, and the others a few times. You actually still remember? Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled helplessly. How can I forget a favor? Besides, it's a favor you owe me. But I'm wondering, where exactly is Wan Qiu now? Qin Feiyang said. Last time, he specifically asked the commander of the Kirin army to look for Wan Qiu, but the result was to no avail. You should be able to guess. Lu Xingchen did not answer directly. As expected, it's hidden in your spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, glanced at the secret room in front of him, and said, I remember you said that this secret room is only a part of your spatial divine item. Lu Xingchen nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Then are you interested in taking me to other places? Lu Xingchen smiled and said, I don't think there's a need for that, because you've seen it before and even entered it. Jeff? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen said, That's right. Do you remember the valley you found in the desert of death? Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It turned out that the valley was a spatial divine object. Since we're working together now, can you tell me if you've subdued anyone else other than Dong Qing, Zhang Jin, and Wan Qiu? Qin Feiyang said. There is. And they're all people you know. But you can only guess who they are. Don't say that I'm not sincere. After all, I didn't see your sincerity either. Lu Xingchen chuckled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, Okay, I didn't ask. Send us out. But before we leave, I want to tell you something. Have you heard of the Sea of Reincarnation? Lu Xingchen said. The Sea of Reincarnation. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and a trace of fear crawled up his face. It seems that you've heard of it. If you're interested, you can go there. I promise you won't go in vain. After saying that, Lu Xingchen waved his hand and directly sent Qin Feiyang out. Then, he drove the spatial divine item and disappeared at the end of the mountain range without looking back. Lu Hong glanced at the void and said telepathically, What kind of place is the Sea of Reincarnation? The Sea of Reincarnation is the most terrifying forbidden area of the Great Qin Empire. It's located in the extreme north of the imperial capital. It's said that even the gods don't dare to set foot there. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. When he was young, he had read about the Sea of Reincarnation in an ancient history book. It was a very terrifying place. But he didn't expect Lu Xingchen to suddenly mention this place. What exactly was hidden in the Sea of Reincarnation? He knew Lu Xingchen well. It was impossible for him to just say it casually. There must be some kind of factor or conspiracy. Are you kidding? Even the gods don't dare to set foot there. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Lu Hong was surprised. I've never been there, so I don't know the specific situation. But when I was young, someone repeatedly warned me that I could go anywhere except the Sea of Reincarnation. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong asked. The current emperor? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong's pupils constricted. What kind of person was the current emperor? To be able to say such words was enough to prove that the Sea of Reincarnation was indeed extraordinary. Do you think I should go? Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and asked. It's best not to go. Because with Lu Xingqian's character, he definitely won't let you take advantage of him. There must be a conspiracy. Lu Hong said. That's what I thought. But I really have to make a trip because I want to see what tricks he's playing. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, You know that there are tigers in the mountain, but you still want to go there. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and said, But before we go, we have to make a trip to the treasure pavilion first. With that, he took out 2 illusory form pills. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and Fatso's shadow appeared. Fatso pursed his lips and said, Your cousin is looking for you. Cousin? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned off the image crystal. With a wave of his hand, Lu Zheng appeared out of thin air. He has to send a message to you first. I've never seen such a troublesome space divine object. As soon as Lu Zheng appeared, he began to complain, his eyes full of disdain for the castle. Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, You mean you've seen a lot of space divine objects? Lu Zheng was taken aback and waved his hand. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but I've seen space divine objects. Where have you seen them? Qin Feiyang's eyes sparkled. Don't look at me like that. Even if I give you a space divine object, you may not dare to accept it. Lu Zheng joked. Why don't you give it a try? Qin Feiyang provoked. Lu Zheng chuckled and said playfully, Is that so? What if I say that the owner of this space divine object is your grandfather? My grandfather also has a space divine object. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Lu Zheng said proudly, What's so great about a space divine object? Let me tell you, I even have a divine object, Lu Zheng. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. This was greatly beyond his expectations. He said in surprise, Really? Of course, why do you think the emperors of the past were so afraid of the Lu family? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. If it weren't for the existence of the Lu family, you and your mother, who is my aunt, would have already gone to hell. Lu Zheng smiled coldly and arrogantly. Qin Feiyang sucked in a breath of cold air. He never expected that the foundation of his grandfather's family was so terrifying. But there was another problem. Since the Lu family was so strong, why didn't they dare to enter the imperial city openly? What kind of secret was hidden in this? Lu Zheng glanced at him and said indifferently, Don't think about it. There are some things that you will never think of in your lifetime. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. He asked, Why are you looking for me? Lu Zheng chuckled and said, Aren't you going to the imperial city? I happen to want to go shopping too. I'm not going to play. Qin Feiyang frowned. You do your thing, and I'll play mine. What's the matter? Lu Zheng asked back. Qin Feiyang shrugged helplessly. He took a phantom pill and gave the other to Lu Hong. Qin Feiyang disguised himself as a thin and sickly young man. Lu Hong only changed her facial features slightly, but she still looked so charming. Lu Zheng touched his chin and looked at Lu Hong with a frivolous look. He said with a smirk, You're not a particularly charming woman, but why do I like you more and more? Hooligan. Of course, Lu Hong didn't look happy. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and took out a phantom pill. He looked at Lu Zheng and said, Do you need it? Of course. Although I rarely go to the imperial city, some old monsters in the imperial city still know me. After all, I'm young, rich, and talented. I can't keep a low profile even if I want to. Lu Zheng snatched the phantom pill and threw it into his mouth. Idiot, right? Lu Hong rolled her eyes. Lu Zheng suddenly felt wronged and said, Am I so unbearable in your heart? I'm so sad. Get lost. Lu Hong's face darkened. Didn't this bastard have a serious moment? Lu Jing chuckled. The next moment, he turned into a devilish young man, wearing a purple robe. His skin was as white as jade, and his long purple hair was extremely flamboyant. Moreover, he also took out a folding fan from his Qingquan bag and waved it leisurely. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, he said with an evil smile, "How about it? Am I handsome now?" Lu Hong looked him up and down and said seriously, "Put on some makeup, wear a dress, and tie a ponytail. You'll definitely be more handsome." The smile on Lu Zheng's face suddenly froze. Wasn't she saying that he was a sissy? I didn't expect a little girl like you to have such a sharp tongue. But I like it. Are you ready? Lu Zheng said. Ready for what? Lu Hong didn't understand. Lu Zheng said with an evil smile, ready to accept my bombardment of pursuit. Don't be narcissistic. Even if I become a nun, I won't like a man like you. Lu Hong snorted coldly. It's okay. If you become a nun, I'll become a monk. Then we'll be more compatible. Lu Zheng smiled evilly. Lu Hong was mad. How could this person be so shameless? Looking at the two of them bickering, Qin Feiyang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. If Lu Zheng really liked Lu Hong, then this could be considered a good thing. After all, Lu Zheng, whether it was his family background or his own conditions, was completely compatible with Lu Hong. However, was Lu Zheng joking, or was he really interested? It still needed to be confirmed. Buzz. He waved his hand and opened the portal. Looking at the two of them, he said with a faint smile, "Let's go." After that, he took the lead and stepped into the portal. I'm telling you, stop fooling around. Lu Hong glared fiercely at Lu Zheng, then turned and followed him in. She said this because she was worried that Qin Feiyang would misunderstand. Because there was only one person in her heart, and that was Qin Feiyang. Fooling around? Lu Zheng gave an enigmatic smile and stepped into the portal as well. Empire City. The first district could be said to be the most prosperous district in Empire City. That was because there were countless wealthy and influential people gathered here. Chapter 1204. Precious Treasure Pavilion was undoubtedly the most bustling place in the first district. 4 black-robed guards stood upright on both sides of the entrance, watching the people entering and exiting with eagle-like eyes that were extremely sharp. They were in charge of maintaining the order of Precious Treasure Pavilion and could not be distracted at any time. In front of the entrance, on the streets, more than 10 young men and women walked side by side. The men had a heroic aura. The women were young and beautiful. They wore bright and beautiful clothes and exuded an extraordinary aura. It was obvious that they were from wealthy families. A black-robed young man smiled. Brother Haolong, I didn't expect that you would come to Precious Treasure Pavilion as well. I didn't want to come either. Fei Fei was the one who dragged me here. The person called Brother Haolong shook his head helplessly. He was 7 feet tall. He wore a luxurious purple robe. His features were handsome and his black hair was like a waterfall. He was rather handsome, but there was arrogance between his brows. Walking with this person was a young woman in her prime. She was also wearing a luxurious purple dress. She was quite pretty. However, her pretentious appearance made one feel uncomfortable. The two of them held hands intimately and looked like a pair of lovers. Brother Haolong, Sister Fei Fei, the two of you are truly a match made in heaven. A white-robed young man at the side smiled, and the flattery in his words was clear. Of course. In the entire capital, who else is worthy of Fei Fei other than me? The purple-robed young man said proudly. That's right, that's right. Brother Haolong is handsome and extremely talented. He's an unparalleled talent of the capital. Most importantly, Brother Haolong has a strong brother who is known as the #1 monster incarnate of the capital. We can never compare to him. The group of young men and women laughed. The purple-robed young man had a proud expression and enjoyed the feeling of superiority. How shameless. However, the group of people did not notice that there were 2 men and a woman behind them. One of them had a sickly face and was extremely weak. The other was devilish and eye-catching. The remaining woman had a picturesque appearance and her clothes fluttered, making one want to take a few more glances. That was right. They were Qin Feiyang, Lu Zheng and Lu Hong. After entering the first district, they followed the group of people in front of them and walked towards the treasure pavilion. At first, they didn't care. But when he heard their conversation, it turned out that they were a group of rich playboys. Actually, being a silk pants wasn't a big deal because there was no lack of silk pants in Imperial City. But, as a silk pants, not only did he not know his own limits, he even took pride in it and was immensely complacent. This made people feel disgusted. Therefore, Lu Hong could not help but mutter, her eyes filled with disgust. Just get used to it. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. It's not a matter of habit. It's a matter of principle. Look at them. Each and every one of them is ignorant and incompetent, arrogant and lascivious. They still think they're so great. It's disgusting to look at them. Lu Hong snorted coldly. I also dislike those people. However, little cousin, this man called Haolong has some grudges with you. Lu Zheng snickered. Grudges? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Lu Zheng said with a smile, he's from the Zhuge family. His full name is Zhuge Haolong. He's Zhuge Mingyang's cousin. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. What do you think? Do you have an urge to beat him up? Lu Zheng smirked. Beat him up? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He's just a clown. He can't arouse my interest. If it was Zhuge Mingyang, it would be a different story. You're not interested, but I am. Lu Zheng chuckled and shook his head with a sigh. They're all marquis descendants, but they're all licking their faces to curry favor with others. How pathetic. His voice was not loud, but it could clearly reach the ears of Zhuge Haolong and the others. The group of people was stunned. They turned to look at Lu Zheng and did not pay much attention to him. They thought that Lu Zheng was talking about someone else. Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Haolong were also very dissatisfied with Lu Zheng's actions. Lu Hong furrowed her beautiful brows and said unhappily, You came all the way here just to make trouble for us? This is considered trouble? You think too highly of them. Lu Zheng said disdainfully. You're very arrogant, aren't you? Lu Hong said with a dark face. In this situation, it was naturally best to keep a low profile as much as possible. Because if they caused any big trouble, it would not benefit them at all. Seeing that Lu Hong was really angry, Lu Zheng quickly smiled apologetically and said, Okay, that's okay. I'm being nosy. I won't cause trouble anymore, okay? Don't be angry. Look, you look so ugly when you're angry. Don't look if it's ugly. Lu Hong turned her head and snorted. This, Lu Zheng was stunned. What did he say wrong again? Qin Feiyang coughed and said telepathically, Women are very sensitive to the word ugly. I see. Lu Zheng suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang said in amusement, Your EQ is not good. You have to learn more from others. You speak as if you're very good. If you were really good, you wouldn't still be single now. Lu Zheng said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked quite embarrassed. It seemed that his EQ was not very good either. Brother Haolong, wait. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. A young man in brocade ran over from behind. Get lost. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two in front of him, he did not say anything about bypassing them. He shouted arrogantly and directly reached out to push Lu Hong and Lu Zheng away. Caught off guard, Lu Hong and Lu Zheng fell to the ground on the spot, looking very embarrassed. Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? But in this regard, the young man in brocade did not apologize at all. Instead, he looked at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng arrogantly and shouted. The young man in brocade swaggered toward Zhuge Haolong and the others without looking back. My bad temper. Lu Zheng was immediately angry. He got up from the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and walked angrily toward the young man in brocade. Lu Hong got up and pulled him. How can you tolerate this? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Lu Hong tidied up her dress and hair, glanced at the young man in brocade, and said lightly, If we bite back after being bitten by a dog, what's the difference between us and a dog? This, Lu Zheng was stunned and laughed. Hong is right. We can't be dogs that bite people. Who are you calling a dog? The young man in brocade suddenly turned around and stared fiercely at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong. Zhuge Haolong and the others had already stopped when they heard the young man in brocade, so they also heard it. They looked at Lu Hong and Lu Zheng with a trace of hostility in their eyes. What's going on? The pedestrians on the street also stopped and surrounded them, looking at the two groups of people suspiciously. You're still angry? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. I told you not to be a dog that bites people. Let's go. Lu Hong said lightly and continued to walk toward the treasure pavilion. For my lifelong happiness, I'll tolerate it. Lu Zheng clenched his fists and chased after Lu Hong. Qin Feiyang was like a bystander from beginning to end, remaining silent. However, they didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean that others wouldn't either. Just as the three of them walked in front of Zhuge Haolong and the others and were about to go around them, Zhuge Haolong's eyes turned cold. He stood in front of the three of them and said, "Did I say you can leave?" At the same time, the others also spread out and surrounded Qin Feiyang's group of three, all of them sneering endlessly. You're taking advantage of us? Lu Zheng was irritable. Lu Hong reached out to stop him. She looked at Zhuge Haolong patiently and asked, "Then what do you want?" Zhuge Haolong waved at the young man in brocade. "How you come here?" The young man in brocade walked to Zhuge Haolong's side and crossed his arms. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, the sarcasm on his face undisguised. Zhuge Haolong said, "Do you know who he is?" Lu Hong said, "I'm new here. I really don't know who he is." Zhuge Haolong said, "Then listen carefully. He's called Zhuge Haoyu, my younger brother." Zhuge Haolong? Zhuge Haoyu. Who are they? So impressive? Someone in the crowd asked softly. You don't even know them? Are you from the countryside? Well, it's my first time in Imperial City. No wonder. Let me tell you, they are people you can't afford to offend. Have you heard of Zhuge Wuho? I've definitely heard of him. Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu's father is Zhuge Wuho's younger brother. In other words, these two brothers are the direct descendants of the Zhuge family. With such a powerful family background, how can they not be impressive? Even if they kill people on the street, no one will dare to do anything to them. Do you understand? If that's the case, won't those three be in trouble? Nonsense. Those who dare to offend the Zhuge family will lose a layer of skin even if they don't die. But they didn't do anything wrong. They've been tolerating. Isn't this too unfair to them? Young man, you're too young. In Imperial City, there's no such thing as fair or unfair. There's only power. That's right. For commoners like us, it's best to tuck our tails between our legs. These discussions were very soft. They were afraid that Zhuge Haolong's group would hear it and bring harm to themselves. But Qin Feiyang and the other two could hear it clearly, because their cultivation was much stronger than Zhuge Haolong's group. The strongest in Zhuge Haolong's group was only a 1-star combat emperor. The weakest was only a 5-star combat king. They naturally didn't put such a small character in their eyes. Lu Hong smiled and said, "So they're from the Zhuge family. But I heard that Zhuge Wuho is a righteous and respected person. But how can his descendants be a group of dogs that bite people?" She's actually humiliating Zhuge Haolong? Is she really not afraid of death? This Zhuge Haolong is relying on the power of the martial Marquis government. He can do anything. Yeah, he used to do evil in Imperial City. He bullied people and women. And I also heard that Zhuge Mingyang took good care of him. Zhuge Mingyang is the #1 monster in the Imperial City. Even the Imperial Master and His Majesty think highly of him. Who dares to offend such a person? The people murmured and looked at Lu Hong in disbelief. Chapter 1205. Zhuge Mingyang, Qin Feiyang muttered. Zhuge Mingyang had indeed contributed greatly to the Zhuge family's current status. In the past, Zhuge Wuho and the other Wuho had similar statuses. But because of the birth of Zhuge Mingyang, this peerless talent, Zhuge Wuho's status in the imperial capital slowly surpassed the other Wuho. As the saying goes, a mother's status depends on her son. And now, this saying was very suitable for Zhuge Wuho. Say it again if you have the guts. Towards Lu Hong's repeated humiliations, Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Hong said indifferently, "I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with dogs, Scram. You're courting death." Zhuge Haolong's gaze turned cold as he slapped towards Lu Hong. Slap. However, However, Lu Hong was one step ahead of him. She slapped Zhuge Haolong's face solidly. A blood-red palm print immediately appeared on Zhuge Haolong's face. You dare to hit me? Zhuge Haolong was stunned. He touched his burning face and looked at Lu Hong in disbelief. Zhuge Haoyu, the purple-clothed lady, and the surrounding crowd were all dumbfounded. The Zhuge family could be said to be like the sun in the sky, and there was actually someone who dared to hit a direct descendant of the Zhuge family on the streets? Was she crazy? This was no longer Zhuge Haolong's personal problem, but the entire Zhuge family's face. Hitting you is considered light. Don't provoke me again. It's not a problem to kill you if you deny it. Scram, don't block the way. Lu Hong released her aura, and Zhuge Haolong and the rest who were blocking in front were instantly thrown off their feet and rolled on the ground in a sorry state. Then, Lu Hong walked towards the treasure pavilion without looking back. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing looked at each other and smiled, then slowly followed. All these years, Lu Hong had been cultivating in seclusion day and night. Not only had she opened the door of potential, she had also stepped into the Battle Saint realm. Naturally, she wouldn't take Zhuge Haolong and the other rich playboys seriously. After all, Battle Saints and Battle Emperors were people from two different worlds. One was heaven, one was earth. But at this moment, a shy and angry shout rang out. The purple-clothed woman crawled up from the ground. Her face was both green and red. She was also the daughter of a martial marquis and had a precious body. Normally, she was like the moon surrounded by stars, so when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Moreover, it was done in public. That was why she was angry. However, Lu Hong turned a deaf ear. Zhuge Haolong, is this all you've got? You don't care that I'm being bullied? The purple-clothed woman was furious and vented her anger on Zhuge Haolong. Men were all prideful. Not to mention Zhuge Haolong, a hedonistic son of rich parents. Hearing the purple-robed woman's words, he suddenly became hot-headed and took out a dagger from his Qianquan bag, stabbing it towards Lu Hong. Still not done. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows. I don't need you to interfere. Lu Hong looked at him coldly and suddenly turned around. With a step, she landed in front of Zhuge Haolong and easily dodged the dagger. Her jade-like hand shot out. Slap. A loud slap immediately rang out. Zhuge Haolong let out a miserable howl and crashed into the crowd behind him like a meteorite. His entire face was deformed. The teeth in his mouth were smashed into pieces by Lu Hong's slap. He covered his mouth as blood flowed out and rolled on the ground in pain. The purple-clothed woman and the others were dumbfounded. Zhuge Haolong was not only a direct descendant of the Zhuge family, but also Zhuge Mingyang's cousin. She actually dared to be so heavy-handed? Was she not afraid of the Zhuge family's revenge? Lu Hong smiled coldly. Revenge? No one could deny that the Zhuge family was strong, but they were not ordinary people either. They were not even afraid of the imperial tutor and the emperor, let alone the Zhuge family. Lu Hong looked at the purple-clothed woman and said indifferently, such a useless man, and you're still with him. What kind of taste do you have? It's none of your business. The purple-clothed woman stammered, her eyes filled with fear. It's true that it's none of my business. After all, you're not a good person either. Lu Hong smiled disdainfully and turned around, leaving the purple-clothed woman with a proud back view. I'm not a good person? The purple-clothed woman immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Like a shrew, she shouted hysterically, Who are you? If you have the ability, tell me your name. You don't deserve to know my name, Lu Hong said without turning her head. The purple-clothed woman was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was the daughter of a marquis. Her status was so high that ordinary people could not reach her. She actually said that she did not deserve to know? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to show off in front of me? The purple-clothed woman was flustered and exasperated. My qualifications are my strength. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight with me. Lu Hong turned around and looked at her, her eyes filled with a confident smile. The purple-clothed woman was stunned. Her cultivation was not even comparable to Zhuge Haolong. How could she be a match for this person? If you don't have the guts, then don't shout. This will only make you more embarrassed. Lu Hong snorted. When she turned around, she suddenly looked at Zhuge Haoyu and sneered, "A silk pants like you, won't it be a pity to kill you?" After she said that, she raised her hand and pointed in the air. A ray of battle chi burst out and directly entered Zhuge Haoyu's lower abdomen. Zhuge Haoyu immediately fell to the ground, holding his lower abdomen and howling miserably. Seeing this scene, the surrounding spectators all sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention injuring Zhuge Haolong, she even crippled Zhuge Haoyu. This woman really ate the guts of a leopard. The purple-clothed woman and the group of silk pants all retreated in fear, not daring to speak again. Actually, this kind of method was nothing at all. Just like Qin Feiyang, who had been tempered by blood and fire since young, this kind of thing to him was just a small matter. But the purple-clothed woman and the others were different. As the children of Marquis, they usually lived in luxury and were spoiled. No matter where they went, they would be surrounded by people. When had they ever seen such a scene? So they were scared out of their wits. They are both noble children, but why is there such a big difference between them and Qin Feiyang? Looking at the group of cowardly and incompetent performance, Lu Hong shook her head and muttered to herself. Then she turned and walked towards Qin Feiyang. Lu Zheng went up and laughed. "You are really too cool. I realize that I have really fallen in love with you." Lu Hong frowned. "Do you fall in love with everyone you see? Otherwise, why would the word love come out of your mouth? In all honesty, I have only said this to you. I just don't like to hide it, so I will say what I want to say." Lu Zheng said. "Don't give me that." Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him, walked in front of Qin Feiyang, and whispered, "You won't blame me, right? How dare he? You are his future sister-in-law. If he dares to blame you, I will smack his butt." Lu Zheng snorted coldly. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong glared at him at the same time. Their eyes were extremely ferocious. Lu Zheng smiled embarrassedly and tactfully kept his mouth shut. Otherwise, he would cause public outrage. Qin Feiyang was quite helpless towards Lu Zheng. Although he was not serious, he was still his cousin no matter what. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and said with a sullen face, "I must blame you because you went too easy on him." Lu Zheng was stunned. Lu Hong was stunned. The people around were also petrified on the spot. "Are you kidding me? Didn't you see that Zhuge Haolong's face was deformed? Didn't you see that Zhuge Haoyu was crippled? You call that going too easy on him? What if you were in his shoes? What would you do? Kill him directly? Do you dare?" After all, the other party was from the Zhuge family. Therefore, everyone was speechless. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled and left with the two of them. The Zhenbao Pavilion was not far from here. It was only a few dozen meters away. When they reached the front door, the three of them entered the Zhenbao Pavilion without looking back. The 4 guards in front of the door looked at the three of them and swallowed their saliva. They even dared to beat up a descendant of the Zhuge family. Either it was their first time in the imperial city and they were like newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers, or their background was not simple. "Brother Haolong, Brother Haoyu, are you all right?" When Qin Feiyang and the other two entered the Zhenbao Pavilion, the group of rich kids immediately rushed forward and helped the two of them up. "I'm fine." Zhuge Haolong waved his hand and stared at the door of the Zhenbao Pavilion. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Umph." The woman in purple snorted coldly and turned to leave. A young man in white hurriedly said, "Sister Feifei, where are you going? Brother Haolong is injured because of you. Aren't you going to comfort him?" "That's because he's useless. Also, don't look for me in the future. I, Wang Feifei, don't need a useless man like you." The woman in purple said coldly and quickly disappeared into the crowd. "Stupid woman, I swear that I will make you pay the price." This time, Zhuge Haolong hated Lu Hong even more. He opened a teleportation door and walked in with a gloomy face with Zhuge Haoyu. "What should we do?" The rest of the people looked at each other. After being humiliated so badly, Zhuge Haolong will definitely not let it go. "Let's go to the Zhenbao Pavilion first. There will be a good show later." "That makes sense." The group of people looked at each other and smiled. They then rushed to the Zhenbao pavilion. Although they were all complimenting Zhuge Haolong on the surface, they were all hiding something in their hearts. To put it bluntly, they were just pretending to obey. Young masters, young mistress, what do you need? In the Zhenbao pavilion, a woman in red walked in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two and asked politely with a smile. The people in the Zhenbao pavilion also knew about what happened outside. They looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with curiosity. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I want to see Sun Dehai." Sun Dehai was the manager here, commonly known as Elder Sunday. The woman in red was stunned. They wanted to see the manager as soon as they entered. Could it be that these three people really had a big background? But she more or less knew a little about the rich and powerful disciples in the imperial city. She didn't seem to know these three people in front of her. "Then please wait for a moment. I will go and ask Elder Sun to come out." But she didn't ask more. She bowed to Qin Feiyang and the other two and turned to leave quickly. Qin Feiyang and the other two also strolled around the hall. The items sold in the hall were basically very ordinary things. But sometimes, if one was lucky, they would encounter one or two valuable treasures. "Come over and take a look. This thing looks very strange." "What is it?" Suddenly. Chapter 1206. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and walked over curiously. "It's them. Get out of the way." Seeing the three of them coming, the crowd immediately retreated to the sides. They even dared to beat up the people of the Zhuge family. What else did they not dare to do? Therefore, everyone was very scared. The three of them walked to a counter casually. The counter was made of transparent glass. They could clearly see that there was a jade box inside. The jade box was the size of an adult's palm. It was very ordinary and simple. And in the jade box, there was a colorful fruit. The fruit was about the size of an egg. It was bright and colorful, but because the counter was closed, there was no fruit fragrance. "What is this? I've never seen it before?" "I've never seen it before, but it looks delicious." Someone whispered beside him. "Why does it look familiar?" Suddenly, a murmur sounded. Everyone looked over and found that it was Qin Feiyang who spoke. An old man with white hair asked curiously, "Little brother, do you know what this is?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Shouldn't you ask the staff here?" Behind the counter, a young woman stood. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, she apologized, "Young master, I'm sorry, we Treasure Pavilion don't know what this is." "Why are you selling it if you don't know?" Everyone was puzzled. "This fruit is not for sale. It's just for exhibition. But if anyone can recognize this fruit and tell us the truth, we Treasure Pavilion will reward you handsomely." The young woman smiled and said with a sweet smile. "Reward what?" someone asked. 1 billion gold coins. The young woman said. Hearing this, everyone immediately stared at the fruit and racked their brains to remember. 1 billion gold coins for Qin Feiyang was just a small profit, but for most of the people here, it was a huge sum of money. So everyone wanted to get this reward. However, no matter how they thought, there was no information about this fruit in their memory. "What is this?" Lu Zheng also lowered his head and pondered. "I remember now." Lu Hong's eyes suddenly trembled. She transmitted her voice to Qin Feiyang. "Do you remember the 3 fruits you obtained in the Blue Sea?" His words awakened the dreamer. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. That was right. Back in the Azure Sea, he had followed Wang Zicheng to an island and discovered a ruin. In the ruins he found a jade box. The 3 fruits in the box were exactly the same as the one in front of him. I was already surprised that he couldn't find any information about this fruit, but I didn't expect that even the people of Precious Treasure Pavilion don't know about it. It seems that this fruit is truly extraordinary. Lu Hong thought to herself. Qin Feiyang nodded without leaving a trace. No matter what, he had to get this fruit today. "May I ask which friend is looking for me?" At this moment, an aged voice sounded, and a white-haired old man walked out from one of the doors. It was Sun Dehai. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled as he led Lu Hong and the other 2 to greet them. Sun Dehai glanced at the 3 of them, and his pupils shrank slightly. What a strong cultivation! He cupped his hands and smiled. "May I ask who the 3 of you are?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Nameless juniors, not worth mentioning. Who are you kidding? Sun Dahai muttered secretly. They even dared to beat up the people of the Zhuge family. How could they be nameless juniors? But as the steward of Precious Treasure Pavilion in the First District, he naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. He smiled slightly and asked politely, "May I ask why you are looking for me?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but suddenly there was a violent shout from outside. "The woman who injured my 2 young masters, I give you 3 breaths to get out here." This voice was very hoarse and filled with a piercing chill. Judging from this voice, it seems to be the steward of the Zhuge family. The Zhuge family will not let this go. People started to discuss softly. The good-for-nothing young masters who were with Zhuge Haolong were also in the hall. When they heard the voice of the Zhuge family's steward, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and sneered. Lu Zheng said angrily, "After beating up the young ones, the old ones are here. There is no end to this. I will go and take care of him." Sun Dahai's eyes flashed as he sent a telepathic message. "The 3 of you, the Zhuge family is not to be trifled with. I suggest that we turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Just them." Lu Zheng smiled disdainfully, turned around, and strode into Precious Treasure Pavilion. Interesting. Sun Dahai looked at Lu Zheng's back and then looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. He realized that there was no trace of nervousness on their faces, and this piqued his interest. Beside, an old man in black stood in the middle of the street. His gaze was arrogant and overbearing. Behind him stood a group of black-armored guards. There were a total of 15 of them, and all of them had arrogant postures. They were here to seek revenge, so the 2 victims, Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu, were naturally here as well. With the old man in black and a group of black-armored guards, the 2 of them were confident enough to flaunt their prowess and look down on everyone. Lu Zheng stepped out of the door and scanned the group of people. He sneered. "You came really quickly." As an 8-star battle saint, he could see through the cultivation of these people at a glance. The old man in black, a 9-star battle saint. As a steward, one needed management ability, not cultivation. Therefore, the steward's cultivation was usually not very strong. As for the black-armored guards, their strength was between 8-star and 9-star battle saint. The old man in black shouted, "Cut the crap and hand over that bitch." Lu Zheng's face turned cold and he said, "You'd best clean your mouth for me." "Impudent! How dare you speak to me with such an attitude? Do you know who I am?" The old man in black roared. The corner of Lu Zheng's mouth lifted. He said proudly, "Then do you know who I am?" Although the Zhuge family was a feudal lord, it was not worth mentioning compared to his Lu family. "Looks like you're not just arrogant. But let me tell you, if you don't hand over that woman, you can forget about leaving here today." The old man in black waved his hand, and the 15 black-armored guards immediately stepped forward and blocked the door of the treasure pavilion. "With just you dregs?" Lu Zheng chuckled. "Your cultivation is very strong. Even I can't see through it, but so what? My Zhuge family doesn't lack powerhouses. As long as I send a message, a large number of powerhouses will immediately come to support us. At that time, it won't be as simple as just handing over that woman. You and the other person will die. So, you'd better be sensible." The old man in black sneered. The other person was naturally Qin Feiyang. Lu Zheng threw his head back and laughed. The old man in black's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He laughed sinisterly. "Looks like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Then, he took out an image crystal and prepared to call for reinforcements. Actually, before coming he had asked Zhuge Haolong and Lu Zheng what their cultivation was. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. But with the pitiful strength of Zhuge Haolong and the other 2, how could they see through the cultivation of Qin Feiyang and the other 2? After thinking for a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. Seeing that they couldn't tell the other's cultivation, the old man in black asked about Qin Feiyang and the other 2's ages. Of course, Zhuge Haolong and Lu Zheng didn't know either. They only said that they were about the same age as them. This was indeed true. Let's not talk about Lu Zheng. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang first. Zhuge Mingyang was older than Qin Feiyang. And as Zhuge Mingyang's cousin, Zhuge Haolong and Qin Feiyang's age naturally wouldn't be too different. Knowing this, the old man in black was relieved. Sure, the other three were definitely not strong. Because they were too young. How strong could these three young people be? At most, they were battle masters. Therefore, he only brought a group of ordinary guards to avenge the humiliation of the two young masters. He originally thought that with his and the guards' strength, they could easily take down the other three. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that he was very wrong. He couldn't see through their cultivation. They must be battle sages. But he wasn't worried at all. In his opinion, it wasn't too late to call for reinforcements now. He also didn't believe that the other party would really dare to kill them. He wasn't blindly confident. In the imperial capital, other than the current emperor, no one dared to touch the Zhuge family. Even the state preceptor and old Qin had to ask the emperor in advance if they wanted to touch the Zhuge family. However, he had greatly underestimated Lu Zheng's identity and methods. As a direct descendant of the Lu family, how could he be afraid of a mere Zhuge family? Not to mention killing a butler, even if he killed Zhuge Mingyang, the so-called number one demon, no one would dare to do anything to him. Just as the old man in black was recovering the image crystal, Lu Zheng swept to the front of the old man in black like a ghost. "Be careful!" The dozen or so guards were startled as they shouted. The old man in black's pupils shrank, and he immediately retreated in horror. But with his cultivation, how could he escape from Lu Zheng's palm? Lu Zheng grabbed his neck and said with a sinister smile, "There's no discussion about killing you. Go to hell and repent slowly." "No," the old man in black roared in extreme panic. But at the same time, Lu Zheng squeezed his 5 fingers and directly broke the old man in black's neck. He died on the spot. What? He really killed him? Everyone was dumbfounded. This butler had followed Zhuge Wuhou for many years and was deeply trusted by Zhuge Wuhou. Although his status was not as high as those direct descendants, he was still an important figure in the Zhuge family. But this person actually killed him just like that. He was openly challenging the dignity of the Zhuge family. Zhuge Haolong, Zhuge Haoyu, and the group of guards were also dumbfounded. They did not expect this person to be so bold that he even dared to kill their butler. But just as everyone was shocked, Lu Zheng's gaze shifted to Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu. What does he want to do? Does he want to kill Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu too? Everyone was surprised. Lu Zheng grinned and said, "I spared your lives just now. You should cherish it." The two of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their bodies trembled, and there was even the smell of urine. "You guys pissed your pants?" Lu Zheng was stunned. He looked at the crotch of the two of them and saw that there were indeed water stains. It was not their fault. Although their family background was not ordinary, their personal strength was not that great. Moreover, it was common knowledge that these good-for-nothing scums, although they always acted like tyrants, were actually cowards. Chapter 1207. Young Master Haolong, Young Master Haoyu, leave quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 15 black-armored guards quickly rushed to the front of Zhuge Haolong and Haoyu. They stood in a row and stared at Lu Zheng as if they were facing a great enemy. As experienced guards, their foresight and temperament were naturally incomparable to Zhuge Haolong and Haoyu. Seeing that Lu Zheng directly killed the manager without even blinking, they realized that they had met a fierce person this time. And there was nothing that such a person could not do. Buzz. Zhuge Haolong immediately opened a portal, but the two of them did not enter. "Go in quickly," one of the guards urged impatiently. "We also want to go in, but our legs are not listening to us." Zhuge Haolong and Haoyu were so anxious that they were about to cry. "You're so scared that your legs are weak?" Lu Zheng was stunned. He shook his head and sneered. They were indeed useless. "Damn it!" the guard cursed. He turned and carried the two of them toward the portal. Swoosh! But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the portal. It was Lu Zheng. So fast. The guard's expressions changed. Boom! Lu Zheng waved his hand, and the portal instantly shattered. Then he pointed his index finger in the air. 15 battle auras appeared and disappeared between the eyebrows of the 15 guards at lightning speed. Ah! Accompanied by a series of screams, the 15 of them died on the spot. Don't kill us. I beg you, please spare us. Zhuge Haolong and Hao Yu were immediately paralyzed with fear. They knelt on the ground and begged endlessly. I can spare you, but you have to bark a few times and let me hear it. Lu Jing teased. Woof! The two of them immediately barked like dogs, and the sound echoed throughout the entire street. The crowd burst into laughter. They did not expect that the dignified direct descendants of the Zhuge family would be so spineless. They immediately started barking like dogs when asked to. This was simply a disgrace to the Zhuge family. If old man Zhuge were to see you guys like this, he might die from anger. So, I might as well be a good person and send you to the afterlife. Lu Zheng smiled contemptuously. He waved his hand, and a wave of battle aura appeared and rushed toward the two of them. No, the two of them screamed miserably. But to no avail. The battle chi was like a terrifying blade, instantly engulfing the two of them. Blood splattered everywhere. Killed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The surroundings also fell into a dead silence. Killing the housekeeper and those guards was already beyond their imagination, but he actually killed Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haolong? This was too crazy. One had to know. Both of them were direct descendants. Their positions in the Zhuge family were much more important than that of the housekeeper. Did he know what he was doing? Did he know how big of a mistake he had made? But for this. Lu Zheng smiled indifferently and turned to enter the treasure pavilion. The moment they saw Lu Zheng enter, the people in the treasure pavilion all retreated to a corner, their eyes filled with fear. Those silk pants were even more terrified. They hid behind the crowd and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This person even dared to kill Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu, let alone them. Walking in front of Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, Lu Jing chuckled and said, "Now no one will bother us." Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong also smiled faintly. Sun Dehai's pupils constricted. They could still be so calm after killing the Zhuge family's people. Looking at the background of these three people, they were not ordinary people. Sun Dehai smiled and said, "The three of you, why don't we go to the VIP room to talk? I just killed the Zhuge family's people, and you're bringing us to the VIP room. Aren't you afraid of the Zhuge family's revenge?" Lu Jing joked. Sun Dehai smiled and said, "Our treasure pavilion doesn't care about grudges. We only do business." Lu Jing laughed loudly and said, "Then lead the way." On the second floor. VIP room. Sun Dehai pushed the door open and walked to the tea table. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "The three of you, please take a seat." Qin Feiyang sat down and said with a faint smile, "Let's not talk about small talk. Let's get to the point." Sun Dehai was stunned. He was thinking about how to find out the identities of these three people, but he did not expect Qin Feiyang to see through him. Now, he was embarrassed to ask any more. Sun Dehai shook his head and said with a smile, "Little brother, you're a straightforward person. All right, what do you need?" Qin Feiyang said, "A portal and medicinal materials for the battle chi pill." "How much do you need?" Sun Dehai asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Everything." What? Sun Dehai was petrified. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "I want as much as you have in your treasure pavilion. I don't care about the price. I only have one request. Hurry." Lu Zheng had killed the butler and Zhuge Haolong. He would definitely enrage the Zhuge family. It would not be long before more people came, and they would not be ordinary people. Therefore, they had to leave Empire City as soon as possible. "Are you sure you want everything?" Sun Dehai still found it hard to accept. The treasure pavilion in the first district was the headquarters of the Great Qin Empire. Naturally, they had a lot of medicinal materials for portals and battle chi pills. Although the three people in front of him were powerful, it did not mean that they had a lot of money. Frankly speaking, he doubted whether the three of them had that much money. "You're so annoying. Just go and prepare. Why are you asking so many questions? If you can't make the decision, get someone else to talk to us." Lu Jing said impatiently. Sun Dehai looked at the three of them deeply and nodded. All right, I'll get someone to prepare it. Guards. The door opened and a guard walked in. Sun Dahai ordered, go and get all the portals and medicinal materials for the battle chi pill. The guard replied respectfully. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then turned and ran out. How long will it take? Lu Hong asked. Sun Dahai smiled and said, it won't take long because the medicinal materials in the treasure pavilion have been categorized in advance. Each type is stored in a separate Qiankuan bag. They can go and get it. Lu Hong nodded and said, in addition, we also want the fruit on display in the hall. Sun Dahai was surprised and said, do the three of you know what fruit it is? Lu Zheng glanced at Sun Dahai and also looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong suspiciously. I don't know. Lu Hong shook her head. If you don't know, what are you going to do? Sun Dahai was suspicious. Lu Hong said calmly, I just think it's very interesting and want to study it. Study it? Sun Dahai looked at Lu Hong and suddenly smiled. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, we really don't intend to sell that fruit. You can name any price. Lu Hong said. Sun Dahai's eyes flashed. Name any price? Did this mean that the fruit was extraordinary? He smiled calmly and said, Miss, this is not a matter of price. The pavilion master personally gave the order. I dare not make a decision on my own. In fact, it was an excuse to test Qin Feiyang and the other two. How could this be hidden from Qin Feiyang's eyes? He waved his hand and a pill appeared on the coffee table. He looked at Sun Dahai and said, I like to do business with honest people. Sun Dahai smiled embarrassedly and lowered his head to look at the pill on the coffee table. He suddenly stood up, his eyes full of surprise. That was actually a potential pill. Could this person be? He suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, ready to speak. Qin Feiyang said calmly, some words don't have to be said. It's fine as long as you understand it in your heart. Phew. Sun Dahai took a deep breath and returned to his seat. He stretched out his hands, crossed his fingers and said, 10 potential pills and I'll give you that fruit. Why don't you say 100? Lu Hong sneered. How much was 10 potential pills worth? To think that this old man dared to say that. Sun Dahai smiled and said, Miss, you have to understand that something that even the treasure pavilion doesn't know about is definitely not ordinary. That's why it's worth this price. Perhaps I've even underestimated its value. Lu Hong said, then you have to understand that we can openly snatch it away without paying a single cent. Sun Dahai frowned. That's reasonable. We're not even afraid of the state preceptor and the current emperor. Why would we be afraid of a mere treasure pavilion? Just you wait. I'll go and snatch it now. Lu Zheng chuckled, then stood up and walked outside. Wait. Sun Dahai's expression changed. He hurriedly stood up and grabbed Lu Zheng. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled apologetically. Brother Qin, we've known each other for so long. Can you give me some face? Don't cause trouble here. Only now did he remember that this guy in front of him was a lawless person. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then tell me, how many potential pills do you want? Sun Dahai was hesitant. He really couldn't estimate the value of the fruit. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, how about this? I'll give you 20 potential pills. Take it as the payment for the teleportation gate, herbs, and fruits. What do you think? 20 pills. Sun Dahai's eyes lit up. Lu Zheng frowned and said, hurry up and state your position. There's a limit to my patience. Sun Dahai pondered for a while and let go of Lu Zheng. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately went to the ancient castle. Lu Hong smiled and said, Elder son, I think it's a little inappropriate for you to ask for potential pills now. What do you mean? Sun Dahai was puzzled. Everyone knows that only we can refine potential pills. When you auction these potential pills, won't the state preceptor and the emperor know that you're colluding with us? Lu Hong said. Sun Dahai smiled and waved his hand. This isn't a big problem. When they ask, I'll say that they're leftovers from the past. After all, before your identities were exposed, I've had many transactions with you. They won't be able to find out at all. Smart. Lu Hong gave him a thumbs up and said meaningfully, But you're committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. If it's leaked, I'm afraid you'll lose your life. If you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know? Moreover, it's precisely because you've fallen out with His Majesty that there's a shortage of potential pills. That's why I can take the opportunity to auction them for a good price. Sun Dahai chuckled and didn't care at all. Indeed, all businessmen are evil. Lu Hong secretly despised him. Chapter 1208. Swish. At this time, Qin Feiyang appeared from the ancient castle, holding a Qinkuan bag in his hand. Looking at the Qinkuan bag, Sun Dahai's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and directly threw it to Sun Dahai. Sun Dahai hurriedly checked it. However, his eyebrows instantly furrowed. Are you not satisfied? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Sun Dahai raised his eyebrows and said, This old man remembers that you were able to refine pills with 4 pill patterns in the past, but why do these potential pills only have 2 pill patterns? Not to mention 4 pill veins, I can even refine a pill with 7 pill veins. However, the Imperial Preceptor and the Emperor are not fools. If there are too many pill patterns, it will definitely arouse their suspicions. So, it's better to keep a low profile. Moreover, for the people in the imperial capital, it doesn't matter how many pill patterns there are. What's important is that there are potential pills to auction. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. 7 pill patterns. Sun Dahai's eyes trembled. After being in charge of the treasure pavilion for so many years, he had never seen a pill with 7 pill patterns. However, Qin Feiyang's words made sense. At this time, for the people in the imperial capital, even if there were no pill patterns, it would still cause a mad scramble. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sun Dahai hurriedly put away the Qinkuan bag, sat on the chair, and shouted, Come in! The door opened and the guard strode in, holding no less than a dozen Qinkuan bags in his hand. Elder Sun, the teleportation portal and battle chi pills medicinal materials are all here. If it's not enough, I can go to other districts to get more. The guard placed the dozen Qinkuan bags one by one on the tea table. Sun Dahai looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sun Dahai understood and waved his hand. No need, you can leave. Oh right, go and bring up the 5 colored fruit in the hall on the first floor. The guard bowed and left, closing the door. Sun Dahai pointed to the Qinkuan bag on the table and said with a smile, You guys check. Qin Feiyang said, There's no need. Put it away. Lu Hong nodded. With a wave of her jade-like hand, all the cosmos bags on the table instantly disappeared. After waiting for a while, the guard came back with the fruit. Qin Feiyang put away the fruit and stood up. He cupped his hands and smiled, Then I'll take my leave first. Sun Dahai nodded, but he suddenly thought of something and said, Brother Qin, there's something I don't know if I should say. What? Qin Feiyang asked. Although this old man knows that as an outsider, I am not qualified to speak too much, this old man still wishes to say this. You and His Majesty are father and son after all. Sun Dahai sighed. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Seeing this, Sun Dahai hurriedly smiled and said, All right, take it as if this old man didn't say anything. If you have the chance in the past, come visit more often. Of course, what he was thinking about was not Qin Feiyang, but the potential pill in Qin Feiyang's bag. Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation door and was about to leave with Lu Hong and Lu Zheng. Where is the thief who killed my son? Suddenly, a violent shout exploded in the sky above the treasure pavilion. Sun Dahai's expression changed as he hurriedly said, It's Zhuge Jing. Leave quickly. Who is Zhuge Jing? Lu Hong was suspicious. Lu Zheng smiled and said, Zhuge Jing is Zhuge Wuho's younger brother, and also Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu's father. Then what's his cultivation level? Lu Hong asked. I don't know about that. Lu Zheng shrugged and looked at Sun Dahai. Sun Dahai said in a deep voice, Zhuge Jing is very strong. He's a 9-star battle saint and is only 1 step away from the War Emperor. He's just a 9-star battle saint. It's not worth mentioning. Lu Zheng smiled disdainfully. Lu Hong also smiled faintly, but suddenly frowned and said, No, I also felt an emperor's aura. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go out and take a look. If his cultivation level is not good, we'll just eliminate him." Interesting. Lu Jing chuckled. This little cousin of his was becoming more and more to his liking. The three of them walked out of the VIP room one after another and walked toward the door. Even the Zhuge family is so disdainful. After all these years, how much has this kid grown? Sun Dehai looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other two in disbelief. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the young for being poor. This sentence was vividly reflected on Qin Feiyang. He also prepared to go out and take a look. But after thinking about it, it was better not to interfere in this matter, lest he invite trouble to himself. Back to Qin Feiyang. He walked out of the VIP room and entered the corridor. Seeing that there was no one around, he stopped and asked Dan Wangkai to come out. "What's wrong?" Dan Wangkai looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Change your appearance a little and go out to kill people." Zhuge Jing had brought a combat emperor with him. If they really wanted to kill him, they would definitely need Dan Wangkai's help. When the Grand Master scanned the battlefield with his immortal will in the Demon Dragon Mountains, he also saw Dan Wangkai, so Dan Wangkai naturally could not show his true appearance. "I see." Dan Wangkai nodded his head in realization. He took an illusory form pill and turned into a middle-aged man. Then he followed behind Qin Feiyang, hiding his cultivation, and walked up the stairs to the door. At the same time, in the sky above the street outside, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stood proudly. His energy was so strong that the people on the street below could not breathe. He was Zhuge Jing. At this moment, his face was full of anger and killing intent. Beside him stood an old man. Although he was old, he was glowing red and his body was strong. His long red hair was like flames and his aura was unfathomable. At the same time, his eyes were also filled with a strong killing intent. Behind the two of them stood a group of guards. All of them had cold expressions and sharp gazes, as if they were gods of death. The aura emitted by these guards was much stronger than the 15 guards that the butler had brought. Their cultivation level was basically between 1-star and 3-star battle saints. It could be said that this lineup was very strong. But when Qin Feiyang walked out of the treasure pavilion and saw the group of people, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. "So it's him." Lu Jing slowly waved his fan, looked at the red-haired old man, and muttered with a smile. "Who is he?" Lu Hong asked secretly. The Zhuge family has 10 elders, all of whom have the cultivation level of a combat emperor. And this one is ranked 10th. Judging from his aura, he should have just broken through to 1-star combat emperor not long ago. Lu Jing smiled faintly. 1-star combat emperor, I can crush him with one finger. Dan Wangkai smiled coldly. Lu Jing glanced at him and said faintly, "Don't boast. You're only one level higher than him." "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know later." Dan Wangkai sneered. Lu Jing was stunned, then shook his head and smiled. His eyes were filled with anticipation. "Which one of you killed my 2 sons?" Zhuge Jing looked down and scanned Qin Feiyang and the other 3. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Lu Jing pointed at Qin Feiyang without changing his expression. The surrounding crowd, as well as the 4 guards in front of the treasure pavilion, had their faces twitching. How could there be such a shameless person who blamed others without blushing and his heart skipping a beat? But everyone knew that the two of them had a close relationship, so it didn't matter who took the blame. Don't talk nonsense. Although we weren't there before, we've already heard that you're the one who killed Haolong and Haoyu. Zhuge Jing's face was gloomy. Then why did you ask? Can't you just do it? You're really bored. Lu Jing rolled his eyes. How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to now? Zhuge Jing shouted angrily. Lu Jing said, Then do you know who you're talking to? Zhuge Jing was about to go crazy. He shouted, Do you know who I am? Lu Jing said disdainfully, Then do you know who I am? Zhuge Jing said angrily, I'm Zhuge Jing, the younger brother of Zhuge Wuhou. How dare you kill my sons? You're courting death. I'm Zhuge Jing's uncle. You'll be struck by lightning if you dare to scold me. Lu Jing grinned. The surrounding people's faces turned red. This kid was really not afraid of death. If he said that he was Zhuge Jing's uncle, wouldn't that mean that he was scolding Zhuge Wuhou as well? Bastard! Take them down! Zhuge Jing shouted. Wait! The red-haired old man suddenly reached out and stopped the murderous guards. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three and said in a deep voice, "How should I address the four of you? They dared to kill the people of the Zhuge family on the street and tease Zhuge Jing in public. They must have a powerful background. Therefore, in order to avoid provoking people that they should not provoke, it was better to ask first." Lu Jing rolled his eyes and grinned. "My surname is Yu, and my name is Dad. You can figure it out yourself." "Your surname is Dad?" The red-haired old man frowned. The others were also thinking. But soon, someone could not help but laugh. "Your surname, Bud? Isn't that your father?" "Bastard!" The red-haired old man also understood. He immediately became angry and said, "I've already been very polite, but you actually took advantage of me. You deserve to be killed." As soon as he finished speaking, the rolling emperor's aura poured down like a waterfall and imprisoned Qin Feiyang and the other two. "The Zhuge family is the one who deserves to be killed." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." "Sir." Dan Wangkai responded respectfully. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he rushed toward Zhuge Jing and the others like a bolt of lightning. Zhuge Jing and the others immediately looked at Dan Wangkai. "A mere Zhuge family dares to provoke my young master. You really don't know what's good for you." Dan Wangkai smiled coldly. His emperor's aura exploded and rushed toward the group of people like a raging wave. "Combat Emperor! And he's stronger than me." The red-haired old man's eyes widened. Boom! But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. Dan Wangkai's body shook, and an even more powerful aura burst out of his body. How is this possible? This time, even Lu Zheng could not remain calm. Because Dan Wangkai's cultivation had soared to a 4-star combat emperor in an instant. "We've underestimated their strength." The red-haired old man's expression changed as he roared. Zhuge Jing and the group of guards were scared silly. They never thought that the other party had hidden such a terrifying expert. Dan Wangkai smiled disdainfully. His big hand grabbed the air, and his battle chi rolled out. A giant hand that covered the sky instantly appeared. The giant hand broke through the air, emitting a great pressure. It grabbed the red-haired old man, Zhuge Jing, and the group of guards in its hand. Dan Wangkai's 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Boom! Ah! Immediately, accompanied by screams, the bodies of Zhuge Jing and the others were crushed by the giant hand. Blood stained the sky. Chapter 1209. So strong. Everyone was dumbfounded. Killing everyone in an instant, what kind of heaven-defying strength was this? But what shocked everyone the most was the courage of Qin Feiyang and his group. Not only did they kill Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu, but they also killed Zhuge Jing and the 10 clan elders. One had to know. These people were all important figures of the Zhuge family. Especially the 10 clan elders, even Zhuge Wuhou himself had to respect them. However, these people killed them without any hesitation, not putting the Zhuge family in their eyes at all. Everyone was wondering who these people were. "Let's go." Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feiyang opened the portal, said something to Lu Hong and the other two, and then turned around and walked in without looking back. "You want to leave just like that after killing my Zhuge family's people?" Suddenly, a violent roar sounded. Following closely, a purple-robed young man broke through the air like lightning and landed in the sky above the treasure pavilion. "It's Zhuge Mingyang." I didn't expect to alarm the #1 evildoer in the capital. Everyone's heart trembled. But Qin Feiyang had already entered the portal, Lu Hong and Lu Zheng had also entered the portal. Only Dan Wangkai was still outside. Hearing Zhuge Mingyang's voice, Dan Wangkai looked up, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Don't worry about him." Dan Wangkai smiled coldly, turned around and stepped into the portal. "Don't even think about leaving." Zhuge Mingyang was furious. With a wave of his hand, A wave of battle chi rolled out and blasted toward the portal. Don't overestimate yourself. Dan Wangcai's cold voice sounded in the portal. The next moment, a vast emperor's aura emerged and rushed over, annihilating the battle chi in an instant. The emperor's aura rushed toward Zhuge Mingyang. Boom! Zhuge Mingyang was immediately blasted away, blood spurting out of his mouth. A clown. Disdainful laughter came from the teleportation gate. Then Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared, and the teleportation gate disappeared as well. So strong. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes trembled. Not long ago he had received news that someone had killed Zhuge Haolong and Zhuge Haoyu, so he had rushed over to take a look. But who would have thought that the other party actually had a battle emperor? Furthermore, judging from the emperor's might, he was not a 1- or 2-star combat emperor. But who was it? The Zhuge family's fame spread far and wide, and their status far surpassed the other martial marquis government. Who would have the guts to kill a member of the Zhuge family? Could it be? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Zhuge Mingyang's mind as he muttered, "Is it really him?" At this moment, another figure descended. "Greetings, Commander." Everyone bowed respectfully. That was right. This man was the commander of the Kirin army. He had also received the news and rushed over to take a look. What's going on? The commander of the Kirin army glanced at the bloody scene below, frowned slightly, and asked Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang said in a deep voice, "My second uncle, 10th grandpa, Haolong and the rest have all been killed here." The pupils of the Kirin army's commander constricted, and the first thing that came to his mind was Qin Feiyang. Because in the entire Great Qin Empire, only Qin Feiyang had the guts to do so. Who did it? He asked calmly. I don't know, a few unfamiliar faces. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and said coldly, but I think in this world, other than him, no one else dares to be so arrogant. The eyes of the Kirin army's commander flashed. The person that Zhuge Mingyang was talking about was obviously Qin Feiyang. The Kirin army's commander glanced at the crowd below and said, "Who can tell me the details of the situation?" There were many people below who had witnessed the entire process. For a moment, everyone was talking at once, and there was an uproar. So, the commander of the Kirin army had a rough idea of what had happened, and he shouted, "Sun Dahai, come out now." Sun Dahai ran out of the treasure pavilion in a hurry and bowed, "Greetings, Commander, young Master Zhuge." The commander of the Kirin army said, "It happened in the treasure pavilion, why didn't you stop it?" "Commander, you're wrong. It didn't happen in the treasure pavilion, it happened on the street outside the treasure pavilion, and the treasure pavilion has no right to intervene. Moreover, those people are cruel and I can't do anything." Sun Dahai said apologetically. These were all polite words and everyone could tell. Zhuge Mingyang said angrily, "But they entered the treasure pavilion." "I don't deny that. But they entered the treasure pavilion to buy things. The treasure pavilion is open for business, and we can't reject them just because they have some grudges with the Zhuge family." Sun Dahai laughed. The meaning of his words was obvious. Although the Zhuge family was powerful now, but what the treasure pavilion wanted to do was none of his business. Zhuge Mingyang clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "You have to understand, this person is very likely to be him." "Who is it?" Sun Dahai asked. Zhuge Mingyang said, "You know it in your heart." Sun Dahai shook his head. "I really don't understand, young Master Zhuge. Please enlighten me." Zhuge Mingyang said word by word, and every word was as sharp as a blade. What? Everyone's eyes trembled. Sun Dahai also raised his eyebrows and smiled. Young Master Zhuge's imagination is really admirable. "I'm not joking with you," Zhuge Mingyang said in a low voice. "I'm not joking either. I personally received them just now, and I didn't find anyone similar to Qin Feiyang." Sun Dahai said. Zhuge Mingyang said angrily, "Don't you know that there's something called the phantom elixir in this world? Young Master Zhuge, I respect you, but please don't insult my intelligence. I've been in charge of the treasure pavilion for so many years, how could I not know about the phantom elixir? However, my treasure pavilion has thousands of customers every day. I can't use the Heaven's Eye stone to test their identities one by one, can I?" You have to know that this is a great disrespect to the customers. Sun Dahai said lightly. Zhuge Mingyang's face was as dark as water. Sun Dahai glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and the commander of the Kirin army and smiled. There are still many things waiting for me to deal with in the treasure pavilion. If there's nothing else, I'll go do it. Go. The commander of the Kirin army waved his hand. Sun Dahai smiled and turned around to enter the treasure pavilion. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Originally, he wanted to auction off the potential elixir immediately. But now, it seemed that he had to wait for the news to die down. Otherwise, it would definitely arouse Zhuge Mingyang's suspicion. Outside the city, in the sky above a dense forest, Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Will Sun Dahai betray us?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Don't worry, if he betrays us, he won't let us leave the treasure pavilion." At the same time, Lu Zheng looked at Dan Wangkai and asked in surprise, "What happened to your cultivation?" A 2-star combat emperor instantly rose to a 4-star combat emperor, an increase of 2 small realms. From what he knew, there was no such heaven-defying battle art in this world. Dan Wangkai turned a deaf ear and stood silently beside Qin Feiyang. He deactivated the forbidden technique and his cultivation returned to a 2-star combat emperor. This made Lu Jing even more surprised. He smiled and said, "You're not an outsider, what's there to hide? Tell me. Aren't you annoying?" Dan Wangkai looked at him impatiently. "You have character." Lu Jing chuckled and said, "Actually, even if you don't say it, I can guess that you must have mastered some kind of forbidden technique." Dan Wangkai raised his eyebrows. "Don't forget, I'm a member of the Lu family." Lu Jing smiled proudly. Dan Wangkai snorted, "Don't forget, even if you're a member of the Lu family, I can kill you with one hand." The smile on Lu Zheng's face froze. This guy really doesn't give me any face. At this moment, Qin Feiyang took out the 5-colored fruit and looked at it carefully. The fruit was like a colorful diamond, bright and dazzling. The rich smell of the fruit assaulted their noses, making them salivate. Dan Wangkai looked at Lu Zheng and said indifferently, "You always say that the Lu family is amazing and awesome, so you should be omnipotent and omniscient, right? Then do you know what this is?" Lu Zheng's face twitched. If he knew, he wouldn't have kept quiet. "Tell me." The Elixir King questioned with an aggressive look in his eyes. Lu Zheng coughed and said, "Although I don't know what it is, I'm sure it's definitely not an ordinary thing." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Dan Wangkai rolled his eyes and said, "Since you don't know, then keep a low profile in the future. Don't always act like you're amazing." "I say, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows, his expression full of displeasure. Dan Wangkai said expressionlessly, "I just can't stand your domineering behavior." "Then don't look at me." Lu Zheng waved his hand impatiently. "That's enough. How old are you? Why are you still quarreling?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at them and put away the colorful fruit. Lu Hong suddenly asked, "By the way, why didn't you just kill Zhuge Mingyang?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, "Now is not the time to kill him. Besides, now he is deeply favored by the emperor and the state preceptor, so he must have some trump cards." "For example?" Lu Hong asked. "The state preceptor's killing intent. Back then, old Qin gave me a wisp of killing intent to protect myself, so the state preceptor can naturally give Zhuge Mingyang a wisp of killing intent to protect himself." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong nodded in understanding. Buzz. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's image crystal rang. After he took it out, the shadow of the commander of the Kirin army emerged. Looking at the appearance of Qin Feiyang and the others, the commander of the Kirin army immediately frowned and said, "Sure enough, it was you who killed Qin Feiyang and the others." Because Qin Feiyang and the others had not recovered their true appearances yet. "Yes, it was us," Qin Feiyang said lightly. The commander of the Kirin army asked, "Why? Is it because Zhuge Mingyang offended you before?" "I don't take Zhuge Mingyang seriously. I killed them because they deserved to die." Qin Feiyang said. "What did they do to you? Why do you hate them so much?" The commander of the Kirin army was puzzled. They wanted to shake the great Qin dynasty. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The eldest prince was the son of Zhuge Wuhou and the current empress. If he had not killed the eldest prince back then, the great Qin dynasty would have become the Zhuge family's empire after the eldest prince inherited the throne. Chapter 12:10. Shake the Great Qin Empire. The commander of the Kirin army trembled and asked in disbelief, "Are you joking with me?" Qin Feiyang said, "Do I look like I'm joking? How is that possible? I've had many interactions with the Zhuge family and have always followed the rules. Why would I do such a thing?" The commander of the Kirin army said. This was something that he found hard to accept. Follow the rules? Humph, there are some things that you don't know. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll expose their wild ambitions to the world. By then, you'll know whether what I did today was right or wrong. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he directly turned off the image crystal. This person was too loyal to the emperor. Even with the slave seal, he could not control him. If he knew the true identity of the first prince, he would definitely tell the emperor immediately. Therefore, he could not tell him now. Buzz. But in less than 3 breaths, the image crystal vibrated again. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and infused his battle qi into it. A figure appeared. He thought it was the commander of the Kirin army again and said angrily without looking, "Are you done? What's going on?" A suspicious voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up and saw Yan Wei. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Sorry, I thought it was the commander of the Kirin army. How are things on your side?" "The Grand Tutor is too cautious." Yan Wei sighed deeply and said with a smile, "But now, I've successfully entered the law enforcement hall." "The inner hall?" Qin Feiyang asked. But as long as I can enter the law enforcement hall, I'm confident that I can enter the inner hall and become the Grand Tutor's confidant." Yan Wei said with a confident smile. "Be careful, don't give yourself away." Qin Feiyang smiled. He believed in Yan Wei's ability. "I will. Where do you plan to go next?" Yan Wei asked. "Sea of Reincarnation," Qin Feiyang said. The Sea of Reincarnation was located at the extreme north of the imperial capital. It stretched as far as the eye could see. The environment here was extremely harsh. Strong winds blew and tsunamis surged. Powerful sea beasts could be seen everywhere. Ordinary Xiuzhe did not dare to set foot in this area. However, it was precisely in such a place that a village was located. The village was only a little over 100 miles away from the Reincarnation Ocean. Ferocious beasts roamed the vast mountains, but strangely, there was not a single trace of a ferocious beast within a dozen miles of the village. The village wasn't small, but compared to a bustling place like Emperor City, it wasn't that big. More than 2,000 villagers were gathered here. This place could be said to be isolated from the rest of the world, but everyone lived very comfortably. Young and strong men were hunting outside. The elderly, women, and children stayed at home to take care of the house. Everything seemed so peaceful and simple. But at this moment, a middle-aged woman stood at the entrance of the village, gazing into the distant mountains. Her face was filled with worry. The woman was only 35 or 36 years old, but her face was pale, her eyes were empty, and her face was full of wrinkles. She looked like a person in her 50s. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The woman was still standing at the entrance of the village, as if waiting for someone to return. Night finally fell and the mountain was plunged into darkness. Every household in the village lit up their lanterns. Thud! Suddenly, a series of steady and powerful footsteps sounded from afar. Hearing the footsteps, the woman's empty eyes finally glowed with a touch of light. In the darkness, a middle-aged strong man dressed as a hunter gradually entered the woman's sight. The strong man was burly, at least 9 meters tall, carrying a 2-meter-long bull. His footsteps were steady and powerful. However, he had no cultivation base. That barbarian bull was just an ordinary wild beast. Seeing the strong man, the light in the woman's eyes dissipated and was replaced by a trace of disappointment. When the strong man saw the woman, he was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Jie's mother, why are you still standing here?" "I'm waiting for Jie." The woman smiled, but her smile was stiff. The strong man was stunned and asked in surprise, hasn't returned yet? The woman nodded. The strong man said angrily, "What's that kid doing? He's not young anymore and he's still so immature." The woman shook her head. "It's not Jir's fault. He went out to look for his sister. His sister has been missing for so many days. She must have died under the claws of a ferocious beast. How can he find her?" The strong man sighed. Instantly, the woman was enraged and shouted, "Nonsense! Jean can't be dead. She must still be alive." Her expression was filled with pain. The strong man could not bear it and persuaded, "Don't be silly. If she's really not dead, how can she not return after half a month? Get lost right now." The woman shouted. "You don't know what's good for you." The brawny man coldly snorted and carried the bull into the village without looking back. "Gina will be fine. We'll definitely find her," the woman muttered to herself and looked at the deep mountains in the night. 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. In the deathly silent depths of the mountains, the occasional loud roar of a beast could be heard. At a certain mountain stream, a 12 or 13-year-old boy was walking alone. "After father passed away, I only have my sister and mother left. No matter what, I must find my sister." The young boy clenched his hands together and his pitch-black eyes were like black gemstones that shone with a resolute light. 12 or 13 years old was still a child. However, there was a maturity and steadiness on this young boy's face that was different from his peers. So, the young boy came to a short mountain and looked up at the peak before climbing up with all his might. Along the way, the thorns cut his skin and blood flowed. However, he did not care at all and there was a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. Finally, panting heavily, he climbed to the peak of the mountain and stood at the edge of the cliff. Looking at the night sky in the distance, he murmured, "Sister, where did you go? Do you know that mother and I missed you so much and were worried about you?" All of a sudden, a hissing sound came from behind him. There was also a stench that assailed his nostrils. The young man quivered and turned his head abruptly. He saw a pair of green eyes staring coldly at him from a dozen meters away. It was a poisonous python that was 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket. Its entire body was covered with black scales. "This is bad." Unknowingly, I actually left the forbidden area. The young boy panicked but pretended to be calm. He waved his small fist and shouted, "My fist is very hard. You better not come over." The poisonous python spat out its tongue and stared at the young boy for a moment. Its long and narrow snake eyes flashed with a hint of disdain and then it swam towards the young boy. "I'm telling you, if you come over again, I won't be polite to you." The young boy kept retreating. On the surface, he looked very fierce but in fact he was extremely terrified. Suddenly, that poisonous python increased its speed, opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs as it pounced towards the young boy. It was the young boy's first time seeing such a huge poisonous python. He had no doubt that it could swallow him alive. But at this moment, he had already retreated to the edge of the cliff and had nowhere to go. "I'll fight it out with you." He gritted his teeth and took out a dagger from his arms. It was just an ordinary dagger and flew towards the poisonous python. The poisonous python was stunned. It obviously did not expect that the young boy would dare to resist. But then, its eyes shone with a fierce light as it spat out venom. The young boy was shocked. His body technique was very agile. Like an ape, he narrowly dodged and then stabbed the poisonous python 7 inches. He succeeded. But the scales on the poisonous python's body were harder than he imagined. Accompanied by a clanging sound, sparks flew. The dagger only left a mark on the scales. And this move had also completely angered the poisonous python. The long snake tongue spat out, wrapped around the young boy's ankle and dragged him towards the bloody mouth. "No, I can't die. If I die, no one will take care of my mother," the young boy roared. The strong desire to survive overcame the fear in his heart. He firmly grasped the dagger and stabbed it into the poisonous python's tongue. Blood instantly splashed. The poisonous python hissed in pain and released its tongue. The young boy finally escaped and was about to flee. But the furious poisonous python raised its enormous tail and slapped the young boy's back. A blood-curdling scream resounded through the sky. The young boy was like a meteor that flew out from the edge of the cliff and fell downwards. This short mountain was only a few dozen zhang high. For Xiuzhe, it was nothing. But for normal people, falling down was fatal. "Mother, sister, I don't want to," the young boy roared in despair. But he did not notice. The poisonous python also did not notice. At this time, in the void above, two streaks of light broke through the air. It was a male and a female. The male was about 23 or 24 years old. His figure was tall. His clothes were as white as snow. His facial features were sharp and clear. His long hair fluttered in the wind, giving off an otherworldly aura. The female had an exquisite figure. Her hair was like a waterfall. Her facial features were extremely beautiful. She was also wearing a snow-white long dress. She was like a fairy from the heavens, graceful and graceful. The two were Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. "Who's calling?" Suddenly, Lu Hong was stunned. She stopped and looked down. She immediately saw the young boy in despair. There was someone in the wilderness? And it was a child? The next moment, Lu Hong turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the young boy. The young boy was also in complete despair. He closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. But just as he was about to fall to the ground, he suddenly felt someone grab his arm. His body suddenly became light. The next moment, he was suspended in the void. The young boy was stunned. He turned his head and saw a beautiful sister in white standing beside him. He instinctively asked, "Are you an angel?" "Angel?" Lu Hong was slightly stunned. She shook her head and smiled. She landed on the ground with the young boy. Qin Feiyang also swooped down and landed beside the two. "You can actually fly?" Seeing this scene, the young boy's eyes almost popped out. He stuttered and asked, "Are you an immortal?" "Immortal?" This time, Qin Feiyang was also stunned. Chapter 12:11. At this moment, the poisonous python chased after them. When it saw Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, its eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking cold light. There was a hint of threat in its eyes. Lu Hong looked at the poisonous python and couldn't help but be stunned. She laughed and said, "You've just been enlightened. How dare you threaten us?" The poisonous python only had the cultivation of a martial master. A martial master level beast was very strong for a teenager without cultivation. It was like a god. But in the eyes of the two battle saints, Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, it was naturally vulnerable. The poisonous python looked at the two of them and flicked its tongue. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lu Hong's eyes were cold as she released a wisp of holy power. The holy power was undoubtedly comparable to the power of heaven for a fierce beast like the poisonous python. It was paralyzed on the spot and didn't even have the strength to leave. Its eyes were full of fear. Lu Hong shook her head with a smile and retracted her holy power. Only then did the poisonous python breathe a sigh of relief. It was already sweating all over, and then it fled into the mountains without looking back. So powerful! The teenager looked at Lu Hong with admiration. If he had such an ability, he wouldn't have almost lost his life. Lu Hong asked with a smile, "Tell me, what are you doing here alone?" Hearing this, the teenager's face suddenly fell. He said, "I'm looking for my sister." "What's the matter?" Lu Hong asked. The teenager lowered his head and said, "Half a month ago, my sister suddenly disappeared and hasn't returned home yet. I was really worried, so I went into the mountains to look for her." Lu Hong asked, "Do you have any clues now?" The teenager shook his head and said, "The villagers said that my sister must have died under the claws of a beast and asked me not to look for her. But I don't believe it." "The village?" Lu Hong was slightly stunned and asked, "Where is your village?" The teenager pointed to the mountains in the north and said, "The village is over there, more than 10 miles away from here." More than 10 miles. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. For an ordinary person, a distance of more than 10 miles was not a normal distance. Qin Feiyang asked, "How did you get here? Did you encounter any ferocious beasts along the way?" "Vicious beast?" The young man was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "There are no ferocious beasts within a dozen miles of our village. There are only some ordinary wild beasts. We rely on hunting for a living." No berserk beasts? Qin Feiyang was stunned. On the way from the imperial city, they had encountered many ferocious beasts. There were even sacred beasts and emperor beasts. But how could there not be any here? Lu Hong said, "Little brother, let me ask you, do you know about the Sea of Reincarnation?" The youth shook his head and said, "I've never heard of the Sea of Reincarnation, but I heard from the elders in the village that there's a sea far away from our village." "Which direction?" Lu Hong asked. The young man said, "How?" Lu Hong asked again. The young man thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be more than 100 miles away." "North, more than 100 miles?" Lu Hong thought for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang. She transmitted her voice, "I think the sea he mentioned might be the Sea of Reincarnation. Why don't we send him back first and continue our journey?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The young man's village was also in the north. It was on the way. Lu Hong looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Little brother, it's already dark. Why don't we send you back first and you can continue to search tomorrow?" "I won't go back until I find my sister," the young man said stubbornly. Qin Feiyang frowned. If what the young man said was true and his sister had been missing for half a month, then she must have met with a mishap. But the young man was still young, so it was not appropriate to say these words directly. Suddenly, the young man knelt on the ground and looked at the two of them and pleaded, "Sister Angel, Brother Immortal, can you help me find my sister? I beg you." This, Lu Hong couldn't make up her mind and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned. To be honest, he really didn't want to meddle in other people's business. "I'll kowtow to you, as long as I can find my sister, I'm willing to do anything." The young man begged again and again, his face full of anxiety and worry. Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me first, how did your sister go missing?" The young man said, "Half a month ago, my sister went out to hunt as usual, but she never came home." "Hunting? Why is it your sister hunting? Where are your parents?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The young man said, "My father passed away a long time ago. My mother has been sick all year round and is weak. She doesn't have the ability to hunt, so all these years, my sister has been taking care of me and my mother." "So pitiful." Lu Hong sighed and asked with a smile, "How old is your sister? Is she a warrior?" The young man said, "Sister is 18 years old, not a warrior." 18 years old, not a warrior, but supporting a family. Amazing. Lu Hong was full of hope. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why don't we help him find her? Maybe his sister just met with an accident and didn't die." "Yes, that must be the case. Brother Immortal, please help me, okay? If you can help me find my sister, I will treat you to a drink." The young man said, "Drink?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Did he look like someone who lacked alcohol? But judging from the young man's family background, that was probably all he could afford. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, for the sake of the wine, I'll help you find her." "Thank you, Brother Immortal." The young man was overjoyed and grateful. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, "Okay, get up. A man has gold under his knees. Don't kneel when you see someone, and don't call me Brother Immortal. I'm not an immortal." "Then who are you?" The young man got up and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect the young man to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary warrior." "Ordinary martial artists can fly? But why did I hear that only immortals can fly in the sky?" The young man was puzzled. "Who told you that?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The person who said this was simply pretending to be mysterious and misleading the young man. The young man said, "Immortal Shun said so." "Who is Immortal Shun?" Lu Hong was suspicious. The young man said, "Every 2 years, an old man comes to our village on a crane. People in our village call him Immortal Shin." Lu Hong asked, "What does he do in your village?" The young man was about to speak. Qin Feiyang said, You talk. I'll go around and look for him. By the way, what does your sister look like? My sister looks like... The young man thought for a while, took out a piece of yellowed paper from his arms, and then opened it. There were 4 people drawn on the paper. A middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and a young woman. The rest was the young man himself. The young man pointed to the young woman and said, "She is my sister, Wang Jin." Obviously, the middle-aged man was the young man's father who had passed away. The middle-aged woman must be the young man's mother. Qin Feiyang looked down at the woman's portrait, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Whether it was the woman's outline or charm, they were all very well drawn. Although she was only wearing a shabby linen dress, she looked beautiful and refined. "You stay here with him." After remembering the woman's appearance, Qin Feiyang secretly told Lu Hong. Then he rushed into the sky and quickly disappeared in the night sky. "Aren't we going to help?" Seeing Qin Feiyang leave, the young man quickly looked at Lu Hong and asked, "Your immortal brother is very powerful. He doesn't need our help. Come on, tell me, did you draw these portraits?" Lu Hong asked. "I don't have any hobbies, but I like to draw. It took me 2 days to draw this picture. Is it okay?" The young man asked innocently. "It's very good." Lu Hong nodded with a smile and asked, "By the way, can you tell me about the immortal crane you mentioned just now?" The young man nodded. "Let's sit over there and talk slowly," Lu Hong said with a smile. Not far away, there was a blue stone. Lu Hong walked over with the young man and sat on the blue stone. The young man slowly said, "At the same time." Qin Feiyang flew over a mountain ridge. While scanning below, he also released his perception and carefully sensed the breath and movement below. But suddenly, he stopped in the void and waved his hand. All the people and beasts in the castle appeared. "You all heard what I said just now. Help me look for her, but don't be too flamboyant. It's better to hide your breath." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, battle chi surged, and Wang Jin's virtual shadow condensed. After remembering Wang Jin's appearance, Fatso asked, "How do we find her?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "The young man said that Wang Jin went missing when she went out to hunt. We will look for her near the village, but we have to expand the scope and search within 100 miles. "Understood." Everyone nodded and immediately turned into streaks of flowing light, dispersing in all directions and disappearing. But Lu Jing didn't leave. She looked down at the mountains below, and her eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "Why are you still standing here? Don't you think it's strange?" Lu Jing didn't answer but asked. "What's strange?" Qin Feiyang asked. "This place is close to the Sea of Reincarnation, but why is there a village here, and why is there no beast within a dozen miles of the village?" Lu Jing said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Jing's eyes flashed and said, "The young man's village isn't simple. Let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang nodded. The 2 of them cut through the sky and headed north, not forgetting to look for Wang Jin along the way. A dozen miles of distance was too easy for the 2 of them. In less than 100 breaths, a village came into their sight. The 2 of them hid their breath and stood in the sky, scanning the village. There were more than 2,000 families in the village, occupying half a mile of land. Every house looked old. Although it wasn't late at night, it was hard to see anyone in the village. It was quiet. How is this possible? Lu Jing scanned the village, disbelief written all over his face. This huge village was full of ordinary people. "It's indeed strange," Qin Feiyang muttered. This place was only 100 miles away from the Sea of Reincarnation. It could be said that this place was extremely dangerous, but there was a group of ordinary people living here. Chapter 12:12. I really don't believe that this is an ordinary village. I'll go down and take a look, Lu Jing said. Don't act recklessly, Qin Feiyang reminded him. Got it. Lu Jing waved his hand impatiently. He sneaked into the village without anyone noticing and began to wander around. With his cultivation, no one would be able to discover him. Qin Feiyang stood silently in the sky, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. He looked at the entrance of the village and saw a middle-aged woman standing there. The woman looked at the distant mountains, her hollow eyes filled with worry. She's been waiting here, Qin Feiyang muttered. He had seen this woman before. She was the young man's mother. Lu Jing appeared beside Qin Feiyang like a ghost. Seeing Qin Feiyang staring at the entrance of the village, he also looked down. When he saw the woman, Lu Jing asked suspiciously, "Who is she?" "The young man's mother," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jing nodded in realization and sighed. What a pitiful person. If Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong had not saved the young man in time, she would have lost not only her daughter but also her son. Although she's pitiful, it also reflects that her mother is really the greatest person in the world. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and asked, "How's the investigation?" Lu Jing retracted his gaze and shook his head. "They're all ordinary people. There's not a single cultivator." Qin Feiyang frowned and scanned the village. Lu Jing added, "However, I found something unusual." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Look there." Lu Jing pointed to the center of the village. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction he pointed. He immediately saw a 5 to 6 meter high hill in the center of the village. However, it was not a hill. It was a tomb. There was also a tombstone in front of them. The tombstone was over 2 meters tall, and there were a few large words carved on it. Tomb of Ancestor King Yangfeng. Wang Yangfeng? I've never heard of such a person. Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Jing said, "Not just you, even I haven't heard of it before." "But that's not the point. The point is that there's something strange about the tomb." "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise. "Come with me." As soon as Lu Jing finished speaking, he dashed towards the grave. Very soon, when the two of them landed in front of the grave, an ancient aura immediately assaulted them. This aura came from the tombstone. Obviously, this tombstone had existed for many years. Lu Jing said, "According to my estimation, this tombstone is at least 5 to 6,000 years old." That long? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Didn't this mean that this village had existed for at least 5 to 6,000 years? What kind of secret was hidden in such an ancient village? He suddenly felt that this village seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil, making it impossible for him to see through it. Lu Jing said, "Release your perception and see if you can find anything in the tomb." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He released his perception and rushed towards the tomb. The next moment, his body shook violently, and his eyes were full of shock. There was actually a mysterious force hidden in this tomb that blocked his perception. "You found it. There's a lot of mystery in here. I'm even thinking that there's not a single beast within a radius of more than 10 miles. It's very likely because of this tomb." Lu Jing's eyes shone brightly. Qin Feiyang said, "You mean that the owner of this tomb was extremely powerful when he was alive, so those beasts didn't dare to approach the village?" Lu Jing nodded. "It's getting more and more interesting." Qin Feiyang chuckled. He never expected to encounter such an interesting village on the way. "Who's there?" Suddenly, a shout was heard. A villager walked out of a house not far away with a torch. He accidentally saw 2 shadows in front of the tomb and immediately shouted. But the next moment, then, the 2 shadows disappeared. What's going on? Was it an illusion? The villager rubbed his eyes and looked at the grave suspiciously. He didn't take it to heart and turned to walk towards the house on the opposite side. He shouted, "Brother Mu, give me some wine. I've finished it." "You drunkard, will you die if you don't drink for a day?" Following this, a cursing sound came from within the house. Back to Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing. The two of them didn't leave. They just hid behind the tomb. Lu Jing whispered, "Why don't we wait until it's late at night and dig it up to take a look?" Digging up someone's ancestral tomb, aren't you afraid of shortening your life? Qin Feiyang was speechless. He actually came up with such a rotten idea. What a genius. Lu Jing rolled his eyes at him and said blandly, "Cultivators, don't be so superstitious, okay?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't talk nonsense. I can't do such a wicked thing as digging up someone's ancestral tomb." Lu Jing frowned and said, "Then don't you want to know what's inside?" "Yes, but there are many ways. We don't have to dig up the tomb," Qin Feiyang said. "Stubborn. Lu Jing glared at him and said, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to look for that little girl. After saying that, he left quietly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the grave and also silently soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Time passed quietly. Late at night, the young man had fallen asleep. Lu Hong held him in her arms. No one knew what she was thinking. She stroked the young man's hair in a daze. But there was a trace of motherly love on her face. Swish! A white figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. And Lu Hong didn't notice Qin Feiyang's appearance. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He walked up to Lu Hong, looked at the expression on her face, and said with a smile, Since you like children so much, you should find a man you love and have one as soon as possible. Ah! Lu Hong was shocked. She looked up at Qin Feiyang, and her face suddenly blushed. What are you thinking about? Why are you so shy? Qin Feiyang was curious. Nothing. Lu Hong hurriedly waved her hand, looking a little flustered. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, You little girl, you must be hiding something. Lu Hong smiled embarrassedly and asked, Did you find his sister? The others don't know, but I didn't find her. After saying that, Qin Feiyang looked at the sleeping youth and said, He's most likely already met with misfortune. He didn't care about his own safety and went deep into the mountains alone. It can be seen how deep their relationship is. If his sister is really killed, you can imagine how heavy a blow it will be to him. Lu Hong sighed. Qin Feiyang said, Life is like this. Only by suffering can one learn to grow. Lu Hong said, But this is too cruel for him. After all, he is still young. Qin Feiyang said, Everyone has a process of growth. This may be his fate. Lu Hong sighed deeply. Swish! Not long after, Fatso and Wolf King also came back. How is it? Lu Hong asked. The man and the wolf shook their heads. After that, Viper, Dan Wangkai, the Flood Dragon, the Pangolin, and so on also came back one after another, but they didn't find Wang Jin. Not to mention 100 miles, they even searched a radius of 200 miles, but there was no trace at all. Okay then, you go to the castle and continue to cultivate. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and was about to send everyone to the castle, but he suddenly frowned and said, Have you seen Lu Zheng? No, isn't he with you? Fatso said. Qin Feiyang frowned and sent everyone to the castle. After waiting for a while, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Where did Lu Zheng go? Did he really go to dig up someone's ancestral grave while I was away? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lu Hong was stunned and asked, Dig up someone's ancestral grave? What's going on? Qin Feiyang said, It's a long story. Hurry up and carry him. Let's go to that village. Lu Hong nodded, picked up the sleeping boy, and followed Qin Feiyang to the village. After a while, the two of them came to the sky above the village. At this time, the lights in the village had all been extinguished, and it was dead silent. Qin Feiyang looked directly at the grave and saw a dark shadow sneaking around the grave. Who else could it be but Lu Zheng? This son of a bitch, he really did it. Qin Feiyang was furious. He landed in front of the grave like lightning and shouted, What are you doing? Lu Zheng was startled. When he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, he was relieved. There's something strange about this grave. Lu Hong landed in front of the grave, and there was a touch of surprise in her eyes. Lu Zheng glanced at Qin Feiyang, who had a dark face, and went up to Lu Hong with a guilty conscience and said with a flattering smile, Your insight is really good. Qin Feiyang said, Don't change the subject. Do you want to dig up the grave? Lu Zheng said innocently, No. Qin Feiyang said, Then why are you wandering around here? I'm just curious. That's not right. I'm your cousin. What am I doing? What right do you have to interfere? I should be the one to interfere. Lu Zheng said angrily. You also know that you're my cousin? As my cousin, shouldn't you set a good example in front of your cousin? Lu Hong looked at him disdainfully. Lu Zheng said with a smile, is right. I will perform well in the future. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Lu Hong couldn't help but have a headache. Couldn't this guy be a little more serious? Don't call me Hong all day. It's so disgusting. Since you want to know what's inside so much, I'll satisfy you. Qin Feiyang said. So you agree with me digging up the grave? Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. Get lost. Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. Lu Hong hurriedly comforted him. Don't be angry. Although he's a scumbag, he's your cousin after all. Lu Zheng said aggrievedly, What do you mean? How am I a scumbag? You're hurting my heart. I don't want to talk to you. Lu Hong turned her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. Lu Zheng's expression stiffened. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang for help and said, Cousin is angry. Quickly help me put in a good word. Cousin's lifelong happiness depends on you. Why do I feel like you're asking for a beating? Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly, rubbed his swollen head and said, I said I'll satisfy you, not to dig up the grave, but to stay in the village and slowly investigate. I see. No. You want me to stay in the village to investigate, while you go to the sea of reincarnation. Aren't you deliberately trying to separate me and Hong? Cousin, you can't be like this. After all, we're related by blood. Lu Zheng said discontentedly. I'll stay too. Lu Hong will stay too. We'll all stay. Is that okay? Qin Feiyang gnashed his teeth. He was about to go crazy. He really didn't know what to do with this cousin who suddenly appeared. Of course we can all stay. Lu Zheng chuckled and didn't care at all. Oh my God, who did I offend? Why do I have such a weird cousin? Qin Feiyang looked at the sky helplessly. He was about to collapse. This was simply torture. Lu Hong couldn't help but snicker. Chapter 12-13. At the entrance of the village. Come back quickly. The woman looked at the vast mountains in the night and muttered to herself helplessly. Thud. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard. The woman hurriedly looked over and saw two men and a woman walking out of the darkness. The woman was holding a young man in her arms. It was Qin Feiyang and the other two. At this moment, they restrained their cultivation and aura and looked like ordinary people. Jia. Seeing the young man, the woman trembled and immediately ran over. But seeing that the young man did not respond, her expression changed and she looked up at Lu Hong and asked, Miss, what's wrong with my son? She thought that something had happened to the young man and was so anxious that she burst into tears. Don't worry, he's just tired and fell asleep. Lu Hong smiled and comforted her. Fell asleep. The woman was stunned and then sighed in relief. Then, she looked at the three of them and asked suspiciously, May I know who you are? We're passers-by. Not long ago, your son encountered a poisonous python and we happened to pass by, so we saved him and sent him back. Lu Hong smiled and said, So you're saviors. Thank you. The woman immediately knelt on the ground and said gratefully, You can't do that, get up quickly. Seeing that, Lu Hong hurriedly said, then looked at Lu Zheng and said angrily, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help Auntie up. But Lu Zheng nodded and walked to the woman and said with a smile, It's just a small matter, don't mention it. To you it's a small matter, but to me, it's a huge favor. Now, I only have Jia left. If even he is gone, I don't know how to live. This old woman is unable to repay your great kindness. I would like to invite the three of you to have a seat at my home. The woman got up and said with a sincere face. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and smiled. This was exactly what they wanted. Lu Hong smiled and said, Then we'll be disturbing you. No. The woman waved her hand repeatedly and looked at Lu Hong with a smile. Miss, thank you for your hard work. Give her to me. Lu Hong said, It's okay. You're a little weak. I'll carry you inside. You're Jia's savior, how can I let you do this kind of manual labor? The woman was a little scared. Lu Hong smiled and said, It's really fine. Let's go in. All right, thank you, Mississippi, the woman said gratefully. Then, she turned around and led Qin Feiyang and the other two into the village. They walked down a small path on the left. Miss, how do you know that my body is weak? Are you a doctor? As the woman walked, she turned back to look at Lu Hong and asked. Lu Hong smiled and said, I'm not a doctor. Jia told me that. This child, The woman shook her head and smiled. Lu Hong said, "Your son is very sensible." A trace of pride appeared on the woman's face. She said, "Although our family's conditions are not as good as the others in the village, when it comes to being sensible, no child can compare to Jie. By the way, what are your names?" "My name is Lu." Lu Hong was about to say her name when Qin Feiyang suddenly coughed and interrupted her. Lu Hong looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "Although this is a little remote, it's still in the capital. It's better to be careful." Lu Hong nodded and looked at the woman. "My name is Lu Xiaoqin. These two are Jiang Fei and Jiang Zheng." Jiang Fei, Jiang Zheng? The woman was stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, she asked, "Are you brothers?" "Hem." Qin Feiyang coughed and nodded. "Kind of." Lu Zheng said discontentedly, "What do you mean kind of? We are brothers." "Shut up and don't talk." Qin Feiyang glared at him. "But my mouth is on my face. I can say whatever I want. Why do you care?" Lu Zheng rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. "If you talk nonsense again, don't follow me," Qin Feiyang said with a dark face. "Don't be mistaken. I'm not following you. I'm following Hong. I only have eyes for her, understand? So don't flatter yourself." Lu Zheng smiled disdainfully. "I'm flattering myself?" Qin Feiyang pointed at his nose and looked at Lu Zheng angrily. "Nonsense. If you're not flattering yourself, am I? Also, the eldest brother is the father, and the eldest sister-in-law is the mother. Although I'm not the boss at home, I'm still your brother. Show me some respect. In addition, be more polite to your sister-in-law Hong-er in the future." Lu Zheng said. "Sister-in-law Hong-er?" Lu Hong froze. Immediately after, her face was filled with anger. This bastard, the more he spoke, the more ridiculous he became. Qin Feiyang was also gnashing his teeth. "Why are you gnashing your teeth? Let me tell you, don't think about bullying your brother. Be careful of being struck by lightning." Lu Zheng snorted coldly. "I'll endure it." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and tried to control his mind that was about to explode. The woman looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng and said with a smile, "You two brothers are really interesting." "Really?" Lu Zheng asked. "There's a popular saying in our village. Fighting is love, and scolding is love. The more you do this, the more it shows that you care about each other. Jie and Jean used to be the same. When they were together, they often bickered. When they were not together, they often missed each other." The woman sighed, looking a little disappointed. "Really?" Lu Zheng was stunned. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and said playfully, "I didn't know that you cared about me so much." Qin Feiyang's mood was simply about to go crazy. "Stop it, okay?" Lu Hong glared at Lu Zheng angrily. Didn't he see that the woman was about to cry? Lu Zheng smiled embarrassedly and shut his mouth. Lu Hong turned to look at the woman and said with a smile, "Heaven helps the worthy. Your daughter will be fine." "Thank you." The woman smiled gratefully and pointed to the front. "That's my home." The three of them raised their heads and looked over. Immediately, their hearts felt as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. It was extremely uncomfortable. The home the woman pointed to was just a shabby wooden house. So, the three of them followed the woman and came to the front of the wooden house. A damp, rotten smell immediately came to their faces. The wooden house only covered an area of dozens of meters and was surrounded by a simple fence. A lot of firewood was piled up in a corner. The woman apologized, "I've been waiting for her at the entrance of the village these days. I didn't take care of the yard. It's a little messy. Please don't mind." "It's okay," Lu Hong said with a smile. The woman smiled, walked to the door, and pushed it open. The moment the door was pushed open, the three of them really saw what it meant to have 4 bare walls. There was nothing in the hall of the house except a table and 4 stools. Even the table and stools were very shabby. But there were many paintings on the old walls. There were landscape paintings, figure paintings, bird paintings, and beast paintings. They were very lifelike and full of charm. And there were 4 rooms inside. 3 bedrooms and a kitchen. There was only 1 bed in each bedroom. The kitchen was not big, just enough for 1 person to go in and out. However, Although the house was relatively simple, it was very neat and clean. Lu Hong asked, "Which room is Jier's?" The woman lit the candle and led Lu Hong into one of the bedrooms. Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing stood in the hall, looking at the paintings on the wall. There were more than a dozen paintings on the wall of the hall, but Qin Feiyang noticed that the painting in the center was not a family picture, but an old man riding a crane. The old man was dressed in a snow-white robe, riding a white crane in the sky, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, and his white hair was fluttering. He had quite a sage-like charm. Lu Hong walked to Qin Feiyang, looked at the old man riding a crane in the painting and whispered, "He is the immortal crane that Jeffer mentioned." "What is his background?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. "I asked Je. He told me that this immortal crane came and went without a trace. No one in the village knew where he lived, and no one knew his name. They only knew that he came from a mysterious immortal sect." Lu Hong said, "Immortal sect?" Lu Zheng was stunned and said angrily, "How can there be immortals in this world? It's obvious that he is a swindler." Qin Feiyang also felt the same. He looked at Lu Hong and asked, "What does he do in this village every 2 years?" Lu Hong said, "It is said that he is recruiting disciples." Qin Feiyang and Lu Jing looked at each other. Immortal sect? Recruiting disciples? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Lu Hong said, said that any child who is chosen by Immortal Crane will be taken away immediately, and the people in the village are eager to be taken away by him, because once they are chosen by Immortal Crane, they have the qualifications to become immortals. Nonsense. I can't stand this kind of swindler who pretends to be mysterious. I must find out about this so-called immortal sect and expose their true colors. Lu Jing snorted coldly. Immortals were just legends. They did not exist at all. This immortal crane was clearly bewitching the villagers here. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then raised his head again and looked at the portrait of immortal crane. This village was isolated from the world, and the people in the village still maintained primitive thinking. It was reasonable to believe that there were immortals in this world. Just like when he was a child, he also believed that there were immortals in this world. But when he went out and began to understand this world a little bit, he realized that these so-called immortals were just some people who were more powerful than ordinary people. Immortals did not exist in this world at all. At this time, the woman came out holding a pot of tea and said with a smile, "3 benefactors, the house is a little simple and crude. Please don't mind and sit down." "It's okay." Lu Hong waved her hand and said with a smile. The woman put the teapot on the table, turned to look at the portrait of Immortal Crane, and said, "I heard you were talking about Immortal Crane just now?" Lu Hong nodded. The woman's face became serious and she said, "You can talk about it at home. Don't talk nonsense outside." But Lu Hong was puzzled. The woman said, "Because the people in the village all respect Immortal Crane very much. If they hear you talking about him, they will make trouble for you." Her words were full of respect for Immortal Crane. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. It seemed that the people in this village had been completely educated by Immortal Crane. They believed that there were immortals in this world. Lu Hong asked, "Do you know about this Immortal Crane?" The woman said in awe, "He is an immortal, and I am just an ordinary woman. What qualifications do I have to know about him?" Lu Hong said, "In these years, besides this Immortal Crane, are there any other immortals who came to this village?" The woman shook her head and said, "Let's not talk about it. You probably haven't had dinner yet. I will prepare some food. You can talk." "Thank you," Lu Hong said with a smile. "It's my pleasure." Chapter 12:14. Lu Zheng looked at the busy woman's back, and then looked at the portrait of Master Shin. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and secretly said, "You guys talk, I'll go out for a walk. Don't mess around." Qin Feiyang hurriedly warned him. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows, turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Now I'm telling you very seriously, I'm your brother, don't meddle in my business." Qin Feiyang directly ignored him. Lu Zheng turned to Lu Hong and said, "Hong, as his sister-in-law, shouldn't you discipline him? He's too impolite, too outrageous." Lu Hong also averted her gaze and looked elsewhere. This time Lu Zheng was embarrassed, turned around and left resentfully. Lu Hong stared at Lu Zheng's back, then looked at Qin Feiyang and whispered, "You shouldn't have let him follow us." "You don't understand." Qin Feiyang sighed. Although Lu Zheng made him feel very helpless, to be honest, he cared about this cousin of his very much. Not for any other reason, but because Lu Zheng was his family. He had been wandering outside since childhood, without anyone to rely on, so he longed for family more than anyone else. When he learned that Lu Zheng was his cousin, he was very happy. So, no matter what Lu Zheng did? What did he say? He didn't care. As the woman said, beating was love, scolding was love. What he needed to do now was to enjoy this rare family affection. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang deeply. Didn't she understand? In fact, she understood. She didn't dare to say that she understood Qin Feiyang better than anyone else, but she dared to say that no one cared about Qin Feiyang more than she did. She also knew that the man in front of her didn't need anyone to comfort him, because he could bear it alone. What she needed to do was to silently accompany him. The food is here. A short while later, the woman came out with 3 dishes and 2 bowls of rice, but when she saw only Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, she asked in confusion, "Where is our benefactor?" Lu Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry about him. He's just a person who can't stay idle. All right, you guys can have a simple meal. Tomorrow, I'll make a sumptuous meal to thank you guys." The woman smiled. Lu Hong sat at the table and picked up her chopsticks. She smiled and said, "Then I won't be polite." The woman said, "Eat whatever you want as long as you don't mind." "How could that be?" Lu Hong smiled. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Chewing, her eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food." "Then eat more." The woman sat at the table. After glancing at Qin Feiyang, she kept looking at Lu Hong with a smile on her face. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Auntie, you should eat some too." The woman nodded but did not pick up her chopsticks. She continued to look at Lu Hong, treating Qin Feiyang beside her as heir. Lu Hong was a little uncomfortable. She asked suspiciously, "Auntie, is there something on my face?" The woman shook her head and said with a smile, "You really look like my daughter." Lu Hong was stunned. It turned out that she was thinking of her daughter. She comforted her, "Auntie, don't worry. We'll help you look for her tomorrow." "How can I do that?" the woman hurriedly said. Lu Hong smiled and said, "It's okay. We're all idle people. As long as Auntie doesn't mind us disturbing you, it's fine." I don't mind." The woman waved her hand repeatedly. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young man, this is a good girl. You have to cherish her." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Hong's cheeks immediately turned red. The woman chuckled. She grabbed the chopsticks, picked up a few pieces of vegetables, and put them in Lu Hong's bowl. Then she said, "Eat more." "Thank you." Lu Hong lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang coughed. The atmosphere was a little awkward. He put down the bowl and chopsticks, looked at the woman, and said, "Auntie, has anyone in your village ever entered the mysterious gate of immortality?" The woman nodded and said, "I remember that a dozen children were taken away by Master Shin 2 years ago." "Have they ever come back?" Qin Feiyang asked. Master Shin said that the gate of immortality is not an ordinary place. As long as you go there, you can't come back. No one is allowed to go to the gate of immortality to visit them. The woman said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Don't the parents of these children miss them?" "Yes, of course. But as parents, we want our children to be successful, so everyone gradually got used to it." The woman smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. That was right. Which parent didn't want their children to be successful? But he couldn't figure out what kind of place it was that people couldn't come back after going there. After all, whether it was the Divine Hall in the capital or the Pill Pagoda in the Central Divine Kingdom, there was no such rule. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, "By the way, may I ask if your family has any grudges with other people in the village?" "Grudges? Why do you ask?" The woman looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just ask casually. If you don't want to say it, don't say it." The woman thought for a while in a low voice and said with a smile, "People in our village are relatively harmonious and get along well. They won't have conflicts over small things." "What if it's a big deal?" Qin Feiyang asked. The woman said, "If there is a big deal, our village chief will come out to mediate." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, "Did you think of something?" Qin Feiyang said to himself, "I've been thinking about why Wang Jin went missing." "What do you mean?" Lu Hong was suspicious. "Wang Jin is from this village. She grew up here, and since her father passed away, she often hunted outside. She must be very familiar with the situation around the village. For example, where is the danger? Where is it safer? And as a person with a little sense, it is impossible for her to go to those dangerous places. But why did she go missing? So I'm thinking, is there something strange about Wang Jin's disappearance?" Qin Feiyang said telepathically. Lu Hong said to herself, "That's why you asked if this family has any grudges with others. Are you suspecting that someone might have secretly harmed Wang Jin?" Qin Feiyang replied secretly. After all, he was used to seeing scheming and scheming. He thought more than the woman. And although this village looked very ordinary and simple, it did not rule out that there were a few scumbags. Lu Hong said to herself, "But she also said that she has no grudges with others." Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "We have lived together for so many years, and there is no friction at all. Do you think it is possible?" Lu Hong shook her head. No matter how harmonious they were, there would definitely be some disputes. There is definitely a grudge, but because she is very simple, she usually doesn't take it to heart. But just because she doesn't take it to heart doesn't mean that the other party doesn't take it to heart. Maybe the other party has already held a grudge. "We have been traveling outside all year round. Because of a small matter, someone will die in the end. Haven't we seen this kind of thing before?" Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. "Makes sense." Lu Hong muttered to herself. She looked at the woman calmly and said with a smile, "Auntie, think carefully. Have you offended anyone in the past? Or did someone provoke you? What are you trying to say?" Although the woman was honest, she was not stupid. There must be a reason for the two of them to ask again and again. Lu Hong said, "Don't worry about it. Tell us the truth." "Then let me think about it." The woman lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong did not say anything and looked at her quietly. Time passed bit by bit. After some time, the woman finally raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. She said, "Speaking of which, there is indeed one thing." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I remember that a year ago, the son of the village chief came to me and said that he liked Jin, and wanted to marry her. This was originally a good thing, but Jin, did not agree and said that she did not like him. Although the village head's family is relatively wealthy, I will definitely respect Jin's choice. Later on, the village chief's son almost fell out with us because of this, but the village chief stopped him in time and taught him a lesson. Later on, this matter was left unsettled and I did not take it to heart." The woman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he asked, "What's the character of the village chief's son like?" "He's rather overbearing. But he usually treats the villagers well and often helps everyone. After all, he's young. It's normal for him to be a little arrogant." The woman smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. Lu Hong snickered. "Seems like you're worrying too much. Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lu Hong asked suspiciously, "You're not suspecting the village chief's son, are you?" "Why not?" "We can't ignore all possibilities." Qin Feiyang thought. Lu Hong said, "Then what do you plan to do?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Let's go take a look tomorrow and meet the village chief's son." Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly and said, "Up to you." "Sister." Suddenly, a cry of helplessness rang out from the inner room. "Jia!" The woman immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks and ran into the inner room. Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong also got up and walked in. The boy had already woken up and was sitting on the bed. His young face was full of fear and his forehead was full of sweat. "Jia, did you have a nightmare again?" The woman sat by the bed, stroking the boy's back and asked, "I dreamed of my sister. She was eaten by a ferocious beast. Mother, I'm so scared." The boy threw himself into the woman's arms and cried bitterly. His bright eyes were full of helplessness. "No, your sister will be fine. Trust me." The woman patted the boy's back and comforted him, but her eyes were also blurred by tears. Lu Hong could not help but sigh. Why did God have to be so cruel to this family? They were already very unfortunate. Couldn't God take care of them? When the boy saw Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong, he was slightly stunned. Then he seemed to remember something. He quickly broke free from the woman's arms and got up from the bed. Then he jumped in front of Qin Feiyang and Lu Hong. He grabbed their hands tightly as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw and asked, "Sister Angel, Brother Immortal, have you found my sister?" Lu Hong shook her head. "How could this be? Is my sister really dead? I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Chapter 12:16. The woman lowered her head and looked at the young man. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. "Sigh." Qin Feiyang sighed. He turned around silently and walked away. Standing in the courtyard, he looked up at the night sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes. No one could understand the pain of losing a loved one better than him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find out the reason for Wang Jin's disappearance. So, Lu Zheng returned and looked at Qin Feiyang in the courtyard. He was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why are you standing here alone?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Nothing. I just felt something and felt a little irritated." "Because of Wang Jin?" Lu Zheng asked. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked away. He asked, "Why did you go out just now?" Lu Zheng said, "Actually, I've been wondering if there's something strange about Wang Jin's disappearance." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked curiously, "Why do you say that? Wang Jin was born and raised here. She should be very familiar with the nearby mountains. But why did she go missing? So I suspect that her disappearance might not be that simple. I went out just now to see if there was anything suspicious in this village." Lu Zheng frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You're indeed my cousin. You're exactly what I thought." "You think so too?" Lu Zheng was stunned. "I was just talking to Lu Hong about this. And I heard that the village chief's son once coveted Wang Jin's beauty." Qin Feiyang said. "This might be a clue." Lu Zheng's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled faintly. "Let's wait until tomorrow. We'll go and meet him. By the way, can you answer a question for me?" "What is it?" Lu Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Where exactly is the Lu family?" "Beg me." Lu Zheng looked at him mockingly. "It's up to you to say it or not." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow and said unhappily, "You're asking someone for advice, and you still have this attitude? Are you going to tell me or not?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I won't." Lu Zheng turned his head to look elsewhere, his face full of displeasure. "Forget it if you don't want to tell me." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, then rose into the air and disappeared into the night sky like a bolt of lightning. "This brat has no respect for his elders. Looks like I'll have to teach him a lesson in the future." Lu Zheng mumbled to himself before turning around and entering the house. The next day, early morning, on the peak of a mountain near the village, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched his body. This person looked refreshed. That night, he didn't cultivate. He just slept. In addition, there were no ferocious beasts here to disturb him, so he slept very soundly and comfortably. "It's dawn. Time to go back." Looking at the sun in the sky, Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He restrained his aura, jumped down the mountain, and walked toward the village. When he was about to reach the village, he suddenly stopped and looked at a forest not far away. He saw a young man in white entering the forest alone. The young man was about 20 years old. He was thin and had delicate features, looking like an elegant gentleman. Hunting so early in the morning. The people in this village are really hard-working. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The young man didn't have any cultivation, but there was a scabbard made of animal skin hanging from his waist, with a dagger in it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man. He didn't pay much attention to him and continued to walk toward the village. Are you Jiang Fei? As soon as he reached the entrance of the village, several villagers who were about to go out came up to him and asked with a smile. I am. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at them suspiciously. Thank you for bringing Jie back. You don't know, Jie's mother was worried sick when he went out for 2 days. Little brother, if you're not busy, stay in the village for a few more days. The villagers smiled and said. They were simple and kind, giving people a natural sense of closeness. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay, we're going out to hunt. If we can hunt good prey, come to my house for a drink tonight. A rough-looking man said with a grin. Wang Dabiao, what do you mean? If we can't hunt, we won't treat this little brother to a drink? A bald man next to him said with dissatisfaction. That's not what I mean. Wang Dabiao hurriedly waved his hand, looking simple and honest. I think so. Don't forget, this little brother is Jie's savior. So, whether or not we can hunt good prey today, tonight you have to take out the few jars of wine you've been saving for several years to thank him. The bald man said. Yes. Wang Dabiao nodded repeatedly, but suddenly he looked at the bald man and said, No, it's you who wants to drink my jars of wine, isn't it? What are you thinking about? I just want to bask in this little brother's glory and have a few drinks tonight. The bald man smiled awkwardly. Hypocrite. Wang Dabiao rolled his eyes at him. The other few people also looked at the bald man with disdain, but they were all smiling. Wang Dabiao turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Little brother, we'll go first. See you tonight. Qin Feiyang nodded. At that moment, they took all kinds of weapons and walked into the mountains. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The people here were not only kind, but also very forthright. He liked this place. There was no scheming or scheming. Everything seemed ordinary and peaceful. I really hope that one day I can live like them. Qin Feiyang muttered and turned to enter the village. Good morning, little brother Jiang Fei. I went to Jie's house just now and was wondering why I didn't see you. So you're here. Little brother, thank you for saving Jie. Come to my house when you're free. Along the way, the villagers that Qin Feiyang met all greeted him warmly. How do you know all of this? Qin Feiyang felt a little helpless. Isn't this news spreading too fast? When he returned to the young man's house and saw the situation in front of the yard, he was even more speechless. There was a sea of people in front of the yard. It was so crowded that it was as if everyone was watching a monkey show. Isn't this little brother Jiang Fei? Where did you go last night? Everyone didn't see you and was worried about you. When they saw Qin Feiyang, the crowd immediately started asking him about him. They were so enthusiastic that even Qin Feiyang was a little overwhelmed. Someone laughed and said, It's good that you're back. Everyone, make way, don't block the little brother's way. Everyone smiled happily and retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang nodded to them and walked into the yard. He saw that in the hall of the house, apart from Lu Hong, Lu Jing, the young man, and the woman, there was also an old man. The old man was stooped and supported himself with a walking stick. He had a braid on his head and looked quite energetic. The old man got up and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He asked with a smile, Are you little brother Jiang Fei? Qin Feiyang walked into the house and nodded. I am Qin Feiyang. May I know who you are? I'm the village chief here. Not long ago, I heard that you saved Jie last night, so I came here to thank you. The old man chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You're too kind, old man. This is just a small matter. Anyone would have helped. Little brother, you're really humble. Speaking of which, I'm also responsible for this. As the village chief of this village, whether it was Jin's disappearance or Jie's escape, I didn't think of a way to help immediately. I'm ashamed. The old man sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, You have too many things to deal with in such a big village. It's inevitable that you don't have the strength to help. We can all understand. Little brother, you really know how to talk. But it's fine as long as Jie comes back safely. The old man laughed hoarsely. Yes, it's better that he's fine. Qin Feiyong smiled and asked calmly, "Old man, is your son here?" The old man glanced at the crowd and said suspiciously, "He was here not long ago. Why did he suddenly disappear? This little rascal has no manners at all. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back." Qin Feiyong smiled faintly. The old man looked at the people outside the door and waved his hand. "Little brother Jiang Fei," everyone saw him. "Hurry up and leave." Since the village chief had spoken, the people in the yard naturally couldn't stay any longer. They left in groups of 2s and 3s. The old man retracted his gaze and turned to point at the table. He smiled and said, "Little brother, please take a seat." Qin Feiyong nodded with a smile and sat at the table. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng also sat next to him. Lu Zheng said secretly, "Little cousin, where have you been fooling around all night? Who do you think I am?" Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes at him and said through voice transmission, "I just felt a little tired, so I found a quiet place to sleep." "Is that so? Why don't I believe you?" Lu Zheng looked at him suspiciously. Believe it or not, Qin Feiyong didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this time, the old man sat opposite Qin Feiyong and said with a smile, "The three of you, although you are Zheng's benefactors, for the safety of the village, I have to ask you some questions." "Please ask, old man," Qin Feiyong said. The old man said, "May I know where the three of you are from?" Lu Zheng said through voice transmission, "This old man is suspecting that we have ulterior motives." Qin Feiyong said secretly, "He's right to suspect. You stayed in the village with a purpose, aren't you?" Lu Zheng secretly despised him. Qin Feiyong sighed helplessly and looked at the old man with a smile. "We're from a place very far away. I don't think you'll know even if I tell you." "Where is it?" the old man asked. "Imperial City," Qin Feiyong said. "Imperial City?" The old man was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Where is that? You really don't know?" This time, it was Qin Feiyong who was stunned. Imperial City was the capital of the Great Qin Empire. If they didn't even know this, weren't the people in this village too closed-minded? Qin Feiyong thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Anyway, it's very far away." The old man said, "Then what are you doing here?" Qin Feiyong said with a faint smile, "The three of us are all wandering clouds and wild cranes. We like to travel and play." The old man said, "Are the three of you also immortals?" Qin Feiyong glanced at the young man. Chapter 12:17. "You're quite sensible," Qin Feiyong muttered, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked at the old man and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" "Although there are no ferocious beasts within a dozen miles of our village, there are many powerful ferocious beasts more than a dozen miles away. If the three of you are not immortals, how did you avoid those ferocious beasts and come to our village?" The old man chuckled. "You can even think of this. You're indeed the village chief. However, we're not immortals. We're just ordinary martial artists." Qin Feiyong said with a smile. "I see." The old man suddenly understood. He got up and said apologetically, "Please forgive this old man's rudeness. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. You're just thinking about the safety of the village. I can understand," Qin Feiyong said. The old man said, "Little brother, you're really a generous person. When will the three of you leave?" Qin Feiyong said, "We'll leave after resting for a few days." The old man said, "Then if you need anything, feel free to come to this old man." Qin Feiyong nodded. The old man cupped his hands and said, "Then this old man will take his leave first. Take care, old man." Qin Feiyong got up to see him off. After seeing the old man off, Qin Feiyong immediately frowned. "What's wrong?" Lu Hong walked to Qin Feiyong and asked in a low voice. Qin Feiyong said to himself, "I don't know if it's an illusion, but this village chief gives me a faint sense of crisis. No way, he's just an ordinary person. How can he pose a threat to you?" Lu Hong was surprised. "Little cousin is right. This village chief is extraordinary." Lu Zheng walked to the two at this time and transmitted his voice to them. Lu Hong's expression froze. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Zheng and asked inwardly, "What did you discover?" Lu Zheng said, "Before you came back, I had been observing him. I noticed that his eyes were sometimes different from usual." "How is it different?" Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Lu Zheng said telepathically, "His eyes are occasionally as sharp as a blade. This is not a look that an ordinary person should have." "You mean he is a cultivator?" Qin Feiyang exclaimed. Lu Zheng nodded. "Interesting." The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. Just as Lu Zheng had said, this village was becoming more and more interesting. At this moment, the woman looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said with a smile, "3 benefactors, don't just stand there. Take a seat, I'll prepare some breakfast for you." "Thank you, Auntie." Lu Hong turned to the woman and smiled. "Like I said, don't be so polite. Just treat this as your own home." The woman chuckled and then went into the kitchen. The young man looked at the woman and ran to the 3 of them. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Sister Angel, Brother Immortal, please help me find my sister." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "A man shouldn't kneel to others so easily. Get up." The young man was a little panicked and hurriedly got up. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "I still don't know your name. What's your name?" "My name is Wang Xiaojie." The young man said truthfully. Qin Feiyang said, "Then let me ask you, how does your village chief usually treat everyone?" "The village chief is a good man. He treats the people in the village like his own family. I remember that when my father passed away, he was the one who helped us take care of the afterlife. So I've always been grateful to him," Wang Xiaojie said. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong and asked, "Have you seen the son of the village chief?" "Yes, the father and son came together at that time." Lu Hong nodded and waved her jade-like hand. Battle chi surged, and the shadow of a young man in white appeared. She said, "He is the village chief's son." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What's wrong?" Lu Hong was puzzled. "I've seen him before," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong and Lu Zheng looked at each other. Lu Hong asked, "When did you see him?" Qin Feiyang said, "When I came back not long ago, I saw him enter a forest alone outside the village. He should be hunting." Wang Xiaojie said, "Brother Yu never hunts." "Brother Yu?" The 3 of them were stunned. Wang Xiaojie said, "Brother Yu is the village chief's son. His full name is Wang Yu." The 3 of them nodded in realization. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked down at the young man. He asked, "What did you just say? Wang Yu never hunts?" Wang Xiaojie nodded and said, "Yes, he is the village chief's son. How could he do such manual labor? Then why did he go out so early in the morning?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I don't know. But during this period he did go out often. I saw him a few mornings. He is quite mysterious." Wang Xiaojie's face was full of suspicion. "What about before?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Xiaojie said, "He used to go out occasionally, but not so frequently." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He looked at Lu Hong and said, "I'm going out for a while. You guys be careful of the village chief." "You're really suspicious of him?" Lu Hong said. "There must be something wrong. Whether Wang Jin's disappearance has anything to do with him or not, it's necessary to investigate." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. "I'm going too." Lu Zheng's eyes flashed and he followed in. Wang Xiaojie looked at the portal in a daze and asked, "Sister Angel, what is this? Where did the 2 immortal brothers go?" "This is called a portal. It can directly teleport people from the village to the outside. As for your 2 immortal brothers, where did they go? We have to keep this a secret for the time being." Lu Hong rubbed Wang Xiaojie's head lovingly and smiled. "There's such a magical thing?" Looking at the portal, Wang Xiaojie's face was full of curiosity. Lu Hong smiled and said, "This world is very big. What you see now is just the tip of the iceberg." "Really?" Wang Xiaojie had a confused look on his face. Lu Hong nodded and didn't say anything else, because there were some things that Wang Xiaojie might not understand even if she said it. Outside the village, outside the forest, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Lu Zheng and frowned. Why did you follow us? How can I miss out on such an interesting thing? Lu Zheng said with a grin. Forget it, we're already here. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and looked up at the forest. Lu Zheng asked, This is the forest you mentioned? Qin Feiyang nodded and entered the forest to look for Wang Yu. However, as far as he could see, there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, This forest is not big. Let's split up. You go to the east, I'll go to the west, and we'll meet in the south. Try not to make any noise. No problem. But before we split up, we'd better establish a contract bridge. If something unexpected happens, it'll be convenient for us to contact each other. Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them took out the image crystal, established the contract bridge, and immediately split up. Qin Feiyang went to the east. Along the way, he saw all kinds of insects, but he didn't see a single beast. He didn't make any footsteps. It was very quiet all around. After a while, he came to the east end of the forest, but he didn't see Wang Yu. He stood at the edge of the forest and looked ahead. Outside the forest was a plain with weeds, but there were no big trees. The view was very wide. On the plain, Qin Feiyang didn't see any trace of Wang Yu. At the end of the plain, there were endless mountains, high and low, stretching endlessly. After looking for a while, Qin Feiyang turned around and headed south. About 100 breaths later, in front of a pool, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng met. How was it? Lu Zheng said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, Did you find anything? Not really. Lu Zheng shook his head. Strange, with his speed, he shouldn't have gone far. Qin Feiyang frowned. Not necessarily. Lu Zheng said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Lu Zheng said, If the village chief is as we guessed, a cultivator who hides his cultivation, then his son must also have cultivation. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them turned and rushed out of the forest like lightning, looking at the mountains outside the plain, their eyes flickering. Lu Zheng suddenly frowned. Fatso and the others searched those places last night. If there was really something, they should have found something. But we didn't think that there was something strange about Wang Jin's disappearance. We only thought that she might have been attacked by a beast, or trapped somewhere because of some special situation. So Fatso and the others definitely wouldn't have searched so carefully. Qin Feiyang said. Then this is indeed a problem. Because we don't know which direction this Wang Yu went. And outside the plain are mountains and there is no sign of human habitation. To find a person is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Zheng frowned. It's all my fault for being too careless. I should have followed him. Qin Feiyang was very upset. Do you really think you're a god who can predict the future? You didn't even know who he was at that time. Why did you follow him? Lu Zheng rolled his eyes. After a while, he said, We can't keep looking like this. Let's just wait. Hasn't he been coming out often recently? Then we'll wait outside the village. That's the only way. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them looked around the forest again, then returned to the place where they first entered the forest. They stood on the branch of a big tree, using the dense leaves to hide their figures, and waited quietly. Time passed little by little. Smoke rose from the chimneys of every house in the village, hovering above the village like giant dragons. The people who went out hunting also returned one after another. Some people returned with a full load, and of course, some returned empty-handed. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the forest and reached Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng's ears. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes shining. A whistling sound meant that someone was flying over. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in white flying over from the forest in front of them. And he was not slow. He really has a cultivation base. Their eyes trembled slightly. Chapter 12:18. Moreover, the cultivation level that Wang Yu was currently displaying was not low. He was actually a one-star war saint. Incredible! There's actually a war saint hidden in a village of ordinary people. Lu Zheng muttered secretly. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. Even Wang Yu was so strong, Then how strong was Wang Yu's father, the village chief? It was really unimaginable. Who exactly were these father and son? Was it related to the immortal crane who had bewitched the villagers? Should we make a move now? Lu Jing secretly asked. Qin Feiyang secretly said, I am more and more suspicious that Wang Jin's disappearance is related to this Wang Yu, so there's no need to rush, so as to not alert the enemy. While they were talking, Wang Yu had already arrived below the two of them. He landed on the ground and retracted his aura, turning back into an ordinary mortal. With a satisfied smile on his face, he left the forest and disappeared into the village. What about now? Lu Jing asked. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Maybe I'll find something? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, activated the concealment technique, and rushed into the village like lightning, following behind Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu seemed unruly when he entered the village, the attitude of the villagers was quite good. The villagers also seemed to like him. Not long later, Qin Feiyang followed behind Wang Yu and entered a wooden building. He saw the village chief sitting alone in the hall, leisurely drinking tea. Wang Yu closed the door and sat down opposite the village chief. The village chief looked at him and frowned. You went again? Yeah. Wang Yu nodded. The village chief said angrily, I've already told you many times, don't overindulge, and you can't touch the people in the village. What are you worried about? Wang Yu did not understand. The village chief said, what if the villagers find out? So what if they find out? They are just a group of animals that we have raised. Not to mention a mere Wang Jin, even if it's all the women here, I can do whatever I want. Wang Yu said disdainfully. As expected, Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. Hearing Wang Yu's words, it was likely that he was blinded by lust and imprisoned Wang Jin somewhere. But what infuriated him the most was that this person actually said that the people in the village were beasts reared by him and his son. Was this something a human would say? This father and son pair were the real beasts. He took out an image crystal and quietly recorded it. In the meantime, hearing Wang Yu's words, the village chief's face darkened and he said angrily, watch your words. Be careful that the walls have ears. I know. You're so long-winded. Wang Yu impatiently waved his hand. Village chief said, then tell me, where did you lock Wang Jin up? What is it? Are you interested in her too? Don't worry, I'll give it to you when I'm tired of it. Wang Yu teased. You, village chief suddenly stood up, blowing his beard and glaring. Alright, it's just a joke. Don't be angry, it's bad for your health. Wang Yu waved his hand and smiled, then said indifferently, I locked her up in the Red Maple Ridge. There are War Master level beasts all around, and there are even a few holy beasts. The trash in the village can't even enter, so no one will ever find her. That's good. But let me give you a piece of advice. Once you've played enough, hurry up and kill her to prevent any accidents from happening. Village chief said. Wang Yu laughed. After playing for half a month, I'm indeed getting tired of it. I'll go play again tomorrow and kill her. Village chief nodded and asked, also, what do you think of Jiang Fei and the other two? Wang Yu said, although these three people don't seem to have any cultivation, they are definitely not ordinary people to be able to come to the village. Village chief said in a deep voice, I think so too, so I have to think of a way to get them to leave quickly. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Find a chance to kill them, but keep that woman. I'm very interested in her. Wang Yu chuckled, his eyes filled with a lustful light. You, sooner or later, you will be destroyed in the hands of a woman. The village chief looked at him as if he expected better from him. You're thinking too much. Here we are the heavens. Whatever we say goes. Who dares to go against us? Wang Yu laughed arrogantly. That's true. Village chief nodded and smiled. He stood up and said, all right, you go and cultivate. I'll go outside and take a look. I'll also pay attention to the actions of those three people. Finished. Village chief turned around and opened the door, chuckling as he walked out. Hello, village chief. The villagers all greeted him warmly. Hello, everyone. Village chief nodded his head one by one. Suddenly, he looked at a burly man not far away and extended his hand. Old bull, come over for a moment. "Village chief, what's the matter?" The burly man ran in front of village chief and asked. Village chief smiled. "Has your family hunted any prey recently? If not, tell me, I'll send some over." "Thank you for your trouble, village chief. Recently, my luck has been good and I haven't been able to get any prey." The burly man rubbed his head and smiled, looking charmingly naive. Village chief said, "All right then, go and do your work. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me." The burly man nodded and smiled. Then he turned around and ran away. Qin Feiyang stood at the side and watched this scene. He couldn't help but feel sad for these villagers. In their eyes, village chief was a kind-hearted person. He helped everyone and took care of everyone. They respected him very much. But the truth was that he was simply a sanctimonious and shameless villain. Sigh. Such a simple village, such a group of kind-hearted people, but they were manipulated by two refined scum. Where is the justice? Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. He put away the image crystal and turned around to leave. His heart was extremely heavy. What two beasts? No. They're even worse than beasts. They're simply two bastards. In the forest, Lu Zheng was furious on the spot when he heard about this. Calm down, Qin Feiyang said. They deceived the villagers here and hurt an innocent woman. How can I calm down? I don't understand. Scum like this, just kill them. Why are you still keeping them alive? Lu Zheng said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "This matter is not as simple as you think." What do you mean? Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows. Two people who are at least battle saints. Why are they hiding in this village? Just to play with the people here? If it were you, would you do such a boring thing? Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng shook his head. Isn't that right? I suspect that the father and son should be related to Master Shin and the so-called Immortal Gate. Qin Feiyang said. You want to cast a long line to catch a big fish? Lu Zheng asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then just take them down and force them to talk. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Lu Zheng looked at him discontentedly. Qin Feiyang said lightly, what if they would rather die than talk? Lu Zheng didn't say anything. Don't worry. They will definitely pay a price for this, and the price won't be small. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. What about Wang Jin? Lu Zheng asked. We can't let her continue to suffer. Tomorrow we will rescue her first. At the same time, we will make the village chief pay some interest first. Qin Feiyang sneered. Time passed like sand between fingers, passing in the blink of an eye. Night fell. Miss Xiaoqin, where did Jiang Fei and Jiang Jing go? Why haven't I seen them all day? In the wooden house. The woman looked at Lu Hong and asked. Lu Hong said with a smile, they never tell me what they do, so I don't know. Do you want to prepare their dinner? The woman asked. Lu Hong said, don't worry about them. They have hands and feet. They won't starve to death. Well, I will make some for them when they come back. The woman smiled and went into the kitchen to get busy. Wang Xiaojie stood at the side, looked at the woman's back, and asked in a low voice, Sister Angel, are the two immortal brothers helping to find my sister? That's right. Lu Hong nodded. Wang Xiaojie said worriedly, they haven't come back so late. Are they in danger? Danger? Lu Hong shook her head and smiled. She rubbed Wang Xiaojie's little head and said with a smile, don't worry about that. In this world, no one can hurt them. Are they very powerful? Wang Xiaojie asked naively. Of course they are. Let me give you an example. They can destroy your village with just a wave of their hand. Lu Hong said. Wang Xiaojie was dumbfounded. His little face was full of yearning as he muttered, if I can be as powerful as the two immortal brothers, then I will protect my sister and mother. The next day, early morning, the horizon gradually turned white, and the sun slowly rose. The villagers walked out of the village one after another and entered the mountains to hunt. Going out to hunt every day had become a habit in their lives. Of course, this was also their only way to survive. So, Wang Yu also walked out of the village and entered the forest alone. Seeing that there was no one around, he turned into a stream of light and flew away. Whoosh! Just as Wang Yu left, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng appeared. They had been waiting here for the whole night. Looking at each other, Qin Feiyang activated the concealment technique and chased after Wang Yu with Lu Zheng. So, the three of them rushed out of the forest one after another and flew in the southwest direction. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng followed beside Wang Yu, but Wang Yu did not notice at all. His face was full of lewd smiles. Obviously, he was fantasizing about some improper things. Laugh, laugh all you want. Lu Zheng sneered again and again. About half an hour passed. The two of them followed Wang Yu deep into the mountain range for hundreds of miles. A majestic mountain ridge finally entered their sight. This was the Red Maple Ridge. The Red Maple Ridge stretched up and down like a huge dragon lying on the ground. It was full of red trees. This tree was called the Red Maple Tree. Every leaf was as beautiful as fire. From afar, the whole mountain ridge was like a sea of fire. The origin of the name Red Maple Ridge was precisely because of these red maple trees. Chapter 12:19. Wang Yu directly entered Red Maple Ridge and stopped halfway up the mountain. There was a cave here. It was pitch black inside the cave. Little bitch, I'm here again. Wang Yu let out a hearty laugh and stepped into the cave. Bastard, don't come near me. Get lost. The next moment, a roar filled with fear came from within the cave. Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng looked at each other. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes and they also rushed into the cave. Immediately, an unsightly scene entered their line of sight. The size of the cave was only 100 feet, and in the middle of the cave, there was a thick layer of red maple leaves. A woman was lying on top of it. The woman was about 1.75 meters tall. She was very beautiful and had a good figure. But at this moment, her face was full of fear. Not only that, she was also firmly tied by a thumb-thick iron chain and could not move. The most shocking thing was that the woman did not have any clothes on and was completely naked. Moreover, there were bloodstains all over her tender skin, as if she had been whipped. It was a ghastly sight. This is too much. Lu Zheng clenched his fists tightly, murderous intent surging in his eyes. This woman was Wang Jin. That scarred body, that desperate and horrified gaze, it was not hard to imagine how much pain and torture she had experienced in the past half a month. She was just a weak woman. She did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. How could this little bastard do it? Get lost. However, facing the current Wang Jin, Wang Yu did not have the slightest sympathy. Instead, he sneered and said, "In the past, when I asked you to submit to me, you would rather die than be willing. Now you blame me? No, you asked for it. You're a bastard. Bastard, we were all blind and did not see your true colors." Wang Jin roared, her face pale. Ah! Wang Yu laughed loudly. He bent over and pinched Wang Jin's chin, raised it forcefully, and said disdainfully, "Do you know? In my eyes, a woman like you is just a toy for me to amuse myself with." But Wang Jin spat on his face. Wang Yu's face instantly turned malevolent as he slapped Wang Jin's face. He coldly smiled and said, "I'm already tired of playing with your body. I'll send you to hell in a moment. Don't be anxious, because very soon your younger brother and your mother will accompany you." Wang Jin's expression changed and he roared, "If you dare to hurt them, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." "Ha, you are too naive. Do you think I will give you the chance to become a ghost? Oh, that's right. There's something I haven't told you yet. Actually, your father was also killed by me. Furthermore, I chopped him into 8 pieces. Do you know how much pain he was in back then?" Wang Yu laughed sinisterly. What? Wang Jin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body and mind trembled as he muttered, "Why? Why was he so cruel? What did he do wrong? I've had my eyes on you since a long time ago. I'll put down my pride and go find him personally." But guess what he said? He said that you're still young and don't need to think about these things for the time being. Of course, I'm upset. Since I'm upset, I definitely won't let you guys be happy either, right? So, I killed him while he was out hunting. Wang Yu chuckled. Such a deranged action, but in his eyes, it was an extremely normal thing. You will suffer retribution. Wang Jin was no longer afraid. His eyes were dead silent. Retribution? Looks like you haven't figured out the situation. I'm an immortal in your eyes. Retribution doesn't exist to me. Wang Yu smiled disdainfully. Mortal. Wang Jin's gaze trembled. Wang Yu smiled proudly and said, "How is it? Do you feel particularly helpless? Even if you are an immortal, I believe that someone will come to kill you sooner or later, you devil." Wang Jin gritted his teeth. His tone was filled with deep resentment. "Kill me? Who has the ability to do so?" Wang Yu said contemptuously. "Me." An icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. Wang Yu was shocked and quickly scanned his surroundings. Wang Jin also looked at the void around him, his eyes full of surprise. "For your own selfish desires, you harm women and children. It's simply inhumane. For people like you, even if you were to be cut into pieces, it would still be difficult to relieve the hatred in our hearts." As soon as his voice fell, Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng appeared in front of the two. Both of them were murderous. "How could it be you guys?" Wang Yu's expression changed. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Shouldn't you and your father have guessed that we are also cultivators? Go to hell." Wang Yu's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he slapped at Qin Feiyang. "With just you?" Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. He slightly released his aura, and Wang Yu was blasted away, crashing into the stone wall behind him. Blood gushed out on the spot. So strong. Wang Yu's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly used a mysterious footwork to escape from the cave. "Today, even if you go to heaven or hell, you can't escape." Qin Feiyang chased after him. Lu Zheng glanced at Wang Yu's back coldly. He took out a dagger from his Qinkuan bag and cut off the iron chain on Wang Jin. Then, he turned around, took out a set of clothes, and handed it to Wang Jin, saying, "Put it on." Wang Jin glanced at Lu Zheng, took the clothes, and quickly put them on. Then, she looked at Lu Zheng nervously and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Lu Zheng turned to look at her and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. We are your brother's friends. He asked us to come here specially to find you." Xiaojia's friends? Wang Jin was in a daze. Why didn't she know that her little brother had these two friends? And they didn't look like simple people. Suddenly, her expression changed and she exclaimed, "Oh no, Wang Yu is an immortal. Tell your friend to stop chasing." "Immortal?" Lu Zheng said disdainfully, "If Wang Yu is an immortal, then my little cousin is a god." "The god?" Wang Jin was dumbfounded, and her face was full of awe. "Do you really believe it?" Lu Zheng was a little helpless and said, "Come out with me." After saying that, he strode outside. Wang Jin hurriedly followed. When she walked out of the cave, she saw Qin Feiyang blocking in front of Wang Yu. Both of them were standing in the air. Immediately, she was dumbfounded. He could actually stand in the air without any support? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu coldly and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Let me see how strong you, a so-called immortal." If these words were said by someone in the village, he wouldn't feel anything, but when it came from Qin Feiyang, he felt that it was especially ironic. Because he also knew that there were no immortals in this world. Qin Feiyang urged, "Hurry up, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you even have the guts to make a move now?" "Don't be arrogant." Wang Yu roared. Boom. He waved his hands, and a huge hand appeared in the air, exuding an apocalyptic aura. The mountains and rivers trembled. This was his battle art. And it was a perfect battle art. Following closely, another huge beast soared into the air from behind him. This was his battle soul. He used all his trump cards at once, showing how uneasy he was at the moment. Following his roar, the huge beast and the huge hand shook violently in the air, releasing an earth-shattering might, charging towards Qin Feiyang. "Is this all you've got?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The holy aura of a 9-star battle saint rolled out, and the huge beast and the huge hand instantly disintegrated. Wang Yu spat out blood again. A dignified immortal only has this much strength? Qin Feiyang looked at him with contempt. Lu Zheng said to Wang Jin without turning his head, "Did you see that? He's not an immortal at all, because he's also bleeding, and the blood flowing out is no different from your blood. So he's just like you, an ordinary person, but he knows how to cultivate. Wang Jin looked at the blood that Wang Yu spat out, and then looked at the blood on his body. It seemed that there was indeed no difference. Remember, there are no immortals in this world. And the so-called immortals are just a lie made by immortal he. Lu Zheng said lightly. Wang Jin nodded as if he didn't understand. He looked at Wang Yu again. At this moment, his face was ashen. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong that he could disintegrate his battle soul and battle art with just holy aura. Why are you meddling in other people's business? He roared, his face full of fear and anger. Qin Feiyang said, in the great Qin Empire, there are very few people who don't know me. Lu Zheng's face twitched. What a narcissistic guy. Are you very famous? Wang Yu asked in horror. Fame isn't important, what's important is anger. Now I'm very angry and I need to vent it. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and stepped in front of Wang Yu. What are you going to do? Wang Yu retreated in panic and said, let me tell you, if you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. Don't count on him, because soon he can't even protect himself. After saying that, Qin Feiyang furiously punched Wang Yu's lower abdomen. With a crack, Wang Yu's sea of qi shattered on the spot. The heart-wrenching pain made his face contort and he howled in pain. Do you know pain? Qin Feiyang grabbed his neck and asked. Wang Yu kept nodding, his face was full of pleading. Since you know pain, why do you treat her like this? Doesn't she know pain? Qin Feiyang pointed at Wang Jin and roared. He was like an enraged lion as he punched Wang Yu's mouth again. Ah! Wang Yu screamed in pain. The teeth in his mouth were shattered, and he spat out blood mixed with it. In the past, I thought I was already a cold-blooded person, but compared to you, I'm too kind. Because I've never bullied a woman, let alone a woman without any cultivation. I won't be so despicable as to sully a woman's purity. You're not fit to be a human. Qin Feiyang roared, took out the Chang Shui, and slashed at Wang Yu's lower body. A certain part of his body was castrated on the spot, and blood gushed out. Ah! Wang Yu looked up to the sky and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It was incomparably mournful. Qin Feiyang said, tell me, do you regret it now? Wang Yu nodded repeatedly. The pain made him break out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Qin Feiyang laughed and turned to Lu Zheng, saying, bring her back to the village. Lu Zheng waved his hand, rolled up Wang Jin, and flew back to the village with Qin Feiyang. As for Wang Yu, Qin Feiyang didn't kill him. Like a little chick, he twisted him in his hand. Because this kind of scum wasn't worthy of him killing. Chapter 12:20. In the village. The old people were drinking tea and chatting together. The children were playing on the lawn. It was a peaceful scene. But when Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng returned, the village immediately fell into chaos. Wang Jin. She's not dead? Everyone come and see. You're back. Hearing the cries, the people rushed to Qin Feiyang and the other three. What's going on? Why does Jin look so weak? And young Master Wang Yu, why is he also covered in injuries? Little brothers, how did they become like this? What happened? When they saw Wang Jin and Wang Yu's situation, the people asked at once. Lu Zheng was about to speak. Don't say it. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him. What's wrong? Lu Zheng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, Wang Jin is not married yet. If everyone knows that she has been abused by Wang Yu these days, how can she face others in the future? Lu Zheng was slightly taken aback and snickered inwardly. You're quite thoughtful. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, let's go directly to the village chief's house. Immediately, the two of them led Wang Jin and Wang Yu to the village chief's house. Little brothers, what's going on? Can you tell us? Seeing that Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were silent, the people asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, don't worry, everyone. I'll go to the village chief first and give you an explanation later. At the same time, facing the familiar faces around, Wang Jin hid behind Lu Zheng and lowered her head, not daring to look up at everyone. Don't be afraid. They won't know about you. Lu Zheng comforted her with a smile. You know what I'm thinking? Wang Jin whispered. Of course. Lu Zheng nodded. Which woman in the world didn't care about her reputation? Wang Jin was worried that the villagers would look down on her in the future, so she felt pressured. At the same time, Zhi's mother, come out quickly. Several villagers ran to Wang Xiaojie's house and shouted. What happened? The woman came out of the inner room. Your daughter is back. It's Jiang Fei and Jiang Zheng. They brought her back. The villagers laughed. What? The woman's body trembled. Where is my sister? Xiaojie Wang ran out of the house and asked excitedly. They went to the village head's house. Young Master Wang Yu is also here, but he and Jin are both injured, and it looks quite serious. The villagers said. Injured? Wang Xiaojie's expression changed, and he immediately ran towards the village head's house. Jie, wait for me. The woman hurriedly chased after him. Wang Yu is here too. Looks like Wang Jin's disappearance really has something to do with him. Sigh, what a sin. At this time, Lu Hong also walked out. Looking at the backs of Wang Xiaojie and the woman, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She also slowly followed. The village head's house. The village chief was sitting in front of the tea table in the hall, drinking his morning tea. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, giving him a fright. The tea spilled out. He thought it was Wang Yu and was about to get angry. Because in this village, only Wang Yu dared to be so rude in front of him. But when he looked up, his expression suddenly froze. The teacup in his hand also fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Qin Feiyang stood at the door, looked coldly at the village chief, and walked in with Wang Yu. Lu Zheng and Wang Jin followed closely behind. Close the door, Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Wang Jin quickly turned around and closed the door. At this moment, there were already many people gathered outside the door. Looking at the closed door, they were all puzzled. Was there something that they couldn't know? In the hall, Qin Feiyang casually threw Wang Yu on the ground, walked to the tea table, and sat opposite the village chief. He chuckled and said, "Drinking morning tea, you really know how to enjoy it." The village chief frowned and pointed at Wang Yu. "What do you mean by this? Don't you know what I mean?" Lu Zheng sneered. The village chief's pupils constricted and he said in a deep voice, "Then what do you want?" He didn't quibble. Because Wang Jin was also there. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that Qin Feiyang and Wang Jin must have known the truth. Qin Feiyang said, "Kill him." The village chief said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Aren't you asking the obvious? Of course it's your son." "Father, don't." Wang Yu panicked and hurriedly cried out. "Shut up. I've already told you not to mess around, but you didn't listen. Now you're afraid?" The village chief shouted, his face as gloomy as water. Lu Zheng made a shushing gesture and said, "Lower your voice, there are many people outside. If they hear you, you and your son might have a hard time." A trace of disdain crawled up the village chief's face. "I know. With your strength, you and your son don't take them seriously, but don't forget that we're here. Of course, if you have the confidence to kill us, then it's a different story." Lu Zheng joked. The village chief said in a deep voice, "We're all cultivators. There's no need to make a fuss over some ordinary people." Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "It's precisely because they're ordinary people that we intervened. Stop talking nonsense and do it." "Impossible." The village chief shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you think you have a choice?" "Of course." The village chief chuckled and returned to his seat. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Wang Jin, he said lightly, "I'm highly respected in the village and you're just outsiders. If I tell everyone that you're the ones who kidnapped Wang Jin, who do you think they'll believe? Amazing, you can still make a false accusation. But Wang Jin is still alive. Someone will believe her words." Lu Zheng sneered. "Ask." The village chief sneered and looked at Wang Jin. He asked with a smile, "Tell Grandpa Village Chief, who hurt you? Before you answer, you have to think carefully. Your brother and mother are very worried about you." It was obvious. He was threatening Wang Jin. If Wang Jin dared to speak the truth, he would kill her brother and mother. Wang Jin panicked and looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Jin, blocking the village chief's gaze. He smiled and said, "Then tell me, what good solution do you have? Leave the village immediately. After you leave, we'll naturally let Wang Jin go. And I promise to take good care of her family in the future. It can be considered as making up for the harm you or caused her." The village chief smiled. Lu Zheng's gaze turned cold. He shouted, "Can this kind of harm be made up for by money and material goods? For these pitiful worms living at the bottom of society, what can't money and material goods replace?" The village chief said, his tone full of disdain. Lu Zheng shook his head and said, "You're too arrogant. Do you think that you can play with the dignity and fate of others just because you have some cultivation? The weak are prey to the strong. This has always been the law of survival in this world. As cultivators, you don't need this old man to remind you." The village chief sneered. "Indeed, I don't need you to remind me. But I have to remind you that if you don't kill Wang Yu now, you and your father will die later." Lu Zheng said with a grin. "Who do you think you're talking to?" The village chief's gaze turned cold, and a wisp of emperor's might emerged. War Emperor? Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng were surprised. Moreover, when the village chief released his emperor's might, Qin Feiyang also felt a bloody aura that he hated. "Although I don't know your cultivation, you don't look old. No matter how strong you are, you can't be that strong. So, two young people, be sensible. Life is precious. Don't seek your own death." The village chief withdrew his emperor's might and looked at the two indifferently. Wang Yu was no longer afraid. He stood up and stood behind the village chief, looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two mockingly. Lu Zheng transmitted his voice. "Have you determined his cultivation?" "One-star War Emperor," Qin Feiyang thought. However, he was extremely confused. What was that bloody aura that he hated? Lu Zheng's pupils shrank. Not simple. There was actually a one-star War Emperor hiding in a village. But why were the father and son hiding in this village? The village chief looked at the two arrogantly and said, "This old man's patience is limited. Get lost now." "You're going too far?" Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. Viper and Dan Wangkai immediately appeared. The father and son were shocked. There were companions? "A mere war emperor dares to be arrogant in front of our young master. You have guts." The two sneered and released a wisp of emperor's might. "War Emperor? He actually has two war emperors with him." The village chief's gaze trembled. What surprised him the most was the way Viper and Dan Wangkai addressed Qin Feiyang. "Young master." Although it was just a simple address, the hidden meaning behind it was extraordinary. Only the direct descendants of some superforces would be addressed this way. "Or you?" The village chief looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Viper snorted coldly and said, "Someone you can't afford to offend. Immediately do as the young master says. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The village chief's expression changed. He looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly and said, "Can you change the conditions? I only have one son." "What does it have to do with me?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The village chief looked flustered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of a plan. His eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "How about this? I'll let Wang Yu marry Wang Jin and promise to treat her well for the rest of their lives." "Yes, yes, yes. I'll treat her well and hold her in the palm of my hand." Wang Yu also quickly promised. "I don't want to." Wang Jin shook her head. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Wang Yu said angrily, "Wang Jin, don't be stubborn. No one will be willing to marry you in your current state except for me." Lu Zheng said indifferently, "I'm willing to marry her." "You?" Wang Yu glared at Lu Zheng angrily. Qin Feiyang, Viper, and Dan Wangkai also looked at Lu Zheng in surprise. Wang Jin's face was also full of shock. Lu Zheng coughed dryly and said to Qin Feiyang and the other two telepathically, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just saying this to comfort her so that she won't be sad." Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Jin and said to himself, "Of course I won't misunderstand, but I'm afraid that she'll take it seriously." "She won't, right?" Lu Zheng glanced at Wang Jin from the corner of his eyes, feeling a little guilty.